Hello everyone and welcome. Just to let you know, obviously there are a few people still registering. We have a very full house today, which is hugely encouraging. So we're going to be starting in about 3 minutes' time. Thanks.
We stand on the edge of profound change. To meet the demands of a green transition, we need collective wisdom, diverse voices, and bold ideas. Collaboration is the key to unlocking our sustainable future. Together, we can overcome the challenges ahead and seize the opportunities that will define the green economy.
Hello everyone. Ooh. Hello everyone. Good morning and welcome to the Green Economy Forum. We're just registering the last few attendees, but we've got a huge amount to get through today and a great number of insightful guests and panelists and speakers to hear from. My name is Matt Farquharson. I am Editor-in-Chief here at the Conduit, and I'll be with you at various points through the course of the day today. We had a conference about 6 weeks ago looking at green jobs and reskilling and what is required for the green transition. And today we're going to look at how we go about paying for it. Given the news that many of us have woken up to this morning and what that might mean for the green agenda, it seems more important than ever that we take matters into our own hands. And so, with that in mind, to open the day, I'd like to introduce our co-founder and CEO, Paul van Zijl.
Thank you very much, Matt, and thank you all very much for attending. We're going to have, for some points in the day, standing room only and people in the overflow room, which is a good problem to have. So thank you for your patience on that. As I was coming up here, an old friend and founding member of the Conduit, who I'm now looking at, said to me, it reminds me of Churchill's statement about Americans, is that they always do the right thing once they've exhausted all other alternatives. And all I can say is it's exhausting when that happens. So it's going to be an interesting couple of years ahead of us. And let me make a couple of thank yous before we get started. First, there is a roster of unbelievable speakers who have given of their time to contribute to this debate. And so I'd like to thank all of them. I'd like to thank you, the audience, for attending, and to Conduit members for their continued support and engagement in this endeavor that we're working on together. To our partners who have made this conference possible, to Deloitte, to the British Chamber of Commerce, to Systemic, to Kite Insights, to the Department of Business and Trade, the Green Alliance, and to Quadrature, thank you very much for allowing us to convene this conversation. To our remarkable Conduit team who makes this happen, to Perez, to Jay, to Eddie, to Matt, to Asha, to Beth, to Hannah, to Meljo, and to the entire front of house team, thank you in advance for allowing this conference to happen in the way that it does. So, why are we here? We care about addressing an irrefutable existential challenge, and we're not quitters. And if the base case just got twice as hard, it makes what we do today 10 times more important. And this conference is part of a continuous effort by the Conduit to try and address how to accelerate the net zero transition. We've held a conference in partnership with the New York Times on climate solutions. We support an annual conference on young innovators, many of whom are working in the climate space. As Matt has just indicated, we just held a major conference on green jobs. And next year, in March, we'll be holding a significant convening on the intersection between insurance markets and climate, and another major conference during London Climate Action Week on the intersection between climate change and public health, and then a significant larger conference on how to support impact entrepreneurs in the climate space. So we're optimists in the Conduit, and we believe that the world's most difficult challenges are opportunities waiting for solutions. So let's imagine, as we kick off this conference, that all of us in this room are a finance minister or a chancellor. And let's assume that you want to allocate substantial resources to financing the green transition. So today's conference is designed to provide you with the insights to assess how this can and should be done, and how we can accelerate the allocation of resources and finance to the green transition, both here in the UK and abroad. But in order to evaluate this, we need criteria. So let's do this exercise together, and I'm happy to get us started. Please feel free to jot down these goals and subtract or add to them as you see fit. So the first thing, and it's rather obvious, is this is really not just about how much money we allocate. We need to allocate that money to the right things. We need to finance the right things, and we need to assess which interventions will lead to the most efficient carbon reductions or drawdowns per pound invested. And this is a complex and contested endeavor, and our speakers will keep returning to this theme throughout the day. But this investment doesn't occur in a vacuum. When we allocate finance, we also care about the other co-benefits. So let's list those two and be clear about them. And I'd like to suggest that we want investments that boost productivity. We want investments that increase the overall growth rate. We want investments that create the largest possible number of jobs. We want to support a labor market with the skills necessary to facilitate the green transition. We want to figure out how we remove the regulatory hurdles that will slow the investment or delay construction or the rollout of infrastructure necessary to support the green transition. How do we play with sticks and carrots? How do we increase disincentives and put in place the right taxes that raise revenue and slow carbon-intensive activity? And correspondingly, how do we create the right incentives to support the right kind of activity? How will our investments narrow inequality and generate opportunity for those left behind? We need citizens to feel that this transition benefits them if we want them to remain supportive of this transition. How do we raise finance in a way that deals sensibly with debt and reassures markets? How do we invest in a way that supports our economy's competitive strengths and deals with the imbalances within our economies? How do we communicate all of this and roll it out in a clear and comprehensible manner that can be understood and evaluated by non-expert citizens? And how can our country play a leading role in facilitating the flow of finance to those countries which are the largest emitters and who are committed to rapid decarbonization, but who may lack access to the finance to allow them to do so? And further, how can we facilitate the transfer of funds to allow countries to preserve their carbon sinks? You may want to add to or subtract from that list. This is not an easy endeavor, but nothing of any consequence ever is. So I hope today you think about your criteria for successfully financing a green transition, and by the end of the day, you are enriched and able to contribute to this debate in a more sophisticated way. And finally, the Conduit is not a talk shop. It's a place where we want people to take meaningful action. In this room, you will find a remarkable group of people and co-conspirators. Do not leave this conference without meeting dozens and dozens of people. One of our KPIs is, we facilitate our community making meaningful connections? So please use every possible opportunity in every break, every coffee, at lunch, and after drinks, and during drinks at the end of this all, to meet people, exchange cards, collaborate, and work together. And with that, I have the enormous privilege of introducing Nigel Topping, who is our introductory keynote speaker. I had a few minutes with Nigel this morning, and I came away optimistic, which is one of his great superpowers. He's been a high-level climate champion. He has been at the forefront of this for decades, and we're incredibly lucky to have him today. So, Nigel.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you to Conduit and all the partners. It's great to see so many people here and even overflowing. I was thinking they might turn up in about half an hour's time after me, so I'm pleased that I haven't put anybody off with my gushing overconfidence. But I do want to give grounds for hope. I don't mean blind optimism, like everything's going to be fine in a Panglossian sense, but that there's still something really worth fighting for, and I think that's very much the spirit of the Conduit. So I was just reflecting that a few years ago, just before COP26, I was in a retreat in Wilton Park with a lot of kind of climate envoys, people from foreign ministries around the world. Jonathan Pershing, who some of you will know, was then the deputy climate envoy for the States, and we were talking about how this challenge of mobilizing climate finance. And I was basically suggesting that I thought then that we were on the verge of a significant shift in the dynamics of climate finance, and that there was cause for optimism. And Jonathan Pershing, who'd been around development finance for quite a long time, said to me, why is this different? Isn't everything we're talking about now just all the problems of development finance? And we haven't solved that, so why do you think? And it was a good challenge, and I thought about it for a while. I said, well, I think there are two things that are structurally different. I think there's a growing sense of urgency, and the private sector is starting to lean in a serious way. We just launched the Race to Zero and GFAN, so the sort of private sector mobilisation optimism is possibly at peak hype. But I do stand by those two ideas, that there's a growing understanding of the urgency economically of this. It's growing, it's still not really fully landed, and there's a growing understanding of the huge private sector opportunity, which is one of the things which really drives the dynamics of allocation of capital at scale. So I just want to touch on those two and explain those a bit more. And the important thing is that neither of these are the dynamics of equilibrium, which is the dynamics which typifies the way that nearly everybody has been trained to think about economics, that small changes lead to small effects, that cost-benefit analysis, which basically assumes that the whole system doesn't really change much, is a good way of allocating public capital efficiently, and that the past is a good guide to the future. These three assumptions that are the basis of nearly all economic decision-making in cabinet rooms around the world and in treasuries are deeply flawed in this era of disruption. This is the era when the urgency and the private sector smelling of the opportunity and the dynamic that brings about are typified by the dynamics of non-linearity, where a small change leads to a large effect, where a tipping point can lead to the collapse of an economic system, and where exponential deployment of technology can lead to a complete phase shift in the economic and technological space. So you can think of the urgency, I'm going to explain a bit more what I mean by this non-linear urgency, as the macro stick, and the opportunity, private finance in particular, smelling huge opportunities as the macro carrot. Nick Stern did a pretty good job of translating the science of climate change into economic language in about 2006, but not really in a non-linear way. Since that time, we've still found central bankers in particular talking about the impact of climate change in a very linear way. Oh, 1 degree, I simplify, but only a little bit. 1 degree temperature rise would lead to about 1% hit on GDP, 2 degrees, 2%, 3 degrees, 3%. Actually, those are not far off. If you look at the scenarios of the central bankers in the network for greening the financial system, they literally think that 3% increase in 3 degree increase in average temperatures will lead to about a 3% hit on GDP. Fortunately, we're now starting to get some slightly more intelligent, non-linear economic thinking to bear on the challenge. People like some of the excellent economists at Exeter University, the Institute of Actuaries, and I think just today I saw the UN Environment put out a report saying that actually the damage to the global economy at 3 degrees, which of course is roughly what track we're on policy-wise now, is more like 30% of GDP. It's quite a big difference between a 3% hit and a 30% hit. And so I think we're finally entering the era where the non-linear impacts of significant temperature rise on our economy are starting to land in central banks and in treasuries. And you can kind of see why, right? It's not just an economic argument. You can see that it's a real and present danger now. Just in wildfires in California, floods in Pakistan, this week floods in Spain, and the kind of rage that brings about. It's very hard to argue that that's a sort of 1% or a 2% solution. You're starting to see in some very important parts of the finance system, the insurance sector that underpins everything, talking about the real risk of uninsurability in big sectors of real estate, leading to potentially the next 2008 type event. So that sense of urgency being non-linear, like it's not just about tweaking, and like 3% is a little bit worse than 2%, is starting to land, and I think that strength will only, all those dynamics will strengthen. The private sector, also very different now. I think we're finally getting to the stage where we're all learning that technological change happens exponentially. Everybody, we're all very clever with hindsight. We all forget that none of us predicted what would happen with wind, with solar, with cars, with batteries. We know it now, so we embrace it, but we should remember that we were all stupid 10 years ago and not predicting it and not assuming it, which means that we're also stupid now about thinking about the future and don't understand just how fast this stuff is coming. So I really encourage people to brush up on their Wright's law, learning effect economics, and look at the early stage evidence that some of the other sectors, like the marine sector, The last 5 years gone from zero carbon ships being on order to 1, then 20, then 250. I was in the biggest manufacturer of marine engines in Copenhagen a few months ago. That's going exponential. Sustainable aviation fuel, the beginning of the decade was 0.01% of the total fuel. By the end of the decade, it'll be about 10%. That's 1,000x, and you start to see some very big numbers like Brookfield's recent $1 billion investment in a SAF firm. And one of the reasons this happens is that this increasing realization that we have to get to, because the urgency is going up, and that there's at least headline policy commitment, means that when entrepreneurs are thinking about attracting capital, they can talk about a total addressable market that is the total market. You remember Clive Sinclair's cute little, no, not everyone remembers those, cute little sort of electric vehicles. Well, there's a niche play, but now, it's not like 5% of cars that are going to need batteries. It's every single car in the world now, and for the next generation. So total addressable market, being the whole market, is quite a powerful attractor for capital. But I think we've underestimated the topic of today, which is financial innovation. I think the climate community tends to talk about finance as a series of dumb checkbooks, whether public or private. And so if we only exert and exhort enough, then the checkbooks will open and be written. But I think it's time to really realize that the mobilization of finance is itself an innovation task. It's one of problem solving and mobilizing the brains of the finance sector in order to get to the checkbooks, not mobilizing the hearts in order to get the checkbooks. It really doesn't work that way around. And I want to just illustrate the way that understanding the problem means that the problem we're facing actually starts to look smaller and smaller and smaller and more manageable. In the COP work I was doing, there was a real frustration that I and Mahmoud Mohidin, the Egyptian economist who was the champion there, about this obsession with 100 billion. And I hope that the COP in a couple of weeks doesn't just talk about the replacement of 100 billion, but talks about more the holistic changes that are needed in the financial system, and not just public finance. So we asked Nick Stern, Vera Songwe, and Amma Bhattacharya to write a report. We said, can you please take an engineering approach and tell us how much capital do we really need, not just public capital. Interestingly, we framed it as emerging and developing economies, which basically halves the problem straight away. It turns out we need about 6 trillion, plus or minus, but globally and about 3 trillion for emerging markets. So interestingly, in our scope, we'd already said, actually, we think the problem's easily solvable. Doesn't mean lots of people don't have to do lots of hard work. We don't really need to worry about developing countries mobilizing capital. So let's talk about emerging and developing. They came back and said, well, we think the scope should just be emerging and developing economies excluding China, because actually we're not worried about China mobilizing capital. So that's 20% of the problem. That's like 600 billion. So they end up with 2.4 trillion, which still sounds like a huge number, and everyone's like, oh, there's no way we can do that. The cost of capital is so high, but it's a disaster. It's like 4 or 5 times X now. So I want to argue that 2.4 trillion is actually also massively overstating the size of the problem. So first of all, they break it down and say it's 1.7 trillion in energy and about 350 nature-based solutions, about 350 adaptation and resilience. But what I kept hearing from people is the problem is the cost of capital. The problem is the cost of capital. So just a few factoids which make me believe that the problem is the cost of capital blocking 2.4 trillion flowing, massively overstates the problem and has us panic rather than problem solve. First of all, some anecdotes to explain my own ignorance. I was talking to a very large infrastructure investor, and I said, of course, the problem in emerging markets is the cost of capital. And this person just looked at me like I was stupid and said, is it? And I was like, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I keep reading that everywhere. It's a problem, right? He's like, not in Brazil, not in India, not in Thailand. And he listed a whole load of countries, and made me realize that sometimes we mistake the whole for the part, and we look at the hardest part of the problem, like maybe the cost of capital being 35% in the least developed country, and then say, oh my God, that's a problem everywhere in the world. It doesn't mean it's not a problem in that least developed country, but it's not a problem in Brazil, where basically BNDES concessionally reduces the cost of capital, or in India, where there's very liquid capital. These are quite big countries and big economies and big parts of the problem. I went to visit the Adani, the biggest renewable project in the world in northwest India, and I asked the CEO of Adani Green whether they had a problem with the cost of capital. He said, yeah, sure, it's more expensive because of the foreign exchange risk, and we have to hedge that. Costs us 125 basis points. But he said, but we have more sun here than in Europe or in North America, and the cost of labor and the cost of steel is cheaper, so the project economics just work out just fine. And by the way, we've just issued a green bond which was 7 times oversubscribed, all international capital. They're maxed out on domestic capital because they're such a big player and they reach single party risk. So the problem isn't really 2.4 trillion. RMI have just issued some really interesting research which shows that if you look at all those emerging and developing countries and you archetype them, there's about 3/4 of them are super abundant in renewables and are not hydrocarbon exporters. So they have a very strong import substitution play. India would count as one of those, right? One of the reasons they're excited about green hydrogen is green ammonia and stopping importing $200 billion worth of hydrocarbon-based product. And those countries, when you look at them as a whole, like 3/4 of the emerging markets, are all deploying renewable energy exponentially faster than the global north. Okay, as a percentage of their total grid. So of course they start small and they start a bit later, but the actual rate of growth is not as fast as China's achieved, but it's faster than the global north. So the problem is being solved in a lot of those markets. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. And that takes about 1.2 of that 1.7 away. So now we're down from 6 to 3 to 2.4 to 1.2, and what's left is first of a kind for hard to abate, nature-based solutions, adaptation resilience, and yes, least developed countries where the problem isn't really climate finance, it's finance much more broadly. So in closing, I'm not saying that all the problems have been solved, but I am saying that this growing understanding of the urgency, this macro stick, and a growing understanding of the opportunity, this macro carrot, means that more people, and I think the attendance at this conference demonstrates that, are deciding to work on problems and turn them into opportunities. And the subset of the problems which seem to be vexatious, I mean, you remember 5 or 6 years ago we talked about hard to abate sectors and thought they were kind of unsolvable. Now I was at an event with a series of founders and funders investing in first-of-a-kind plants in cement, in long-duration storage, in alternative proteins. People are starting to realise that there are solution pathways, even if they're a bit further behind where we are with renewables. But I am saying that there's strong evidence of this transition accelerating, driven by that growing urgency, and you should be very afraid of 30% if you're any kind of human or any kind of minister, even if the human tragedies unfolding around the world don't motivate you. And this carrot of exponential innovation, which is driven by the very best of our ability to innovate individually and collectively. I don't want to say much about Trump, but I do want to say a populist basically believes in domestic carrots and international sticks. Trump 1 was elected on bringing back coal. King Canute cannot turn back the tide of global markets. Coal was retired faster under Trump 1 than under Obama. There were carrots in place for wind tax credits. Trump 1 did not take those away because populists don't like to take away carrots. So I'd be skeptical of thinking that Trump's going to take away a lot of the carrots that have been very cleverly put in place, particularly in red states, by the IRA. Trump, we know, will play the tariff card. How aggressively, we don't know. But again, I think economic history shows that even 4 years of that will likely only do damage to the US economy. I would cut my teeth in the automotive industry. In the 70s, the arrogant, hubristic US establishment did not believe that the oil crisis would lead to a change in the way that the world thought of and bought automotives. That led to approximately 50% of the market share for cars in the States going to European and Asian manufacturers, which was lost forever. I can tell you, having run manufacturing businesses in the States, that the minute the door gets opened for Chinese manufacturers to build car factories and battery factories and solar factories in the States, there'll be a stampede of governors of every colour beating down the door because the allure of real jobs is far greater than the championing of historical national champions. So I want to end on the point that Paul made, that when I was very lucky to work for 2 years with my dear friend, who I now founded an NGO with, called Gonzalo Munoz from Chile, who's a true entrepreneur. I founded a vineyard by choosing the land and planting the vines, founded a big circular economy company which employs 3,000 rag pickers. And we were I think this was under COVID, so everything we were doing was Zoom, right? And we were talking to a group of young Zambian climate entrepreneurs. And you know, obviously we're the sort of, they were looking up to us, maybe unwisely. But one of them said, can you give us some advice about being an entrepreneur? So I deferred to Gonzalo, who's a true entrepreneur, and he said, yeah, he said, the key thing about being an entrepreneur is you need to fall in love with the problem that you're trying to solve. So to those of you here who've already fallen in love with the problem that you're trying to solve, thank you, I wish you a long and fruitful romance. And for those who haven't, I can't think of a better place to be than the Conduit and all the amazing speakers and the insight and inspiration they're going to give you. And it was making me think, well, that really you're kind of a dating agency for problems and entrepreneurs. So hope you all fall in love today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel, for opening us up with such a positive beginning. I don't think we've ever been described as a dating agency before, but I think that is an appropriate description as we bring solutions together with entrepreneurs. So talking about entrepreneurs, it seems a good time to move on to SMEs. A lot of the discussion about the transition focuses on government and big business, but we know that SMEs make up about 90% of global businesses and are responsible for about 40% of emissions, and they need some help. So, to look at how the macro carrots apply to SMEs, please welcome to the stage our panel, hosted by Guy Ranawaki of Conduit EIS Impact Fund.
Thanks, Matt. Sounded good? Very good to meet you all this morning. My name's Guy Ranawaki. I'm a venture partner at the Conduit. I spend my time investing in SMEs and also helping SMEs fundraise in the climate tech and clean tech space. So delighted to be invited to moderate here at this very topical session focusing on SMEs. And I'm joined by my wonderful all-female panel. I would love each of them to give a relatively short introduction of who you are and why you're here.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. I'm Eva Dimitriadis. I'm the managing partner of Conduit Connect, so home team. I suppose we are the dating agency. So Conduit Connect was founded at the same time as the Conduit, and we exist to help drive capital into much needed impact innovation. In 2021, we set up the Conduit EIS Impact Fund, and we'll talk a little bit about EIS today as one of the finance carrots. And we invest in climate education, healthcare, and inclusion. And climate represents about 60% of our portfolio. We've got about 24 investments. Yes, we'll talk a little bit about some of the innovation that we see. We work a lot with larger institutional investors, helping them to find interesting innovation. So looking forward to the discussion. I know there's lots of wood to chop, as we say.
Awesome. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Cool. I am Chief Operating Officer at an organisation called B4NZ, previously Bankers for Net Zero. We focus on policy advocacy and our mission focused on how do we help capital flow to the real economy. And the real economy, a huge part of that is SMEs. Now, the gnarly issues in the market and creating the economic case for sustainability and sustainable change is what we do. We do parliamentary engagement. And part of that is hopefully going to form the basis of the discussion today. So very excited to be here.
Morning everybody. Hi, I'm Siobhan Haviland. I'm the Director General of the British Chambers of Commerce. For those of you who haven't come across the chambers, I'm sure you're all members of your local chamber, or you will be shortly. We represent the 52 chambers of the UK and the 79 and counting British chambers all around the world. So a truly global network. In the UK, our chambers represent over 60,000 businesses, 6 million employees, and our members are effectively representative of the UK economy. So startups and scale-ups, 80% SMEs, and then the largest businesses in the UK. And our job is to make the UK the best place to start, grow, and invest in a business. And we do that through working with supporting businesses, with government, with media, with commercial partners, and the green economy is one of our 5 big policy areas. So looking forward to talking about that today.
Hi, everyone. I was a little surprised to see that the room was going to be this full at this hour, considering that most of us are probably up till like 3 o'clock in the morning last night. I was. Jeta Shah, I'm the founder CEO of Frontier Markets, but I'm also, what hat am I playing today? So I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an investor, I'm an ecosystem enabler in the Global South. So today I'm hoping that the experience that I've had for the last 20 years working in Africa and in India, really trying to stimulate what we call, what is SMEs? What does it mean when we talk about Global South? What does it mean when we look at green economy and the system? In the work that I've done in the last 20 years, we've helped over 1 million families become transitioned into the green economy in a really big way. We've also created jobs to over 250,000 people in the Global South, and we start understanding what does it mean to invest. I loved Nigel, like you could have not been the better opener of this, looking at where do you spend your money and how do you spend your money in the right way. So at Frontier Markets and the work that I've done, we've done this in India, we've invested in companies across parts of Africa, and our main focus has been around how do we recognize the role that the masses play in terms of changing what climate can be when you look at incentivizing them in a different way and look at where jobs, markets, and systems work. So excited to be here. Amazing panel. I love when there's like a wannel in the right way. Opportune time, so we'll have a joke about that at the end. But yeah, thank you all for being here.
Fantastic. Thanks all for the introductions. So as we've heard about today, SMEs really form the backbone of economies, not just here in the UK, but around the world. They are responsible for creating jobs, for creating wealth, for producing new technologies. But they also, as we've heard, produce greenhouse gas emissions. So here in the UK, the SME sector is estimated to produce around 44% of non-household greenhouse gas emissions. So 44%, so a really big contributor to the problems that we were discussing this morning. But at the same time, SMEs would like to reform themselves, to take part in the energy transition, but 90% don't really know how, or feel some uncertainty, whether it's because of lack of resources and cash flow, perhaps it's because they don't know what the right technological solution is for solving this problem. So my challenge to the panel is how do we assist the SMEs on this energy green revolution? And Siobhan, I'd like to start with you. You're on the ground, as it were, talking to your members. What do they see as the main challenges to embarking on this transition? And what can the government do in terms of policy and regulation in assisting them? Thanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so our role in this space is to help our members move their business to net zero. But of course, there's also a huge opportunity here for SMEs in new products and services. And as an organisation, we have a very large research facility. We talk to our members every day. We run a thing called the Quarterly Economic Survey, so UK's biggest private sector survey, been running for 30 years, 5,000 businesses a quarter, Chancellor uses it, IMF, Bank of England. So we ask them also about what they're doing in this space. Could you flick up the slide for me, please? It's a little sneak preview for you all in yet unpublished data. How exciting. I know, I can feel it in the room. I mean, you're right. Exciting and a little bit concerning. So when we asked businesses about their carbon footprint, their energy consumption, or what they're doing in terms of waste, what you can see here is the blue, roughly 30, just under 30%, is yes, I am doing something. The colour in the middle is no, but I'm considering it. The rather worrying bit on the right-hand side is I haven't got any plans. I haven't got any plans to measure my carbon footprint or look at my energy consumption. That's a very large proportion. Next slide, please. A bit more encouragingly, if you ask people specifics rather than those sort of general terms, they can call out things they're doing. So the top things they're doing up here is changing to low energy lighting and recycling. I mean, you're probably doing that at home, right? Not until you really get down to EVs or solar panels is it beginning to get a bit more interesting, but it's still really only around 20%. So, not great as stats, but I think that you will recognize the reasons why. So, I would say 3 big things on the reasons why. It is that there are no okay, who here, hands up, who here can measure a carbon footprint? Okay, so I would have expected better than my normal turnout to that question, which, because I do ask it a lot, and I normally get like 2 hands. I think maybe I got, what, 10, 15 maybe? I mean, you see where I'm going with this, right? So there are no standard measures for a carbon footprint. If you go out and try, as an SME owner, try and find how to do it, there are so many places that you sort of go, God, that looks difficult. I think I might just give up. And even if I don't know how to measure a carbon footprint, and I look around my 30, 40 people, anyone else know how to no? Okay, let's get the office manager to do it. You know, so it's capability is really an issue, but also standardization, like where to go and what to measure. There just isn't a standard out there for everyone to use. So it sort of falls into the too hard box. And you know, I have the great privilege of traveling around the country, meeting the businesses of the UK and around the world. And by the way, they do, you know, talk about the challenges and this is hard and, you know, hard to find people and my costs keep rising, brackets, last week's budget, more tax increases. But you know what, Siobhan? I'm doing this thing over here, or I'm hiring these new people, or I'm training, I'm starting this new product, and it truly is inspirational. And I sat not this Christmas before, with an amazing group of businesses in the Northeast, and this guy said, I make a cheese, gifts of cheese to go into the big retailers, and I'm going to spend my Christmas, Siobhan, filling out the 60-page form for one of the very large retailers on my carbon footprint, basically.
Which, by the way, they won't respond to. He'll fill it out and they won't respond to it. I'm just saying.
And that's just one of his customers, right? So hopefully he doesn't have hundreds of 60-page documents. But you see what I'm saying on that. So that's an issue. And then the other thing is really finance. So even if I do want to go and measure my carbon footprint and then work on a plan, I'm going to have to, if I can't do it myself, I'm going to have to pay for someone to come in and help me do it. That's an investment. So what do we think we can do about that? We want to work with government, with other businesses, and try and get some standardization in that process. And I know we're going to talk about that a little bit more. We have been working on that together already. But actually, on finance, what we are saying to government and to some of the big banks is, at the moment, as a chamber, we already go into businesses and help measure their carbon footprint. It costs about $2,500 to go in for a couple of days, measure your carbon footprint, and write a plan for you. Actually, then, bank, you could actually then go in and offer that organisation green finance for new solar panels, for example. And I think $2,500 is pretty low cost of acquisition for a new customer. Anna might disagree with me. So I think there are solutions, and we run accelerators for great SMEs in this space who are you know, decarbonising. There's a lot of business support out there, but actually, getting money into that real economy to finance that way forward, to accelerate that way forward, is what we need to see.
Excellent. That's a great summary. Money, money, money. And I think we should speak to the money lady.
I wish.
As Bankers for Net Zero, or B4NNZ, it'd be great for you to respond to Siobhan's points there and the work that you're doing.
So money, money, money. We need carrots, carrots, carrots for SMEs. There is no question. I'm not going to talk to you all about the problems that SMEs face because I think they are understood. We've talked about it: time, resource, cost, money. I'm going to say something potentially controversial. I'm going to do it.
Please.
I don't think SMEs should report sustainability data. I don't think they should.
Unless they get paid.
I really don't think they should, because the data that we need and that the banks need, trustworthy, assurable data, in order, to Nigel's point, to innovate and move from reporting and disclosure world to innovation and opportunity world, which is all around customer acquisition and opportunity and new products, and actually being creative through their organisation about how they change the risk profiles and processes that are embedded in their organisations at the moment. In order to do that, we need trustworthy, assurable data. And SMEs have that. Most SMEs that I know will have an energy provider and a bank account and a financial reporting solution or system. We are a data-driven and technology-enabled economy, a global economy. And if we can't find ways to leverage existing infrastructure that we have to support SMEs, we are doing something very wrong. Asking SMEs to manually disclose information to every customer that they work with. I used to work in consulting services, and the amount of projects that we would run focused on supply chain engagement. Every big corporate, every financial institution running their own approach to engaging their customers and portfolios to understand their sustainability and carbon baseline, which in theory isn't even that accurate, is not a good way of doing things. So what do we need to do? We need carrots that focus on the financial and economic case for an SME to change. We do that by creating core sets of data that the market can trust, whether that is energy usage, and that can be smart meter data, that can be your billing data. And how do we share that, and what is the pipe work into the organisations and institutions that need it? And part of what we're talking about is a standard, right? A minimum standard for SMEs. We cannot exist in an ecosystem whereby it is a free-for-all and a proliferation of requests down through the supply chain to ask SMEs whether they are transitioning, what they are doing, how much they are spending. We should be pulling that information and creating an economic case for them to do the right thing. And the worst thing is, but also the best thing, it's the hope that Nigel talked about. We have the tools, we have the technology, we have the solutions to be able to do this now. What banks need to do is recognise that across their commercial mortgage books, across their loan books, there are ways of creating the market infrastructure and data pool needs across the market. From a government and policy perspective, we need to support on creating those financial incentives, which could look like tax rebates, which could look like engaging credit ratings agents. And for those organisations that are actually delivering on sustainable goals, are we looking at an impact on your credit rating? That shows to me quite good governance and risk management. Creating these connections that don't exist in the market at the moment, but are already part of our market infrastructure and our financial markets and our data flows and financial flows, is where we need to focus. I'll stop there.
Can I please come in next?
Absolutely.
Please, please.
Oh my God. Okay. Yes to everything that you've said, but let's make it a bit more tangible, right? In a perspective. So I don't think any of us have actually defined what an SME is, right? So for everyone in the audience and everyone that's watching us online, like a small, medium enterprise, depending on the country that you operate in, is you could be a single entrepreneur, literally earning like 5,000 or, sorry, I'm going to do this in Indian INR, I realize I should not, like $100 a month, to becoming a medium enterprise that is earning something like $5,000 to $10,000 a month, okay? As a business, not your net income, but your turnover. And we have to understand how intensely different that is in a definition based by country and South, et cetera. So one, I have to say, I 100% agree with you that SMEs are not responsible for reporting for someone else's benefit of making themselves feel good. And let's be very clear, if you don't incentivize people to report, they should not do it. Because why would you? Like, so when you think about that disparity, now putting this in the context of the Global South, which is what I'm going to represent right now, we're talking about almost like 70 to 80 million small women businesses. Women is what I'm going to focus on. Women businesses, in India itself, it's 15.7 million women businesses today that are in that trajectory of earning $100 to like maximum $5,000 of turnover. So net income being less than $2 to maybe $100, depending on what they do, as a business operating vehicle, who has been asked, what is your net zero footprint? Who's been asked, like, what is your responsibility in terms of transition for the green economy? And the fact of the matter is that we're sitting here going, hang on, they don't even have good customers. They don't have good business. They don't have digital inclusion. They don't have the tools and capacity that they need to actually be more effective. They have no idea what green economy and transition means. They do understand climate. They do understand that every single day where they live, all of their families, friends, and communities are dealing with climate calamities that is changing the game, right? Let's be clear. The fact that Rajasthan had floods is unheard of, given that everyone thinks that it's a desert town. The fact that Spain is it's unheard of. But the fact of the matter is, that's what people understand. So I think my problem with all of this conversation is that we talk about green economy, green transition, net zero, whatever, and not understanding where people that will actually be involved in making changes need to be incentivized very differently. So do we think about better investments in building their understanding and capacity of the role and the power that they can actually play in terms of helping us think through what should be the right decisions? Two, can we understand that they're not the reasons why the world is falling apart? There are small businesses that are literally working in large masses that were never the ones that were consumption oriented that created the problem in the first place. Third, can we also, so therefore, instead of saying it's their responsibility because they're the masses, because they are, and it's a massive economy, let's be very clear. It's a huge opportunity, let's be very clear. Can they actually be involved in a different way to incentivize them, pay them to be a part of the solution versus pressure them to be a part of a problem they never created? And then third is, can we also recognize the tools that are required to make that happen? And in the tools side, I would say, putting this in my perspective, today we have about 40,000 women businesses that are in that bracket between the 5,000 to 10,000. Today, they are literally working with over 1 million farmers. And because we work with the right partners, we've invested in their digital capability. We've invested them to collect the data that you're talking about. But we actually work with our partners, all the corporates of the world, going, please pay me to pay them to get the information that you need. And at the same time, they've also been able to then get into transitions where they are working on regenerative farming. They're bringing in clean energy solutions. They're actually helping 1 million families change behavior, which will, of course, on a carbon emission perspective or GHG or carbon footprint perspective, change the game. Who is getting a chance to benefit from this, which is really important, going back to the point of corporates, commerce, et cetera. It's the company. I today now walk into a room and go, how do I help you with your ESG goals? How do I help you with your DEI goals? Because corporates that are working globally in the Global South need these people to do the work, but we need to reshift where the money comes in.
And I'd love to kind of hear if there's some sort of sandbox examples of where it has worked, both on the reporting and on the ground. Bringing back closer to home, Conduit has its own EIS impact fund, Enterprise Investment Scheme, for those who don't know it. How has that, from Eva, from your perspective, that's a government carrot? Be interesting to get your perspectives on whether that carrot is really working.
Yeah, I think it is a huge carrot. It is the envy of many nations. So thank you to the Chancellor for not touching it. It's the one relief of last week's budget. So the EIS, for those of you who don't know, was set up in 1994, and it's a scheme to reward private individuals for funding small businesses because it is risky. And so effectively, as of today, they get 30% back on their investment against their income tax and a number of other reliefs. And just to give a sense of the size of this carrot, about £30 billion has been invested through this scheme. And for every pound that is invested in an EIS business, it generates £2 of income. So there's your sort of GDP impact. But it also tends to result in about 6 new jobs created every time a fundraising round is done with EIS. So I think I'd love to respectfully agree and disagree with some of what's been said so far, because you're absolutely right. When we talk about SMEs, this is a huge data set. These are not apples and apples. And we shouldn't be making high demands of the one-man shop or one-woman shop, because, frankly, their footprint is going to be small unless they're doing something outrageous. But what is the biggest sector of SMEs in the UK? Can anyone throw out a guess? Siobhan probably knows. It's construction. So some of these businesses will be 5-man and a van, and yes, carrots is the only way. You cannot put a stick. I mean, they can barely make payroll. But the bigger organizations there, that's where our emissions are coming from. So I think there are 3 big things that we need to look at if we're thinking about SMEs. Construction's going to be a big part of it. Poor guys. I mean, we need buildings, and we need them to be green. So carrots, yes. Energy, obviously, has been mentioned several times. That is the biggest thing that most of us, even small businesses, are consuming that has an impact on our emissions. And computing, we haven't talked about this. The introduction of AI means that all these little businesses, all these knowledge-intensive companies that are, you can be 3 people in a set of computers, but it's all happening at some data lake. And so we need the Microsofts, the AWSs to double down on making sure that all of that is done in as green as possible a way. That's what's going to help SMEs be greener. Now, I do slightly disagree on the reporting element, because I think it comes down to intention. What was your business designed to do? And if you are a green business, or you are making efforts to transition to the green economy, then yes, you should report. If you're setting out to do something good, you should bloody well know how to measure it. And that's something we spend a lot of time existentially thinking about at Conduit Connect. So I want to kind of go to the other end of the spectrum just very quickly, because I know we're running out of time, and just give a couple of examples where I feel very hopeful. So we are obviously investing in the smaller side of SMEs. We're investing in these EIS businesses that in some cases have 5, 10, and now as they grow, getting up to 100 employees, which is very exciting. But they all have an impact mission, even if they're education companies or healthcare businesses. And my view is that every company is a climate business. We all have a footprint. We all have an impact P&L as well as a financial P&L. And at Conduit Connect, we challenge every business, even if they are making homemade cheese, to say, well, what are your negative externalities? How do you think about that? I understand on day one, you might not be able to afford to be in the greenest building or to have the greenest source of energy, but what's your pathway to get there? In the same way that I'll ask, how do you make sure that it's an inclusive company? So we've invested in a few really exciting businesses that are absolutely at the forefront of the transition to net zero and that are being used by large developers in the UK. So I went to a building a few weeks ago in Southwark called The Forge. I don't know if anyone's been. It was developed by Landsec, and it's a net zero building. So the whole thing has been created with this target in mind, and it's incredible. They are going to be able to charge an incredible premium to their tenants because of that gold standard. And I think there's a there's a carrot there, in terms of drivers of the economy, is that property and real estate and projects that have been done with the highest credentials are going to be worth more. So they've done this amazing thing. I'm in the elevator, I get chatting to someone, he happens to have been the person who did the development. And I said, well, we've invested in a couple of technologies that could have helped a bit, in your project. And he said, well, which ones? And I said, Qflow, for example. He said, we used Qflow. And I felt, of course, very validated that we've invested in a business that have been used in this huge development. And Qflow is using data and AI to help developments manage their footprint and do things in a greener way. And because of regulation, that is now so essential that people want it and can't turn back. So that's one example. I mean, there are so many others, and I know we're running out of time, but we're working on the side of the spectrum where people are actively measuring because it's existential to what they're doing. They tend to have very low footprints in and of themselves, but they're helping people further up the chain. So EIS, yes, impactful. It is one of the financing carrots. I also think if we look at the top of the chain at SFDR, Article 6, 8, and 9 funds, that is, I suppose, a bit of a carrot and stick, but that is where, coming down the capital chain, we're seeing requirements for people. Yes, it can sometimes come with the penalty of needing to report, but ultimately, that is how we're going to fund really interesting innovation.
I think the question, honestly, is fair. Why does a business need to be a green economy business versus not? Where are the incentives for them to? So in countries, for example, like just recently, to your point about AWS, and you're right. I mean, honestly, if you look at the global SME perspective that is now obviously all digitizing, it's a big area. So like at UNGA, we talked about the Digital Compact Agreement, and I'm an UNCTAD representative for South Asia, representing 2 billion people, which is always fun.
Be cool.
It's always fun. It's fun. 6 countries. Why not? But the point is that you're right. People were asking about the role of data, AI, and servers, and the responsibility there, because everyone is now going to be on a digital system. The question I'm pushing on and asking everyone to think about is, what is the benefit? So for example, in America, if you are a social responsible business, you get a B Corp status, and therefore you get incentives. You get tax incentives, you get monitoring incentives, you get access to philanthropic money in a way that's different. In India, that's not true at all. There's no B Corp status. So in the world, as we're looking at the green economy for SMEs, my question to us is going, should I do the extra mile work? I employ right now 250 employees, and I have 40,000 women entrepreneurs. I have no incentive to be economically oriented and doing the work to be green. I want to as my own vision as a founder. However, and I've done it, obviously, that's why I'm here. But the fact of the matter is, on a scale perspective, to the point that you're making, what do you believe is the balance between responsibility versus accountability versus incentives? Is my only question. And where does the money go to make that happen?
And I think we should all be asking ourselves that question. I want to leave a few minutes for questions from the audience. So do we have any? One over to the right.
I'm a lecturer working for UCL, managing a program to teach future entrepreneurs. So I actually have one question for SMEs. I think for me, both as a teacher, also I used to also work as entrepreneurs. And most important thing or challenging for SME is we do not provide, as a society, we do not provide small and medium scale infrastructure for SMEs. And by mentioning small medium infrastructure, it's like I've been keep asking this question in international conference. For all these international flights paid by governments or big conglomerations, would those international flights be willing to donate the points to enable small-scale owners?
Yeah. So is it infrastructure for SMEs? And second question, and then we'll try and get considered responses on both questions at the same time.
Thanks very much. Ashok Sinha, CEO of Ashton Climate Solutions. So one thing I've been trying to get my head around while I've been listening to everybody is the relationship that SMEs have with other SMEs and other bodies. So, for example, if you're the local kebab shop where I live, you probably don't own your building, so you're not going to be able to put solar on it, or you're not going to be able to do a retrofit or put in a heat pump unless the landlord says that's okay. You may be a digital enterprise in some big building in the middle of London. Same things again. If you're in the construction sector, well, maybe it's your van you want to change. You want to get an electric van, but that depends on the availability, guaranteed availability of fast chargers when you need them for as much as you need. That probably means a relationship with the council to put in charging and transportation hubs and so on. So it's more complex than just the individual SME concerned. So my question really is, do you agree? Well, probably you do, but what's the policy implication of this, rather than leaving it to the individual SME to sit there and go, well, I can probably access some money, but actually the changes I want to do are largely dependent on what other people are going to do to help me.
I think this is probably one for Siobhan, and then which we'll take. So it's improving infrastructure and how SMEs can work together. Consider it as a round, and we'll go take a response from each of the panel. Siobhan.
The infrastructure question is really, really tricky, and actually, we've done some research that showed 30-odd% of businesses actually believe that becoming greener will make them less efficient. And the EV thing comes up a lot. So if I move my fleet to EV, where am I going to plug it in? And the bloke takes it home at the end of the night, and he lives in an apartment, so where's he going to plug it in? And actually, I'm not going to do that. So that's a massive problem. And I will sort of answer both the questions with the question on support. Look, there are places that businesses need to go to be together and learn from each other. The Chamber of Commerce, for example, yay! But there are, of course, there are other places, and the incredible, advent of where AI is going will help level the playing field a little bit, I think. But actually, in the end, we know that how businesses learn best from each other, they all know this too, is peer-to-peer learning. It's going to find other people who did what you do or do something like you did and made the mistake already, so you don't have to. And actually, you might be great at baking cakes, but actually, you're probably not great at finance or HR. So come to places where we can give you business support on all of those things.
And Hannah?
Yeah, great questions. To your point on the interconnectivity in the market, it is where the role of private finance needs to step in, and actually understanding the context of those businesses and recognising the data that we know is in the market and can be shared is so important. Being creative in how we offer the right financing products and vehicles that need to be created, by the way, so any financiers in the room that are listening, we can help. That can actually ingest that information, understand the context, the size, the scale of a particular business, and offer the right financial incentives and products. That's the only way. If we're expecting an SME to recognise their context, what is within their power, what isn't within their power, the government grants, the subsidies, the products that are available in the market, actually we're just going to get complete stasis, because that is overwhelming to me saying it, yet alone an SME having to live in it, understand it, and then apply for the right financial grants or products. So what data is being shared? Do we understand the context of a particular SME, where they sit in a supply chain, what commercial properties they have, and how, in a sense, we can deploy different sustainability products, services, initiatives towards them is absolutely the answer here.
And Ajita, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
Please.
I know it's last 5 seconds. I realize this, but I'm just going to also throw out one important role, which is social businesses. Right, there are social businesses that are not really kind of sitting in this SME space, but they're larger organizations that have been globally funded by Ashton and many other organizations that have been playing a role that's shifted, which I think is really powerful. We're the intrapreneurs. Right? And we are actually taking the responsibility of connecting policy, connecting markets, and connecting civil society in a very different way to create big scale and big opportunity. So this complexity that we're all talking about, skills development, looking at trying to understand academia and the whole thing, it's a huge opportunity. And I just want to say that that's, again, where I think philanthropic capital, blended capital plays a very interesting role in building out the ability for partnerships, entrepreneurs, capacity, et cetera, So when we say money that needs to be invested towards this, let's also remember that it's not just equity, it's not just finance, it's not just standard finance. It's philanthropic money, it's CSR money, it's debt financing, it's equity, and then you build out a market opportunity for this thing to change and grow.
And I think, and the Conduit is a brilliant place to meet all those sorts of capital. But I'd like to thank the panel for all their support, and I'm sorry, you switched off the lights, time to go. But thank you very much, and please give a round of applause for the
Hello, thank you very much for our panel. I wonder if anyone's got 50p for a meter. I'm sure they'll pop back on soon, but we're going to keep the day moving. The big, heavy polluting elephant in the room about any discussion about the transition is what we do about fossil fuel companies. Do we divest to try and deny them capital? Do we engage and try and bring about change from within? So please welcome to the stage our panel for the next session, moderated by responsible investing expert Chandra Gopinathan. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here in this fantastic panel that we're excited about on the fossil fuel dilemma to engage or to divest. Now, we'd like to keep this a more exploratory discussion. The title's a bit more binary for my taste, but it's not about me today. It's about my fantastic panelists who are here. Just to set some context around the discussion itself. There's been a lot of discussion around energy transition and the importance of energy transition across the board. COP28 has heralded the start or calling the beginning of the end for fossil fuels overall. And this has sort of accelerated more discussion around transitioning to a low carbon economy, phasing out of fossil fuels, and a number of investors are involved in engaging with companies. Some investors are divesting away from fossil fuels, and a number of investors in between. So what we want to explore here today with my panelists is to examine the evolving debate around engagement and divestment. What is the best strategy? Because we all have a common mission in mind, which is to phase out fossil fuels and to ensure a just transition. So with that, I will pass it on to my panelists to introduce themselves. Over to you, Catherine.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Catherine Howarth, the Chief Executive of Share Action, an NGO that does a lot of engagement with companies and mobilizes large institutional investors to engage and drive change, transition in the corporate community. However, I do think the fossil fuel sector is a very special case where the tools of engagement have so far sort of delivered much less than we need. And so that's the special case that I'm looking forward to getting into on the panel.
Hi, I'm Dana Barsky. I run sustainability strategy and net zero for Standard Chartered Bank. Just to say a little bit about Standard Chartered Bank, which will help set the stage, we have 80,000 employees in 53 markets, including many of them in the developing world. And to say we do finance oil and gas, but we also have made a commitment to reduce that financing by 29%. It's an absolute reduction. So that will factor into some of the things that I say later today as well.
Pleasure to be here today. I'm Ita Kettleborough. I'm the director of the Energy Transitions Commission. We are a coalition of leaders from across the energy landscape who was set up to be a high ambition voice for business and civil society in the aftermath of the Paris Agreement. So we spend a lot of our time looking at the shape of a net zero economy, kind of what does it need to look like, what can it look like, and what are the technologies, the investments and the policies that we need to deliver this, working with obviously corporates from energy sectors, old and new, the energy intensive industries represented on our commission, financiers very much represented on our commission, and also civil society, so both academics and NGOs.
Hi everyone, I'm Laura Hillis. I'm the Director of Climate and Environment at the Church of England Pensions Board. We are a relatively small UK pension fund. We have about 42,000 beneficiaries, all people who either work for or have worked for the Church of England. We manage about £3.3 billion in assets under management, and we've been very active over the last decade in engaging with companies and policymakers and really the whole ecosystem on addressing systemic risks. A very big one, obviously, is climate change.
Great, thank you very much. We have the panel across asset owners, pension funds, banks, and policy advocates. That's fantastic. So we'll start with you, Ida, in terms of scene setting for on the what does COP28 entail? What did COP28 entail for the energy transition as a whole, and what does that mean for us going forward?
Wonderful. So 3 areas I thought it was useful to just bring to life before we get into the nitty-gritty of this. How do we drive this transition in or phase down in fossil fuel investment? First of all, what happened at COP28 and why that was important. Second, what is possible and necessary in terms of fossil fuel phase down, big picture, what would we actually need to see in the real economy? And then very briefly, what's needed to make this happen. So firstly, what happened at COP28? COP28 was a massive step forward in one way. It was the very, very first time in over 25 years of global climate negotiations that the role of fossil fuels in driving global climate change was explicitly acknowledged in the cover text coming out of those negotiations. Might be quite surprising that that is true, but that is the reality of where we go. COPs, they're quite like a spider's web. There's almost 200 countries around the table. There's many, many different positions, interests, negotiations. And, some of the people around the table are even at war with each other. And you're looking for unanimous consensus. That's what you have to deliver in that negotiation. So there were more ambitious wordings that were proposed at COP28. People will be familiar with the phrases phase down of fossil fuels or phase out of fossil fuels. What we actually landed on in Dubai was transition away from fossil fuels, which from a diplomatic negotiation perspective is a weaker form of words, so we can't pat ourselves on the back too much, but it was a major, major landmark step forward that can, and I think should, be celebrated. So that's the context of what we did achieve. In terms of what's possible and necessary for fossil fuel phase down, before COP28, as part of the kind of push to get that commitment at COP28, we did a major piece of work that summarized what we think can and must happen. And the crucial thing here is that we are not talking, and I'm sure people in this room are aware, but just to be clear, we are not talking about incremental change in fossil fuel use. We are talking about a major, major transition away. By mid-century, coal use can and must fall by 80 to 85% versus 2022 levels of coal. Oil by 75 to 95%. Gas by 50 to 70%. Where did we come up with those numbers as the ETC? Well, it was actually the synthesis of around 7 years of work following our founding after Paris, where we looked at both what the climate science, what the IPCC tells us we have to do to limit global warming, and we also looked sector by sector at what technologies can be used to provide the clean power we need. And we concluded, and we really strongly believe, that it is technically and economically feasible for us to deliver this transition. the technologies that we need to replace fossil fuels are progressing faster than we thought was possible 5, certainly 10, 15 years ago. In the power sector, wind and solar are now the cheapest form of clean energy generation. In road, we can move away from burning petrol and diesel in all of our cars to EVs. Like, these technologies are there, and sector by sector we can see it. So if it's possible and it's necessary, what do we do about it? And I guess there are many actors, there's many roles, but just 3 key ones that to highlight to kind of frame the discussion today. The first is, we do believe that on global commitments like COP28 are important. They set this vision, they set the direction, and we really need to maintain and extend this commitment at the coming COP. I'll be there next week in Baku, trying to advocate for that, and also in Brazil, which is next year, and beyond. And potentially, given the news this morning, this is going to be even more difficult, but even more necessary to try and maintain that consensus that was imperfect, but was a really important step forward. The second thing is to really emphasize the role for governments. Governments have to be putting in place, sector by sector, the policies that are going to drive down fossil fuel demand. We need the phase-out dates, the regulations on emissions intensity, the carbon pricing, but also the positive policy, so gigawatt targets for renewables and solar. What are we building instead? Because without this scaffolding, on a sector-by-sector basis, it's really difficult for the finance to flow at the scale and pace that we need, and that's really crucial. So big message for us remains advocating to the policymakers. And then finally, that critical role for financial institutions. Clearly, finance flows across all areas of the economy. We really believe financial institutions can be a driver and accelerator of the transition. And there's lots of different options about how they can play this role, guardrails around fossil fuel financing, what is and isn't financed. For instance, we would say there is no justification for financing of any new coal exploration. We already have the reserves that we need to burn from now until mid-century. Very tight restrictions on financing for oil and gas. There's strategies around managing the financed emissions of portfolios and collaborating and working with portfolio companies. We can go into this at depth. I think this is what we're going to discuss, but a really crucial lever for getting that finance to flow at scale and enable that transition to happen.
Great, that's fantastic. Thank you, Ada. So you're picking up on the third point that you just made on financial institutions and engagement with companies, both with the emitting companies as well and their financiers. So it's a question to all speakers across. So when we talk about engagement strategies or stewardship strategies for these companies, where would you personally stand, or as an institution, where would you stand there? And how do you see the debate having evolved over the years? So getting a little bit of a flavor from each one of you on both the where does engagement stand, how has escalation evolved, and what are the areas of improvement or key areas? If you were to pick one, what would that be? So that would be, maybe start with you, Catherine.
Okay. So look, I just want to put in context the position of fossil fuels within the global capital markets. They represent 5% of total equity markets, but their products are 70% of global emissions. And so that 70% is that 70% of global emissions produced by fossil fuel companies and their products is doing enormous long-term damage to 95% of the rest of the equity market. It is putting everything else at risk. So this is a fundamentally anti-social industry that continues to be the beneficiary of investment from all our pension funds every month. If you put money in a pension fund, it's flowing into the fossil fuel industry, and that industry is crowding out the growth of renewables. So at the moment, we've got energy demand growth in the global economy, about 8 extra joules a year. And that for the last 10 years has been made up more by fossil fuel growth than renewables. But renewables is growing rapidly and can make up the extra energy demand we need going forward. So fossil fuels are crowding out the renewables industry, and that is doing serious long-term damage not just to all of our lives, but actually to our pension funds and to our financial prospects. So this really is an industry that sees an existential threat. There is an existential threat to the fossil fuel industry of transition, and we need to treat it really differently from the way we treat other industries with whom we do engagement as investors on transition. So, you know, the demand side industries, the chemicals industry, the built environment sector, the industrials in general, all have a rosy future if they make a transition. And it's in our interest, in our pension funds and our asset managers to be, and the banks, absolutely, that finance all of those sectors in the real economy that have a transition journey to make, to support them in making it. And that requires, you know, strong engagement by equity holders and bondholders. We'll come on to bondholders in a minute. But the fossil fuel industry is a different case and needs a different playbook. And I do think that we need to take a far tougher line, and that honestly we're being a bit let down at the minute by the institutional investors that look after our money that have sort of engaged with effectively bad faith actors in the fossil fuel industry who've been very happy to have people come and chat at their AGMs and raise these questions and form coalitions and come along. And it's just stringing it along. It's a game they're playing, and we need to call it out. And we need to take a much tougher line, I think, with the institutional investment industry that looks after our money. Now, I just wanted to highlight really quickly one of the things that we're very excited about and love working with you on, Chandra, which is the role of institutional investors as bondholders in these large industries, because it's through the bond markets and through the banks, of course, that companies get working capital and renew their capital stock all the time. And that offers a huge opportunity for influence. And so whilst a lot of the engagement game is focused on equity holders, and there's, as I say, a really important role for that, particularly in all those high carbon industries that need to transition and really need strong support from their equity holders to do that, it's the bondholders that I think can really hold feet to the fire and need to absolutely up their game, which is starting to happen. And institutions represented on this panel, I think, are absolutely in the vanguard of this. So most of the engagement game has been left to the equity investors. That's a mistake. The urgency of this transition requires a much more focused approach on the bondholder power and their tools and tactics, as well as the shareholders. And in particular, looking forward to hearing what the comments on the banking sector. But the banks are stepping up, but definitely need to accelerate the toughness of discussion and the policies they have on the financing of the fossil fuels.
I couldn't agree with you more. No, I think your point is an important one, that the way that investors engage versus the way a bank can engage is quite different. As a bank, we have the ability to not only put covenants in our lending agreement, for instance, to try to force a company to transition, but we work closely with the company. We are there by their side. We have access to their business plans. We understand what they can and cannot finance, and we work much closely with our clients and often have inside information. That being said, I'm very much in the camp that we need to work with our clients, and we try as hard as we possibly can to work with them within the boundaries of what they can and cannot afford to help them transition as quickly as possible. We will offboard clients who refuse to transition, but first and foremost, we believe we need to work with them to help them transition and be ambitious. As an international bank with very high standards, we feel it's much better for us to engage with clients than simply pull our capital back and divest. Because if we do, they will just go to usually a local bank that may not be as ambitious, and that doesn't do the world any good. So engaging with our clients to help them transition, we feel, is the best way that we can make this transition accelerate and be more successful. Now, I mentioned earlier that we do have an absolute reduction. And so as time goes on, if our clients are not transitioning, we will have to pull back our lending. And so it is a balance that we as an institution make to try to be as ambitious as possible, frankly.
That's really helpful. And I just want to pick up on a point that Catherine made and you made as well, where it is about the difficulty, and there is a certain element of disillusionment that has been faced with lack of progress from some fossil fuel companies in particular. And from your side, where you say you have to work with clients, we need to engage with clients because this is our business, this is what we do. So I think from a balance perspective, I mean, I'd like to invite Laura in for the discussion on, at what point does what does that journey look like? You guys have had an experience with engagement and with going forward. So yeah, would love to hear your views.
Yeah, no worries. I'll start by saying I'm a massive advocate for engagement, and I find that I often get invited on these panels. Sorry, that's my phone, I'll get it later. I get invited on these panels because the Church of England made a pretty big announcement last year that we'd divested from the oil and gas sector. And I think people expect I'm going to full-throatedly argue for divestment, and I absolutely don't. For context, I was one of the people who started Climate Action 100+, which is the biggest investor engagement initiative on climate change that exists. I worked on that for 5 years in Australia before moving over here and spent that entire time engaging with fossil fuel companies, mining companies, big emitters, and I still really firmly believe that engagement can work. So the Church of England has engaged with fossil fuel companies and on the issue of climate change for about a decade. And we decided in 2019, in part because we were looking at the information on climate change. This was a few years past the Paris Agreement. We were part of CA 100+, and so we'd been doing this for a while. And we made a decision that for our engagement to be defensible, we needed to put really clear parameters around it. And the reason we did that is, to your point, Catherine, which I think you articulated brilliantly, there is a lot of very average engagement going on right now. There's a lot of there are a lot of investors that are saying, no, we're not going to divest, we're going to engage. And I support that, right? I think that makes a lot of sense. And to your point, you want to be able to actually tell the companies what you want. If you have that stake, and as an equity shareholder, you have a stake, you're able to vote, you're able to go along to AGMs, you're able to make statements. So that, I think, gives you a lot of power and influence, which is really important. But then you actually have to use the power and influence that you have to tell the company what you want them to do. And unfortunately, too few investors are actually doing that. So what we did in 2019 was we said, okay, if we want this to be defensible, we have to be very clear about what we're trying to achieve, and we have to put some time frames around it. And so what we said was we'll do this for 5 years. By the end, if the fossil fuel companies haven't met specific milestones that we have set, and we used data that you were referring to, so we really looked clearly at what the decarbonisation trajectory looks like for oil and gas companies. We do this across all of our companies. We basically will set milestones that get you on that 1.5 aligned or Paris aligned pathway and go, if companies aren't meeting that, then we'll have to have a rethink of this. And so what we did for the oil and gas companies was said if they didn't meet specific transition pathways by the end of 2023, and we actually said below 2, so it wasn't even 1.5 if anyone's thinking, gosh, that's unrealistic, it was below 2. And we basically said, okay, if they're not on these pathways, we used independent data to do that assessment. And during the 5-year period, we engaged very intensively. So for some of those companies, we were meeting with them every couple of weeks. This was a very intensive engagement. The vast majority of that happened behind closed doors. So that's very much meeting with the company, meeting with sustainability teams, meeting with management, meeting with the board. We also went along to AGMs, we made statements. We very publicly backed the first transition plan from Shell, which came out in 2021, because we felt like it was a really important step forward that these companies had started to put out transition plans. That was really one of the first transition plans we'd seen. And so these engagements went on for a number of years, up and down, and then in 2023, we did the final assessments. Interestingly, in 2023, if everyone can cast their mind back, what we were seeing was actually pullback from the companies. So a lot of the companies had actually started to reverse their targets. So in many ways, they made our decision a lot easier because we realized that fundamentally, A, the companies weren't aligned in terms of the milestones that we had set for them. But secondly, they were actually starting to change their rhetoric and go, well, actually, we're not so sure that we're on this pathway at all. and we're not as committed to it as we maybe had thought that they were. And I think that the thing that's really useful about this example is we don't see this as a success. I want to be really clear about that. We occasionally get people contacting us and saying, we'd like to give you an award for divesting from these companies. And our team internally go, absolutely not, please don't do that. We do not see this as a success. We see this as a failure of engagement. We tried really hard. We used the tools we had available to us as equity investors. We filed resolutions on different topics. We engaged. We spoke to the boards. And ultimately, we didn't get the companies to where we wanted them to be. And that was why we took the decision to divest. I'm happy to talk a little bit more about some of the things we feel like we could have done differently, if that's helpful, but I'll leave it there.
I think, we'll definitely come back to that in a couple of minutes. We need to leave 5 minutes for Q&A, but I just wanted to touch on some of the things you mentioned. It's clearly a very, very structured 5-year journey that you guys have had in terms of targets, in terms of asks, in terms of what you got from the companies. I'm wondering from a banking perspective, is that when you look at working with clients to make them or help them transition, what does that process look like? And what does that and have there been instances of sort of pulling back from financing because they haven't met certain targets or anything else?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, every situation is different, so it is very hard to generalize. I mean, I think it's really important to make the distinction between an oil and gas company operating in this environment here in the UK versus in some of the developing world as well. It's important to keep in mind hundreds of millions of people don't even have power, right, are living off the grid in places like Africa. And so they need oil and gas, the country needs it to, provide power to their people. And cutting back financing there is not necessarily in the benefit of a just transition. So in countries like that, what we try to do is to finance as much renewables as possible. But as Nigel mentioned earlier, that's not easy from a cost of capital perspective. So what we need is de-risking. And so what we will do is try to work with MDBs or DFIs to try to accelerate renewable investment alongside of oil and gas investment through blended finance or other de-risking capital structures, to try to do that as quickly as possible. But it's another interesting thing that we've seen, which is politics play a big role here, which is, the politicians in different countries who approve these, they need energy for their people. And it's really important that you try to accelerate the investment in renewables in a way that doesn't limit their power. And I mean both political power and also the power for their people. And so that's one of the ways that we try to engage in the developing world. And with our conglomerate clients, we also really encourage them to make investments in renewables, to look at other variables such as methane as another really important, and to live up to the commitments that they have often made publicly to ensure that they are doing what they are saying they're doing.
I just want to leap in and make a bit of a challenge, because I think it's really important to be clear that we do not need more fossil fuel production to meet global energy demand growth. That's a line. That's a line from the fossil fuel companies. They have every interest in projecting the idea that we aren't going to meet global energy demand in the global south without more of their products, which are deeply destructive to the long-term well-being of people in the global south and here. So, no, we really have to take a much tougher line with the people that ultimately sit behind that, which is our pension funds. We've got to be really clear that we're all, in a way, part of this story and can be really empowered around it. Because our pension funds invest not just in the fossil fuel companies, but also in the banks. The banks have choices to make, but they need their shareholders behind them, as well, of course, of government. This is absolutely a policy play as well. But let's, on the day that Trump got reelected, we actually really need to step up this game of saying we can be citizens in the economic and financial sphere, and we absolutely need to send these messages to our pension funds that
they're putting our capital at risk and our futures at risk when we keep supporting the fossil fuel industry to keep expanding. It's just irrational at this point.
But Catherine, you do see the difference between the difference of the different economies between developed and developing.
I do, but I just think that that's there will be some very, very limited exceptions, but we have to be much, much clearer on, we're out of time for that now. We absolutely need to rush green finance into the developing economies, and we can do that together, and we have to be really clear that that kind of financing is in the interests of all of us as pension fund members, because you put money into a pension fund, it's years till you'll be drawing out. So it's really irrational to be focused on what might make a quick return in the next few years. We have to take a prudent long-term approach to that.
I think I would echo that in terms of, I think one of the things that we see is the confusion around the relative orders of magnitude of some of these things. So on a discussion where we're talking about the fossil fuel industry as a whole and the massive phase out, phase down of fossil fuel we need to see, this is not a story primarily about sub-Saharan Africa. We have a program, we partner with WRI, we've done a massive piece of work looking at how the clean economy can accelerate energy access. Absolutely agreed, massive challenge around cost of capital. There are some very exciting programs. We can channel money, and we can actually see that through the huge cost reductions in especially solar and batteries as a combination, that we have this really exciting opportunity to provide energy access much more effectively than the fossil fuel industry has managed to provide energy access in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's absolutely crucial. I completely agree that it is critical and we shouldn't forget and play a blanket rule. But at the same time, we shouldn't focus a discussion which should be about the transition of the majority of existing fossil fuel production, which is not in these contexts. And we should be focusing on how we drive that and not let the important and critical kind of story in sub-Saharan kind of cloud the larger messages, which is we have the technologies across the world today to transition away. And if we don't hold ourselves accountable as financiers, but also I think the bit I would add is financiers who want to be engaging in this debate and want to be having the kind of really structured long-term conversation that you've described, that you went through with those fossil fuel companies that you were working with. Those companies that want to do that also need to recognize that engagement, and I'm sure, in fact I know you also do this, but engagement with broader society is also important, because if we don't have the engagement with policymakers, if we don't have the engagement with wider civil society to say we need the policies sector by sector that give the scaffolding that show we are serious about moving away. In steel, we will be moving away from coal-based steel production, blast furnaces. Will be moving to clean technologies. In road, in home heating, we are going to do this. Here's the targets, here's the technologies, here how we're going to roll it out, because those signals are meaningful not just to the financial institutions that already want to engage, and the investors that want to engage, but also drive actions of those investors that aren't convinced, because they might not be convinced themselves they want to engage, but if there are clear sectoral targets, if there are clear mechanisms, then they have to acknowledge it might not be in their short-term interest. So for me, it's focusing more on the bigger part of the problem and less on some of the exceptions that we need.
That's very clear, Ida. Thank you. So unfortunately, that's all we have time for. We're going to have to move to Q&A at the moment. We can take 2 questions. So we'll start with yourself.
Hi, Dr. Bonahis Oko, Sustainability Lead for Canon. I hear statements like this. We absolutely have to rush finances to sub-Saharan Africa to ensure a just transition. We have the funds. We need to engage with policymakers. we have the innovations and things like that. But there is that gap between we have to and actually doing it. And as a Nigerian, the singular source of revenue in the country is oil and gas. Yes, has it devastated the nation with spills and things like that? Yes, and that was why I got into sustainability. Still, there is that gap. And when we sit here in the global north saying we can, we should, but there is nothing happening on the ground, how do you engage? How do you ensure that that gap is closed? Because there are people who depend on this, whose entire livelihoods depend on it. So, thank you.
Yeah, I'll jump in after.
Okay. My short answer is, again, we have to use all the levers, and for us, and it starts with the COP levers, so the global commitments. It is unacceptable that we do not have meaningful climate finance flowing. It's one of the topics, the new collective quantified goal, the NCQG, that's on the slate for COP29 this year. We have to get the MDBs alongside the private sector to be catalyzing that investment into those countries, and we can't have statements around fossil fuel phase down without hand-in-hand statements with concrete flows towards the alternatives. So I think it's really making sure that those are in lockstep, and we can do that. We should do that, and we have to keep pushing our leaders to step up and do that.
Can I just add something? So I think it's appalling that what has happened in emerging markets is we've created this idea that, yes, you can have development, but you can only have it if we impose this sort of neo-colonialism on you, where you're forced to have these big fossil fuel companies they're the only option for your economy. I think that's appalling, and I think what happens in some of these multilateral processes really needs to change so that emerging markets actually have genuine power and genuinely able to actually craft the future that they want for themselves. I think that, back to the point on the fossil fuel industry and how it has crafted this message around fossil fuel dependency, the amount of money, time, energy, resources that fossil fuel companies and lots of other companies, might I add, agriculture does it, the autos industry does it, put into lobbying and put into crafting these messages that people see on their TVs, and they've become very persuasive in lots of different countries around the world as well, that somehow we're dependent on these industries for our economy. It's not true, and it's not right, and I think investors have a really big role in actually calling it out a lot more.
Yeah, that's really well said. Every country, this one included, Nigeria, we all need national just transition plans, because there will be in any economy a mixture of short-term and long-term winners and losers. What I've tried to emphasize is that we're all long-term losers if we don't get a very accelerated transition underway, and we cannot allow the fossil fuel industry to stand in the way of it. But a country like Nigeria has a huge need for a kind of democratic, collaborative, as we need everywhere, process of discussion, which brings all stakeholders together to figure out a pathway. Because, like our country, it's a very unequal country where different people have done well out of this and still suffer extreme poverty. So I think we need, which brings me to a general point, which is that, we can't have a technical discussion. We need a kind of citizen-led model for how we figure out the pathways forward, because they're tricky in many places, and your country would be one of them.
Let me just comment. First of all, thank you for that story. I think it's important for people to hear that. And as a bank that does finance, does financing in Nigeria, I would love to see the grid leapfrog into new technologies. And I think some of the points that were being made as costs are coming down in these new technologies, I think there's an opportunity there. But just to stress, what we need is additional de-risking through MDBs or governments, and we need policy. We need stable policies that are supportive of this type of investment. If we get those two things, we're very willing, to finance renewables at scale, and that's very much what we're trying to do.
Great. No, thank you very much, and thank you for all the questions and to our panelists for the fantastic insights. That's really helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to our panel for a fascinating discussion. We'll be picking up on some of the points that were raised in one of our later sessions just before lunch, which looks at green financing for emerging economies. Before that, we're going to have a little break so you can get some fuel of your own. I would ask anyone who doesn't have their lanyard, who hasn't registered yet, to grab that so they can move freely around. We'll be back at 11:20 for our session on biodiversity. Thank you. Hello, everyone. If you'd like to take your seats, we're going to be starting our next session in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
What we do today could transform our economies and societies, impacting the planet for millennia.
We must join forces to accelerate that healthier, cleaner, more resilient zero-carbon world.
We stand on the edge of profound change. To meet the demands of a green transition, we need collective wisdom, diverse voices, and bold ideas. Collaboration is the key to unlocking our sustainable future. Together, we can overcome the challenges ahead and seize the opportunities that will define the green economy.
Hello, everyone. Hello. If you could make your way back to your seats, we're about to start. Obviously, we've got a very full house, which can make getting about the place a little tricky. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed your coffee and a chance to meet someone new and speak to someone new. We're now going to talk biodiversity, which tends to be a slightly more overlooked area when we talk about the green transition. But it is vital. We have something like $700 billion funding gap if we are to achieve some of the goals of COP16. So our panel, looking at the biodiversity opportunity and what that means, what the possibilities are, is about to come onto the stage and will be moderated by Sophie Lambin of Kite Insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Sit there. We're also going to be joined by Andrew Mitchell, who's going to be joining us remotely because he was stuck in Jersey with lots of fog. Hello, Andrew, welcome. So, if you indulge me in a little very quick experiment, I would like to quickly ask you to please close your eyes. Thank you. Close your eyes and take a moment to think about a place where you felt at peace, where you felt comfortable, connected, happy, human. Picture it in your mind, see the colors, hear the sounds, feel the air. Okay, now you can open your eyes. Now tell me, if this place was in nature, can you please raise your hand? Thank you. I was hoping it would work. It often does. But that's the point. You know, there's no surprise of that connection between our own well-being and nature. And that connection, as Matt said, is often overlooked. And there is lots of research to suggest that, in fact, there's a strong connection between spending up to 2 hours in nature every day and our mental and physical well-being. So this session is really about seizing the biodiversity opportunity. As Matt said, how do we channel capital flows towards nature? How do we bridge a 700 billion annual funding gap? We will explore innovative mechanisms for funding nature and reverse and halt biodiversity loss by 2030. Now, there's no doubt that nature restoration brings some real financial benefits. But some of the questions we're going to grappling with is what is needed for nature to be considered as a new asset class, for that understanding to be mainstream across all the different financial actors, for the mindsets to be shifted, and for the financing to be scaled, importantly, in a way that is truly inclusive, in particular for those who have been the guardians of nature forever. So I have 3 esteemed speakers to have this conversation. To my left, Anita McBain, who is the Managing Director, Head of ESG Research at Citi for EMEA. Anita writes research for investor, and she herself wrote a thesis a few years back on the integration of biodiversity loss into investment process. So lots of great expertise. Andrew Mitchell, founder of Global Canopy and of TNFD, also founder of Equilibrium Futures. And Andrew, apart from just returning from COP16, spent a lot of time providing strategic advice to family offices, asset managers, and banks on risk and opportunities linked to natural capital. And last but not least, Ben Goldsmith. Ben is the CEO of investment firm of Manhattan, I think I pronounced that correctly, and focuses on the theme of energy and resource efficiency. He's also the host of a fantastic podcast called Rewilding the World. I'm improving my English enormously when I listen to that podcast, and also obviously a very well-known environmentalist with his work and farm in Somerset. So I'm going to start with a very quick fire round question to each of you, very quick, and then I'll go back to each of you in a bit more depth. I will invite you to interject at any time to make this conversation interactive. So maybe if you could give me one positive signal that you have seen recently that points to that connection between nature and finance. And maybe, Anita, I'll start with you.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here today. So as you quite rightly said, I write research and I'm investor facing. I speak to investors across asset classes and across geographies and across strategies. And the positive signal that I'd like to bring here today is that I very often hear, almost on a daily basis, how investors are seeking to deploy capital towards biodiversity loss, looking at companies that impact and depend on biodiversity. So there's absolutely no slowing down, and we're certainly seeing an upskilling inside investment teams that reflects this. Thank you.
We'll go deeper into that. Ben?
I think the realization
that nature is the cheapest and most effective way to mitigate problems associated with water. You know, flash flooding in the winter, drought in the summer, and all the hosepipe bans and so on. These things can be solved if you do rewilding, rewetting, restoring complex mosaics of wetlands and woodlands which act like a sponge and release the water slowly throughout the year. And local authorities and the Environment Agency and actually these kinds of authorities across the world have started to understand this, and they've started to pay for this. So we see lots of this happening now up and down the UK, including on my own place in Somerset. So I think it all starts with water.
Water. Wonderful. It's poetry as well. Andrew.
Well, I'm just back from COP16 in Colombia, and there, I think one of the most interesting announcements was the TNFD, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, which I've been the vice chair of for the last 3 years. And we announced 502 businesses around the world that were adopting the TNFD. Now, that's a 57% increase from January when we last announced the numbers. We also have 129 financial institutions in that group, and they have assets under management of 17.7 trillion. That's a huge amount of money, and it's a real signal that they care about, well, care, maybe that's going too far, but they recognize that they've got to get to grips with nature. After climate, nature's next. And it's been fascinating to watch since I helped to get TNFD going back in 2020, how quickly the world has embraced the idea of going beyond carbon to understand the risks and opportunities associated with nature. It's a very encouraging response.
Thank you. And Andrew, maybe I'll continue with you to bring a little bit of that global perspectives around biodiversity. And when we spoke last week, you said it's too early to make a verdict about COP16. Can you give us paint a little bit of a picture of your diagnostic of what were the wins and the challenges that we still face?
Well, look, if you take a 50-year view, like I do, I started out life as a zoologist, climbing ropes up into the canopies of huge tropical trees. And, you look back over that time, and there's been a desperate reduction in nature around the world. 69% of wildlife populations have been lost since 1970, according to the World Wildlife Fund. It's an absolute disaster. And what people haven't recognized is the extent to which dependencies and impacts on nature are crucial to our global economy. So some figures were put out around about half the global economy is dependent or highly or moderately dependent on nature, according to the World Economic Forum. It's probably 100%, because if you took away nature, there wouldn't be any economy. Now, in the last 5 years, there's been a big wake up to that, particularly driven by COVID-19, a tiny speck of nature that turned all our lives upside down, but also our economies. And it was bigger and faster than anything climate change had hit us with. And it's across all sectors. That's the important thing to understand. When we're talking about nature, we're not just talking about birds and butterflies and a few farmers and forests. No, it's infrastructure that keeps our Earth safe. It's often the small things that you can't see, like the microbes in the soil that underpin the food we eat, or the plankton in the sea that suck out huge amounts of carbon from the atmosphere. It's this kind of infrastructure that helps to keep our Earth safe, and we can't go on undermining it. And I think there's a general realization that that is so. COP16 was another step on this long journey. Trying to get 197 countries to agree anything is really, really difficult. We didn't make as much progress as I think we would like to have done. But some things were interesting. There was an agreement in principle on digital sequencing there. In other words, if you take a plant out of Brazil and then turn it into a billion-dollar health product somewhere in the Western world, well, the countries that supplied those plants should get a slice of the action. And that in principle, that transfer of money for using their natural capital to enhance our financial capital, they need to get paid for that. And that was a big step forward.
Thank you. And if I can maybe expand a little bit on what has emerged in terms of financing nature restoration and protection, and what are the different mechanisms. And then maybe Ben, I can come to you after that to expand on that.
Well, financing mechanisms for nature, you know, a lot of the concentration at the moment is how you move away from industrialized agriculture to a more benign kind of agriculture that's kinder to nature. Our global food system has been a principal cause of the destruction of nature around the world. And we have to figure out a better way of feeding ourselves. So when we're looking at things like, you know, giant cattle ranches tearing down rainforests in Brazil, for example, followed on by soy and then maybe sugarcane, these monocultures are increasingly being challenged. And we're looking at things like agroforestry, those sort of things, and also combining carbon, because as Ben said at the beginning, not only about water, but also nature-based solutions are really important for drawing down and storing carbon. Don't forget, the world used to be 95% CO2, and today, can anyone guess? I'll give you a pause. Who knows what it is today? Well, it's 0.04% of CO2 in the atmosphere. And it wasn't a machine did that. It wasn't a carbon and capture storage machine. It was nature. It was trees and plankton that drew that carbon out of the atmosphere. So we must remember that a real financing opportunity is using nature to help beat climate change, and also using nature to find a better way of producing our food.
Ben, so how do we bridge that 700 billion funding gap?
My experience of this has been focused around the UK. We don't make stuff in this country in the way that we used to. We don't manufacture and export physical things, but we do still export knowledge. If you travel for work to Abu Dhabi or Beijing or Singapore, you'll probably put your kid into some kind of English franchise school. If you look at the legislative book in Pakistan or Malaysia, you'll find sections of law that have been designed and implemented here first. We are still a center for knowledge and ideas, and we're pretty good at innovating, particularly when it comes to policy. And this country is about as good a test place as you can come up with for working within these natural capital markets, because it's really happening here way more than almost anywhere else. And if you just briefly list some of the markets that now exist in the UK for rewarding stewardship and restoration of nature, well, top of the list has to be flood mitigation, drought mitigation. They call it NFM, natural flood management. It's basically rewilding, restore wetlands and restore the sponge effect of landscapes, bring back nature, and local authorities, Environment Agency, flooding insurers and so on, infrastructure owners will pay you for that. And related to that, we've been pioneering in England a nutrient neutrality market. And that's a market devised by water companies to help secure supplies of clean water. So they will simply measure the water as it enters your land, and then they will measure it as it leaves your land. And they're looking for nitrates and phosphates, and they'll pay you the difference. So if you build a lovely wetland, full of dragonflies and reeds and bulrushes and ducks and wading birds, it also eats up nitrates and phosphates, and they'll pay you for that. So you can double dip. You can build a wetland on your farm, the bit of your farm that was not particularly good for farming. The tractor used to get stuck there, and it's always boggy and wet. Create a nice wetland, and you'll be paid for helping to alleviate flooding and helping to purify water. And that wetland also, as Andrew pointed out, is a very powerful carbon sequestration machine. If you do it at the right scale, you can also measure and sell the carbon in the voluntary carbon market. And it's nascent, but it's growing in the UK. The problem in the UK has been the scale of the deals. If you've got 1 million acres of rainforest restoration in Ghana, you can package that up into the kind of deal that Microsoft will consider. A little wetland on a farm in Somerset is not quite there yet. But there's no reason why you can't tap into markets for natural flood management, nutrient neutrality, and voluntary carbon. And of course, England is one of the first countries in the world to pioneer a regulated biodiversity market, a biodiversity credits market. We have a policy called Biodiversity Net Gain, and it draws upon the work of the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, and it applies at the moment only to builders. But those builders, whenever they want planning permission to build something, have to measure the impact that they're going to have on biodiversity, and they have to show how they can deliver a net gain in biodiversity on that project. And part of that is by doing good things on site, leaving the stream flowing through the housing development, maybe putting some wildflowers on the roof kind of thing. But they really can't deliver a net gain if they're sticking a bloody great pile of houses on a greenfield site. So they therefore have to buy credits, and those credits come from people who are rewilding and restoring nature elsewhere. That's now a regulated market in England, and lots of places around the world are watching us to see how that works. And if you imagine all of these markets, natural flood management, nutrient neutrality, biodiversity credits, voluntary carbon credits, imagine them to be a little flotilla of ships, and they're all sailing in the wake of a great big icebreaker ship, which is another world first, and that is the Environmental Land Management Scheme, a £2.5 billion annual program in England of support for landowners and farmers and so on for stewarding and restoring nature. You know, there's no other country, except perhaps Costa Rica, which introduced something similar in the early 90s, and they restored their forest cover from 20% to 60% by providing some kind of similar incentive. There's no other country doing this. And remember, the world hands out $700 billion a year in farm subsidies, mostly the rich world. In England, those subsidies are directly linked to stewardship and restoration of nature. So it's a pretty good place to watch England, and these things are happening here, and I think they can be replicated elsewhere.
Thank you, Ben. Anita, I think it'd be interesting to hear from your perspective, you working directly with investors. How do you bring along investors and boards in measuring the full scale of that opportunity?
Thank you, and it's excellent to hear both Andrew and Ben, and the world is infinitely less rich without biodiversity and the ecosystem services that they provide. And just to echo what Andrew said, these ecosystem services are clean air, clean water, pollination, carbon sequestration, flood management. And there's a greater awareness today of the climate resilience that we need in infrastructure. But to echo Andrew, bees, butterflies, you know, this is the critical infrastructure that underpins our global economy. So to echo, you know, to answer your question there on what we're seeing and hearing as well, you know, we're certainly seeing that investors are now looking to identify those companies that have understood if they are having an impact on biodiversity or if they have a dependency, and that dependency could be in a key commodity. Could that be palm, beef, soy, coffee, cocoa, timber, etc. So we're certainly seeing this awareness, and when we discussed on our pre-call, I'd like to echo the words of Professor Daniel Jansen, who led the project in Costa Rica, actually, the Área de Conservación de Guanacaste, and he talked about this need to be bio-literate. We're financially literate, but how do we become bio-literate? How do we start to recognize the importance of biodiversity or the ecosystem services that it provides? And this echoes the work of Das Gupta in the economics of biodiversity. I mean, the clue's in the name there. He talks specifically about putting a price on nature, natural capital, which we've been taking for free. So again, just to echo the opening remark, we're certainly seeing this nascent bio-literacy now start to arrive inside investment teams, but it's also being mirrored inside corporates. So you mentioned the work that I did in my research, in my academic research. Something that I noticed was the arrival of the chief ecologist. What does that mean? Well, we're starting to see individuals with the academic rigor inside corporates, and now starting to see that inside investment teams that can bring the science to the investment process, bring that financial materiality piece into understanding why we need to place a value or price on nature. But I'm sure Andrew might have something to add to that as well.
Andrew, do you have something to that?
Well, look, I think what we're on the brink of is, I sometimes describe it like this. You know, you go to a kid's party and you squeeze a balloon and something pops out the other side. Well, in 2015, we squeezed the balloon on climate, and what popped out was something called renewable energy, and nobody really knew what it was 30 years ago. And then the only thing we thought of was solar panels. 30 years on, you've got a vast global industry in all sorts of sectors trying to draw down and store carbon and prevent it from going into the atmosphere. Well, we're squeezing the balloon now on nature. And I think the first thing that's going to pop out is renewable food, which is a reimagining of the global food system. So you'll see industrialized agriculture could become a stranded asset in the future, along with possibly phytochemicals, fertilizer industries. Why? There are robots now being designed to go around the fields and zap weeds without chemicals, using lasers or heat systems. There are precision precision drones that are using new ways of either fertilizing or using some sprays in a far finer way. Then the big agricultural machinery could be under threat as well. Things like this. Look at what's happening in alternative proteins and things like this. The rise of veganism. I think the next thing will happen after veganism is that people will start saying, we don't want processed food anymore. There's a rising movement to get away from processed food. So these sorts of things are going to be very disruptive over the next decade. And it won't just be in the food system. Think of construction, which is also changing, trying to get carbon out of concrete. But now there's new kinds of concrete they're experimenting with seeds and impregnated. So you put the cement on the side of a building and hey, presto, it rains and it goes green. Think of utilities where corridors can be created with power lines, or creating over and underpasses for wildlife across motorways for elephants in India, these kinds of things. And then right through to healthcare and of course, nature technology. And all of this is going to create a vast new nature-based economy. Think of packaging as well. That's now where they're replacing plastics that might hold your soup inside a carton with bioplastics. It's an amazing revolution. So it's what I'm trying to say is it's much, much more sectors involved than most people realize. It's bigger. It's already underway. And with Cornell University, I'm just putting together a structure for this, if you like, an opportunity framework for investors on nature, and it's going to be published next year as the Little Book of Nature Business in one of the series that we do at Global Canopy. So we're trying to put some order on this, but I think you'll see, if you look back 20 years from now, how this transition into a new kind of nature positive economy really got underway in the last few years.
Thank you, Andrew. That's so exciting. Ben, can we talk a little bit about the barriers? You were talking in a call about the cultural barriers, how we create that mindset shift at scale with all the different players that are critical to that transformation.
Yeah, when you talk about restoring nature, even when you talk about restoring nature for all the practical benefits that we've discussed, flood mitigation, carbon sequestration, and so on, the first thing you get told is, well, how are we going to feed ourselves? Especially in Britain, but not just in Britain, everywhere. People see land as a factory floor for producing food. How are we going to feed ourselves if we restore nature in British national parks or on ranch land in Wyoming or anywhere in between? It's a nonsense argument, and I don't see that argument as a real obstacle. The Henry Dimbleby's National Food Strategy report identified a fact that 85% of the food we produce in this country comes from just 20% of the land. And that's replicated across most countries. The least productive 25% of the country produces basically no food, less than 1%. So you could technically end all food production in Britain's uplands, wetlands, national park landscapes, and you wouldn't notice it in national food production terms. So that's a nonsense argument, but they use it a lot. We're all starved, and if we don't starve, we'll be eaten by wolves and beavers. And then the second argument you'll find, and kind of the Telegraph.
What about the beavers? Maybe
well, of course they're vegetarian, unless you read the Chronicles of Narnia, which did untold damage to beaver PR for decades because they're vegetarian. The second argument people use is economics. Well, how people are going to make money. You want a new round of clearances, and people are going to throw out of their livelihoods. Well, it's simply not the case. Over and over, it's shown that nature recovery goes hand in hand with increased prosperity. And there's loads of reports in this country by Rewilding Britain and other think tanks that show that employment goes up, take-home income goes up, economic sources of income are diversified. In landscapes where nature is recovering, people do far better. And bear in mind, in our national parks at the moment, there's really a monoculture of sheep, and the average sheep farmer is 72 years old and takes home net income of £7,000, which is way less than the national living wage. So it's simply not working, So again, that's a bollocks argument, this economic argument. And with the rise of payments for natural flood management and biodiversity and all these other things, nature tourism, all these things, nature really does pay. The third argument we're given is the cultural argument. And I think this is a real obstacle. It's our biggest obstacle, is people are afraid. Often people who live in the landscapes best suited to deliver nature recovery and all these wonderful benefits that nature brings, these are people who lead quite conservative, quite insular lives. They're far away from the centers of power. They've lived those lives for generations. Often people have been in the same farmhouse for 6, 8, 10 generations. They're often the last speakers of native languages. In Wales, the last native Welsh speakers are sheep farmers in the valleys. And they're rightly and understandably afraid of change. You know, these people from the city want to rewild my landscape. What does my future look like? You know, what is the future of my children, my community? And these farmers are often the backbone and the soul of these places. And so I think that's a very rational fear. And I think that our movement, broadly defined, from conservationists and rewilders right through to nature financiers and ESG investors, has been poor at talking about just transition and giving communities comfort that there is a future in which they continue to farm, just differently, more gently, more traditionally, in which they lead the process of nature recovery and they benefit most from it. And I think that that's a conversation that needs to be handled very carefully and very proactively, because that could derail nature recovery in lots of places. And we have a new president in the US today who doesn't care or particularly or understand these things. And you can imagine him listening to a ranching audience and saying, don't worry about it, I'll chuck all this stuff in the bin so that you can continue ranching unprofitably in the way that you have been. And so that, I think, is our biggest obstacle. It's cultural, it's just transition.
Thank you, Ben. I mean, maybe, Andrew, you can quickly jump in. You've done a lot of work in the Amazon. Can you react to what Ben has just said from your perspective?
Well, yeah, I mean, the communities around the world, particularly indigenous communities in places like Brazil and Colombia, you know, they have looked after this land. You know, you only have to look at the map over the last 30, 40 years in Brazil to see the areas which still survive as wilderness and nature, providing the services of nature. They're the ones that have been handed over to the indigenous populations, and all around them, the forest is gone. With the onslaught of cattle, soy, and the needs to create food and profit. So they really do have a formula for looking after these areas, and consistently their livelihoods are destroyed. Many people die. I mean, the number of guardians of nature who've been murdered over decades is huge. So they guard these areas at the cost of their lives. So it's pretty Wild West, and they are naturally very suspicious. It's like the suspicion is like the Welsh farmers on steroids if you go to the Amazon. And it's not only there, of course, it's Africa and Asia as well. So getting the interface between these families who look after nature in a more benign way than our industrialized society does, getting that interface right is really difficult. And we call that the just transition. So it's hugely important with climate. It's hugely important with nature. Their voices are, I think there's a change. Having watched this over, say, 20 years in the climate and nature negotiations, they were always marginalized. Their voices were not front and center. Whereas today, I think the voices of these communities are increasingly being heard, whether it's from New Zealand or the Amazon. And one of their messages that I think we all need to understand is that they think long term. They think a bit like a pension fund. You know, they think, but even beyond that, sometimes as many as 7 or 12 generations ahead, 1,000 years. What's our world going to look like then? We've totally forgotten how to think about our world in those terms. But it's wise that we need to think about the alignment between patient capital and the world we want. Think of those of you out there in the audience. How many of you have a pension? And how many of you been to your pension fund manager or your financial advisor and said, you know, I want to know whether my pension is good or bad for the environment? I mean, how much am I funding fossil fuels in my pension? How much am I funding the destruction of nature in my pension? I asked my pension fund provider that question about 6, 7 years ago, and they were stunned. No one had ever asked them the question. They didn't answer me at all. So I kept chasing them and eventually got in front of the chief financial officer managing over 100 billion. And I said, you know, you think you're really good at managing money, but when it comes to natural capital, you're crap. And it was, no one had ever said that to him before. And it caused a change. And so think about your pensions. That's something you should do. Go and ask your pensions that question and see what happens.
Thank you. I'm sure everyone would love to tell their pension manager that they're crap at managing nature. We're coming to the end, and I want to go back to you, Anita. You are working with investors, crafting investment ideas for deploying natural capital. What is emerging? What do you see some of the interesting trends? Inspires?
Let me just jump quickly because I can see we're running out of time on your clock here. I also want to just mention a few things here about data. There's usually this sort of general shrug of the shoulders and this lament at the lack of data. I'd like to just put it out there that data is no longer an impediment to progress and that we have more than enough data to get started. We're certainly, I just bumped into a colleague here, Nikki Bartlett from CDP. You know, we're certainly seeing that there are data sets. Is that you, Nikki, at the back? I can't see. We're certainly seeing that there are data sets now that investors can use to find signals in the noise to try and understand which companies are better positioned at understanding this risk. Now, let me just put that back into an investment perspective. For investors, they're trying to construct portfolios that demonstrate resiliency. How resilient is this portfolio? How resilient is this company in this portfolio facing water stress or food insecurity or energy insecurity or biodiversity loss or a loss of a key ecosystem service? So investors really want to understand how well have these risks been understood and how do they identify the opportunity? And that's where we are. Those are the conversations that we're having today now is how do you construct an investment thesis that is focused on forward-looking opportunities and how are these companies positioned to be part of that? So I'd really like to echo some of the points that Ben made and Andrew made earlier about, once again, echoing in this comment about climate resilient infrastructure. And what does that look like? So how do these nature-based solutions actually play part of that solution as we adapt to a warming climate? So those are the conversations that we're very much having today. And then also to echo some of Andrew's points, the arrival of environmental DNA. So eDNA takes samples from the air, samples from the soil, samples from the water. It gives you a complete inventory of the DNA that's evident there, whether that's insects, microbes, or larger, obviously larger animals. So we're certainly seeing now that this data stack is arriving. We've also got geospatial data. So this geospatial data now, whether it's drone technology or satellites, that are monitoring the intactness, the integrity of forest ecosystems. And this data has been around for quite a while, but we think about next year, 2025, marks the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement. We didn't have this data in 2015 when we signed the Paris Agreement, but fast forward 10 years, we've got satellites that can monitor fugitive methane emissions, but they can also track the integrity of forests, tropical forests, once again taking us back to that issue around natural capital. So how do we monitor that? And when we speak to these providers of this geospatial technology, they tell us that this data is arriving on desk 1Q 2025. So we've got so much more visibility today to understand integrity of ecosystems, intactness of those ecosystems, and we're certainly seeing sort of this confluence now of climate science and ecology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita. We need to wrap up, and unfortunately no time for question, but just to wrap up, one specific action in one word, each of you, that you would like to see taken to advance funding. Ben.
One word.
Two.
Okay, 2 words. Do some rewilding. It's really, really fun.
Ben, sorry. Andrew?
Hire ecologists.
That's a lot.
I'd like to say hire ecologists as well.
Well, you'll have to find something else.
Okay, actively engage with companies.
Great. With this, thank you very much to our panelists and to you, the audience, for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a fascinating and very insightful panel. Thank you very much for your time. We're now about to move on to a question that came up when we were speaking earlier, which was about how we finance emerging economies, green financing for emerging economies. They are bearing the brunt of climate change, have done the least to cause it, and the adaptation funding that we need is falling woefully short. So for our next panel, to look at how we will address that, please welcome to the stage your panel and moderator, Nijad Jamal of Equator. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Well, close to good afternoon, so we'll try and keep this on time and hopefully a little bit more lively and interactive. So my name is Nijad Jamal. I am the managing partner of a venture capital firm called Equator. We invest in climate technology ventures across the sectors of energy, agriculture, and mobility. And we focus primarily on the global south, but particularly sub-Saharan Africa. I am particularly excited to moderate the panel today, which is really about mobilizing climate finance into emerging economies, into the global south, because I think this is a subject about which there are some often mixed messages. There are often contradictory messages about the flow of funding, the logic or lack of funding, the challenges that are being faced, whether there are in fact challenges or not. And so I'm excited to engage with some of our distinguished panelists today on this topic specifically. I won't spend a lot of time on context because I think the audience here is probably familiar with a lot of the background and the context, but let's take as a statement of fact at least that emerging economies do in fact need international financing for their energy transitions. And let's also, I think something that's also relatively uncontroversial is a view that there are positive tailwinds, technology, natural resources, demographic trends in emerging markets, in emerging economies that are enabling this transition to take place. The challenge in many ways, however, is that some of these positives are being offset by barriers. Could be things like interest rates, currency, could be political challenges, regulatory challenges, other potential barriers. And I think what I'd like to do today is to explore a little bit to get a better understanding of the progress being made to date, or the progress that's been made to date, where things are today, the challenges, and more importantly, what does the path forward look like? Where do these solutions come from, and how are we going to address some of the challenges that are being faced of capital flows into emerging economies to finance this transition? So I'll ask the panelists maybe just to go down the line, name an organization, introduce yourselves, and then I might kick off with a few questions.
Thanks, Nijad. So Amar Inamdar, the managing director of Karisafi Ventures. We're a East Africa-based venture fund, so we put equity into climate businesses across predominantly Africa as a continent. Thanks.
I'm Bertrand Badré. I'm French. After several years as managing director of the World Bank Group in Washington at the time of the SDG and the Paris Accord on climate, I moved on and created Blue Like an Orange Sustainable Capital to invest in sustainable development in emerging markets.
So I'm Harry Boyd Carpenter. I'm currently the climate head for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And before that role, I led our energy team, where I did a few billion of euros, and more importantly, a few billion of watts of renewable energy investment in emerging markets. But the main reason I'm here is that when people talk about MDB reform, you know how to boo and attack.
My name is Kingswell Bond. I work for an American organization, so I'm a little bit tired this morning, the Rocky Mountain Institute, and I'm an energy strategist.
Thank you. So maybe starting off with Kingsmill. The global south is apparently adopting clean tech faster than the global north. So talk to us a bit about the state of play, what you're seeing as an enabling environment for the adoption of clean tech in the global south.
Sure. So we did something which is quite unusual in this debate. We actually looked at the numbers, and it's quite important actually because there are three buckets inside the global south, and people talk as if everyone were in just one of them. So
the three buckets, at least from our analysis, is countries which are low income, primarily in sub-Saharan Africa. It's 6% of demand in the global south, and they're not changing. Then you've got about 21% in petrostates and major fossil fuel exporters such as Algeria, and they've got a very powerful political economy which is positioning them against change, and they're also not changing. But since you're good at math, the rest, the remaining 73 or 3/4, is in countries which have a huge amount of renewables, are in middle income or higher, which have in most cases a paucity of fossil fuels and importing fossil fuels, and have every reason to embrace renewables, and they are. So there are different buckets, and just to give a couple more observations about this, it is worth remembering that, again, the global south, as we all know, is not homogeneous. You know, you have countries like Morocco or Uruguay, which have already leapfrogged the global north in terms of the share of solar and wind in their electricity systems. You've got countries like Vietnam or Egypt, which have also leapfrogged the global north in terms of the electrification of their societies, and we're seeing much more rapid electrification, for example, in Asia. So it's by no means homogeneous. And when then it comes to this sort of, we look at the energy transition as two primary vectors. You have the decarbonization of your electricity system, which is primarily the issue of the growth of solar and wind. Then you have the electrification of everything else. So when it comes to the first vector, the global north is at around 15% solar and wind. Global south is at 10, but it's growing more rapidly. And you had, for example, last year, $140 billion being poured into clean tech in generation in the global south. 87% of all new generation in the global south is already clean tech. So we need to possibly recalibrate our expectations in this debate. People also have the sun, and they also are seeking to take advantage of it. So there's very rapid growth going on in solar and wind. And then when it comes to electrification, again, here we actually see that global south is not far behind the global north, because you have the great advantage of it being a later adopter, and therefore you can do stuff more rapidly. So 17% of electricity generation, 17% electricity is share final consumption in the global south versus 23% in the global north. And then the final point I'll make by way of introduction is there are two key reasons to be relatively optimistic right now, in spite of events overnight. The first is that we are at or nearly at capital cost parity. So what that means is that the cost of capital matters, and it means you cannot deploy stuff as quickly as you might like. But when you have capital cost parity for clean tech, that basically removes the last reason, or one of the last reasons, to deploy fossil fuels at all, which is why we have this 87%. And then finally, look at China. So if the United States now pulls back from the global south and the energy transition, it leaves the door open to China. So Chinese technology and capital is already pouring into the global south. Witness Pakistan doubling the size nearly of its energy system in 18 months with Chinese solar. It's going to happen everywhere.
So, I mean, basically what I'm hearing is that things are pretty good. The revolution has begun. The transition is underway. We're seeing rapid growth. The gap isn't that large. Capital cost parity. So if I turn to Amar, as a fund manager, boots on the ground, deploying capital into these markets, is all this capital chasing you for deployment into these ecosystems?
I almost laughed, but I should be crying in some ways. I think the gap between the rhetoric in the global north in terms of what we say and the reality in the global south, and I appreciate there are different ways of carving up the global south, and what we do and see on the ground, that gap is just extraordinary, right? And I find that the dissonance is something that I'm increasingly finding in panels like this very, very hard to cope with, is the articulation of we're winning here and it's all for the good. And let's agree with a set of things. China, yes, has driven down the hard costs of deployment of renewables. Those costs have plummeted in the last 10 years, yes. There are business models and there is private enterprise that is revving away to deliver on the promise of the green transition and the climate challenge that we all face. But our experience on the ground, I mean, we sit as an intermediary between Global Capital North and businesses on the ground that deliver into markets predominantly in Africa. So maybe that's where my skew comes from. It's predominantly in Africa. And that dissonance and that gap is just extraordinary. Nearly all of the ecosystem that we deal with that's knocking on our door for equity capital in particular, and Bertrand, I'm curious to hear your view on more on the debt side, but equity capital in particular is absolutely starved, right? Absolutely starved of capital. There is no one in my community that will talk about how they've managed to raise capital at the pricing that they thought that they might be able to raise, that is not discounting their equity very significantly and very rapidly today in order to get access to capital. And that, look, maybe that's all for the good and it makes for a much more competitive context, but to ask someone like me, do we see a rapidly evolving trajectory towards solving the climate challenge through the application of capital, the trillions that we all talked about just a short while ago? No, we don't see it, and that gap is really, really stark. So we see populations, for example, that, let's just think of Ethiopia, 1/100th of the energy consumption of an average family in Ethiopia compared to the United States. So even creeping towards just a middle-class lifestyle is suffering from a fundamental absence of delivery partners and delivered solutions in the public or the private sector to get us onto this trajectory of real change. And if we don't match this trajectory of real change, then the climate challenge gets blown. Without the global south stepping up to this or being able to step up to this, then none of us make the climate challenge. So I see some real dissonance here. I'd love to continue the conversation.
So I think it's fair to say we've got an element of macro and technology tailwinds, but that the capital itself may or may not be flowing directly into sort of the projects, the ventures, the opportunities in these markets. I mean, Harry, from your perspective, is this energy transition hindered only by a lack of capital? Are there other pieces that sort of surround it or that have to come first for that financing to flow?
Well, I think one of the important points is that the answer is different in different places and in different sectors. You know, I'm very struck by how you get very different answers from different people about, you know, the availability of capital. And it does depend a lot on what you're trying to finance. If you want to try and finance a green steel project in Egypt, forget it. You know, there's no money, there's no commercial money available at any sensible price. You want to finance a renewable energy plant in Egypt? Absolutely. You know, we're involved in those projects every year now and doing 3 or 4 a year. It is not a problem to get the money for them, either equity or debt. So I think it really depends on which country you're in, which sector you're in. I think what I would say is, I think Kingston's point about the underlying energy economics is really, really important, and that's the sort of the headline good news story. Because we make cases to our governments that are not around do this because of the Paris Agreement or do this because of a sort of global endeavor. We focus on do this because it's good for your citizens. And that argument is really powerful and renewable. You can go to almost every emerging market that we're in, which is pretty much which pretty much sit in the sort of 73 countries that in Kingston's taxonomy. You know, and we can say, you switch to renewables and you will have not just cleaner power, which by the way will make you more competitive in a global economy, but you will have more affordable power and you will have more reliable supplies. And that's a very compelling argument. So where that pertains, where you have those circumstances, the barrier is not capital at all. It's about institutional capacity, it's about inertia, it's about vested interests that don't want to see this happen, it's about the absence of a grid. It's about a permitting process that can take 10 years in some countries. Other sectors, it's a different story.
So I guess when you think about that type of change, where it's not just capital, it's a host of other capabilities, institutionalization. Bertrand, talk to us a little bit about the role of public-private cooperation. Where does government come into this? Is there an unlocking that is required from other angles where private sector alone cannot just be the solution?
Well, I think it's important to realize that neither public alone, nor private alone can be the solution. And that's one of the key issues we are facing today, because we need the cooperation of both public and private, and incidentally of civil society, because the NGOs and the likes have a role. And this is precisely the moment where they don't trust each other and where the level of cooperation is so low. I want to step in the conversation we had. I think we are precisely at a moment where in theory it should work, in practice it's not working. So in theory I agree with you. Tech and money are in practice available. We have 250 trillion of capital, open bracket, available on Earth. It's just about shifting a little bit of this. But we know it's terrible to shift a little bit of this. We have the technology, but I mean, even transfer are difficult. And I guess, I mean, there is an elephant in the room, if I may say. I mean, you hinted at the events of last night. The new president will make transfer of technology way more difficult. Way more difficult. And remember, he called some of the countries shithole countries. This will have an impact on the way people invest their money. So capital flows will be more challenged in the coming years. I think it's very important to keep this in mind. So I think we're entering in a world where trust is of the essence and where distrust is of the reality. And it's important that these events take place, that we discuss about this. For me, the critical elements going forward is we have to find a way to rebuild trust and work together. For the time being, everybody is swimming in his silos. Everybody believes he is right. So, I mean, I've been at the World Bank. I hear many years about the MDB reform. I hear many years about so many things. The reality of capital flows from the north to the south it's minuscule. I mean, we are talking about less than 2% of European savings going to the south, and probably less than 1% of the American savings going to the south. That's the reality. And it's going to be even worse, not only because of last night's events, but because, look at the reality. Interest rates have risen. If you're an average pension fund in the UK, an average mutual insurance company in France or whatever, you buy UK Treasury, US Treasury, French Treasury, you get 3, 4, 5%. Why on earth would you go to invest money in Morocco, Nigeria, etc.? No chance. On top of that, our government are also under fiscal stress, so they need their private money at home. And guess what? People, they think that we have enough problem at home, and some people told me, my clients don't want their money to be used elsewhere. We have our own poor. Why do we care about the others? So this is a reality, and this is all the more difficult, as we all agree. The battle for climate is a global battle. It will not be won in Washington. It will not be won in London or in Paris or in Brussels. It will be won in Nigeria. It will be won in Colombia, in India. And that's precisely not what we are collectively supporting today. So that's really where we have to organize a shift, a cultural shift with all actors. If we do business as usual, we're dead. If we do more of the same or twice more of the same, put more money in the same solution that don't work, we are toasted. So for me, it's a critical moment today, and we cannot fool ourselves.
I mean, I think this is, in a way, an interesting moment to almost transition to, well, if it's not business as usual, where do those solutions come from? What do we do? Because at some point, we can all agree that there are challenges, things are blocked, but ultimately the interesting question is as well, how do we unblock, or what do we do from here? Before we move to that, I mean, any other thoughts or comments on sort of current state of play, challenges? I don't know if you wanted to come back on any of the points.
I think it's quite easy to reconcile these different perspectives. You're speaking about the 6%, and I totally agree with you. It's not happening in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm talking about the 73% where it is. And the whole point about, think folks about the telecoms revolution. I remember hearing these arguments 20 years ago, you know, telecoms never penetrate into India or sub-Saharan Africa, but it just does. I mean, technology's moved from leaders to the early majority, to late majority, to laggards. You're talking about the laggards. I'm talking about what's basically the early majority and the increasingly the late majority in the global south. People are adopting this stuff, and as they adopt it, so it moves to their neighbors eventually. And actually, I think one other way to reconcile this in a positive way is for the 6% of demand coming from countries which sadly are not driving change, we can massively concentrate our resources upon them. There's no point giving cheap money to Brazil to build wind turbines because they can do it with the market anyway. Let's take that cheap money and help to deploy it in countries which can't do it. So I think we can completely reconcile these perspectives. But nevertheless, I think we should remain relatively optimistic because, as I say, I just see, I'll give you the number, like this year, IEA data, we're going to install 80 gigawatts of solar and wind in the global south. Last year it was 50. I mean, crikey. And change is happening. I've just come back from India. It's just, they're building stuff like there's no tomorrow. It's incredible.
So then in the stories that you hear about where the capital is not flowing, in the examples, sort of the minority portion, is this an issue of perception of risk or reality of risk? Is this, on which side of the equation should we be focusing, the return side or the risk side?
Say in our countries, and I emphasize it's EBRD countries because there are different answers in different places, and I wouldn't want to comment on other countries, but in our countries, it's about the risks. I've never seen a bankable, viable project that couldn't get money. But the problem is that the returns aren't there, or the risk profile is too high. And if until you fix that, and that's, one point I think is often missed in this debate is, where do you start by fixing that? You start with the country ambition. If you read a lot of these high-level expert reports, they contribute a lot to debate, but you can sometimes get the sense that whether or not emerging market energy transition happens or green transition happens depends on decisions made in the West, and will it be, it'll be decided in London or Washington, well, probably never London, but at least Washington and Brussels and so on. But actually, it starts with country ambition. And one of the points we make is we cannot viably finance renewables if a country doesn't have a strong renewables ambition. I can't go to a credit officer and say, can we put money in this project if a country doesn't really want it. And so I think repeating that message, it's saying that emerging market countries have a right to expect a huge amount of support. They have a right to expect that wherever they go, however ambitious they get, an MDB is there and that the developed world is there to support them. But it has to start with their ambition. And that, in many cases, I'm afraid, is not yet there, not clear.
Can I just jump in on a couple of things? So the cost of capital to those of us in emerging markets is so much higher than it is to those of us in the West. So there's good data on this, substantiated everywhere you look. Right? How many businesses of ours in the United States or in Europe will be able to show any profits if they're paying something like 16 to 18% on a debt coupon? Very, very few. Right? So the cost of capital to those of us developing businesses in emerging markets is very, very high. Is it risk? Is it return? It's both. We can't return the capital, at least on the equity side of the house. Businesses can't return the capital if the cost that's being imposed on them of that capital is at a level that fundamentally undermines their ability to be profitable. So there's a set of intrinsic issues here that are very structural and that require a big lift. And I think back to the sort of telecoms example, is this going fast enough? I think we all agree probably in this room, it's going fast, but is it fast enough? And I think the critical issue for all of us is this is not fast enough. This is not about getting cell phones into the hands of people. This is about a climate transition that has a headline deadline date to it that is not happening at the pace that we all need it to happen. And we need to step up the challenge to meet the ambition of our rhetoric. I think this is my point, is like we keep going on about this, but the investment committees that we have gone to, and we've gone to 127 different LPs to talk to about raising capital for the Global South, 127 different LPs. Generally, we can get them all very, very excited about putting capital to work in emerging markets for climate. They all say this is what they want to do. But structurally, in their decision-making, the risk is too high, the returns are too low. We will not do this deal.
But it's totally entrenched in our system. It's entrenched in the system. For the same rating, if you're an OECD member or a non-OECD member, the cost of capital under Solvency II is twice. That's as simple as that. So you go through all the various rules. It's penalizing. And believe it or not, it has taken under your control more than 50 years, not 50 decades, for the MDB to release their data on the real risk they were facing on the ground. I mean, it's unbelievable. So we have to move forward. I mean, one of the, not solution, but one of the things that could really change is for everybody to agree in all countries that what we are discussing today is the priority. As I say, the battle will not be won if, not only India, I agree, India is moving fast, but you have South Africa, you have Indonesia, you have Vietnam, you have others. If we don't make it clear that we need to transition together, we need to provide the resources. I mean, technology is available, money is available, but nobody takes care. I mean, usually you have, like today, sorry for the organizer, you have a side event on emerging markets. Yeah, it's great to discuss emerging markets. At the Paris summit gathered last year by Macron, we made a lot of commitments, etc. But the reality is that there was really very few follow-up. There is no gathering of investors focused on emerging market at a reasonable scale. It's a priority of nobody. So it's always on the margin. Whereas it should be central, because this is again a global issue, a planetary issue more than global issue. And if we are incapable of joining forces, again, I agree with you. I'm optimistic in the sense that we have all the pieces of the puzzle. To a certain extent, it's like COVID. When COVID hit, we hit the wall, and within 9 months, we got the vaccine, we got the money, we got everything. The problem is that we don't really feel that we've hit the wall with climate. So we kind of procrastinate on this, and we are very happy to put money at play in London, etc., and more reluctant to do this elsewhere. And on top of it, we are not helped by all the issues within all the prudential systems, the regulatory system, and now the political pressure.
So in a way, I mean, let's imagine the world where the top-down policy, the country level decisions, everybody jumps on the same, the same ship, everyone's rowing in the same direction, everyone's excited about the same things, and there's an acknowledgement top down. What needs to happen bottoms up for this capital to land somewhere successful, right? I mean, is it a function of looking at where the investment dollars are going differently, large scale infrastructure, small scale projects? Is it a function of structural investment solutions, blended finance? I mean, I know each of you have kind of played in different parts of this ecosystem. So talk to us a bit about some of the bottoms-up solutions, the practical solutions of what we do that's not just about talking on panels and at big events.
If I may start, I think we all agree that we have everything written in the reports. We have all the solutions. No, but I'm serious. I've led several reports on blended finance, several reports on all of this. I mentioned offline that I led the famous or infamous report on billions to trillions. So we know what we have to do. We've got the technology. We know now that small scale is widely available, cheaper, etc. We know all of this. The fact is to find the way to do it. So we really have, as actors, to join forces, to make it a priority, to make sure we unlock the various lockers, I mean the prudential staff. It's not easy to discuss with the Basel Committee. It's not easy to discuss with the solvency regulators, etc. So we have to address all of this. And I agree with you. We also make sure that Indonesia or South Africa are really serious about moving away from coal. And when you're South Africa, it's not easy because the ANC rely on coal miners, for instance. Let's face it. In Indonesia, you have vested interest in coal. Let's face it. And there are a lot of vested interest on all this. If you ignore them, you will not change anything.
Yeah, I think to add on that, I mean, you need the top-down message. You need somebody at the top to say, coal is going. We're going to get out of coal. Because without that, you always struggle. Because people always say, well, hang on a minute, we can't accept the renewables because we're about to start building this 2 gigawatt coal-fired plant. Okay, they're never going to build it, but because that's still there. So you need the top-down signal. But then for us, what you really need to do is you need bottom-up to get the details right. And I mean, talking about reports, remind me, I mean, I used to cover the renewable sector in the West Balkans, and I used to joke that the best renewables project you could do in the West Balkans was biomass, burning all the consultants' reports that had been produced on this. And what we've done in the last few years is that you've seen a shift there, because it's a region that's heavily dependent on coal, that's right next to the EU, that is exposed to the CBAM, is interested in an accession process, and it sort of understands that coal is actually not a future. I mean, it is an expensive fuel, it's a highly polluting fuel, it's a fuel that makes you uncompetitive economically, but they're looking to get into renewables. And what we've done in the last few years is work with a whole number of countries, Serbia, Albania, Montenegro, now North Macedonia, to put in place the regulatory framework for auctions. And I mean going right down to the nitty-gritty of what does the power purchase agreement say. People in my team who will come to me and say, can we have another look at this clause? Literally, which word should go where? And it's only if you get those details right that money flows. And now it's working. We've had a series in the last few years of very successful auctions. We have wind farms being built in that region. But it's that combination, the top-down message that says this is the direction we want to go in, and then you lose or win this battle in the details of the environment that people are working in.
Could I jump in with very practical things? So one of the things we've seen more of now, I said in the context of I would have loved to have come to market with a product that was a plain vanilla. Let's just talk to insurance companies, pension funds. Let's get capital to flow. Let's not do any clever structuring. It's not the world we live in. I had to completely revisit my business plan and my set of ambitions around this space. So what we've ended up doing, based on the 127 conversations that I alluded to earlier, is building a blended capital stack. Right? The Green Climate Fund came in with us to have some concessional capital, basically to offer institutional investors a better return and a lower risk on their capital in order to mobilize and motivate those investors to come into the play. And it's extraordinary to me that we have to be doing that. But these are the kind of pinpricks of light, I guess, deep down, real optimism. This is happening. There are solutions here. So many of us sitting on these panels and elsewhere are actually coming back to the table with creativity and with innovation and saying, okay, so what does it take to move capital and make this work? The blended capital piece is one solution in the space. It has its detractors, it has its advocates, but it's one piece of the puzzle where we can twin public and private capital, and we can start to address this question of, okay, how do we motivate folks to get over the hurdle of their fiduciary requirements? Because fundamentally, I don't think those fiduciary requirements are changing, or if they are changing, they're not changing fast enough. So we have to basically come to the table with a set of build a collaboration to get this capital to work, to supply money to projects and businesses that are, frankly, pretty standard. Right? I mean, EVs for two-wheelers across Africa, distributed renewables across Nigeria. You have 14 gigawatts of power in Nigeria comes from burning fossil fuels and generators. That's a disruption that needs to occur. It can occur. The technology is there. The cost positioning is there. The capital is not there to drive those kinds of businesses and make them happen. So we're right on the precipice of doing something great. Let's do it.
I mean, are these solutions scalable? Are they sending the wrong signal that, there are not investable solutions in some of these ecosystems without these structural kind of aids and band-aids and plasters? Or
I do a very quick reply, and you'll give a more systemic reply. Just from my perspective, yes, we do walk straight into a room with a group of investors that will say to us, so this must be really broken, right? If you have to do all this structuring, so we're definitely now not going to invest. So that's part of the messaging that we have to kind of fight and get our heads around. I think the core thing is the narrative is about the climate emergency. The narrative is we cannot wait to help human systems to change. So we have to come to the table with some innovation and then to combat some of this narrative of it's broken. But I'd love to hear what others.
No, I think to a certain extent the G7 got the point when they put together this so-called JETP approach, which is Just Energy Transition Partnership, which is going to Indonesia, going to South Africa, going to Vietnam, going to Senegal, and say, we understand your problem. You need some support because, the stranded assets, the political costs, etc. This comes with a price. So we want to support you. So I think the intention was okay. The execution is not that great. So I think we have to revive this way of basically partnering. How can we help you transition, limiting the cost for the people which we lose from the transition, maximizing the benefit that you described? Again, we got all the pieces on the table. We know things. There is not, as you say, it's pretty standard. There is nothing surprising in all this. It's just about doing it and mobilizing the energy together, going in the right direction. So we put things on the paper. The JETP is a great idea. Just do it.
Just on your question, is it scalable? Blended finance is a really, really important tool. And I think it's great that people like Emma put together these structures. But is it scalable to meet the challenge? No way. Green Climate Fund's latest replenishment was 13 billion, of which 3 billion is meant to come from the US. Well, I wouldn't hang around waiting for that check now. So, then the investment need is okay, it depends which number you want to pick. Let's pick a famous number, 2.4 trillion a year. If you want to de-risk at sort of 10, 20, 30% of that, it's not even the same game. So you have to see de-risking as a stepping stone to a genuinely viable commercial opportunity. And what we believe very strongly is most of the green technology we need is commercially viable. That's not apparent because of market failures and flawed understandings, but the underlying economics are absolutely there. You know, the cheapest, best thing to do, the most efficient way to run your economy is to electrify and to get that electricity from wind and solar. So what you have to do is you have to use blended finance, not just to do a bit more of that, but to unlock the barriers that take you to a world where that fundamental economics is revealed, and then bluntly trust the markets.
I'm going to open it up to a few questions from the audience and then come back for closing remarks. There's a microphone.
We're talking about emerging markets here, and China produces something like 33% of the world's emissions. Surely we should be concentrating on large countries like that, and Senegal and Ethiopia that you've mentioned already are really very unimportant in the global emissions scheme. You know, we haven't talked about China once, and yet we're talking about emerging markets. China is an emerging market.
So, China part of the problem or part of the solution?
Well, I mean, if I jump in, both. Without China, we wouldn't have these hard costs come down the way that they have, right? Without China investing significantly at the state level in solar and storage, you wouldn't have the accessibility of these technologies and the ubiquity of these technologies across markets. I find it very hard to write off the 1.2 billion people that are on the other end of this equation, the Ethiopians, et cetera, and say they're just not important. That doesn't make sense to me. There's an adaptation argument as well as a mitigation argument. And so, yeah, I think we have to kind of be a little bit realistic about that. But China is absolutely part of the solution here, and arguably has done more than any country on earth to facilitate and catalyze the transition.
Yeah, I think you have to be a little bit careful with the whole sort of, oh, it's only about 20 countries. Of course, in some sense it is, because those are the biggest emitters. But firstly, I mean, at the end of the day, the 100 is made up of accumulations of 0.1 percentage points. And the other thing is that, you know, look at the trajectories, especially sub-Saharan Africa. If you look at that right now, of course, the contribution to global CO2 emissions is very, very low. But first of all, change the frame of reference to greenhouse gas emissions. And secondly, look forward to economic and population growth in sub-Saharan Africa, and also assume that emissions elsewhere in the world can decline, as they have done in the EU, as they have done in the US, and as they're likely to do in China. You know, on some simulations, you can see that by 2050, sub-Saharan Africa is 50% of global emissions. So, you know, of course, there is no successful mitigation trajectory without China, both as a supplier and as an investor in its own reductions. But equally, that doesn't lead you to the conclusion that there's no merit in focusing, even for mitigation. Leave aside the huge adaptation question on other countries, even small countries.
Thank you. I think there was another question here, lady.
So I really appreciate the very nuanced panel, and I have to agree with Amar, because working in energy access in low and middle income countries, a big issue is concessional finance and mobilizing concessional finance. I think it's also what sort of projects money is being flowed into. For example, green hydrogen in Namibia. Arguably, green hydrogen is very expensive to implement, and it's like billions is being pumped in to a technology that has really low domestic demand. So in terms of what I'm trying to establish here is like, what sort of projects should climate finance really flow into, because it's only really flowing into really large scale projects.
Well, I keep talking, but I can answer very quickly. Yeah. Adaptation and grids.
I think you raise a very good point. For many years, when you were discussing, and I remember I was representing the World Bank at the G20 in 2014, so 10 years ago, when you were discussing climate and infrastructure, you were talking about big things. Everybody say, you know, these are billion-dollar projects, etc. The reality, and that was well demonstrated before that, is that now you still have big things. I mean, they inaugurated in India last week a solar farm of 62 million panels covering 5 times the size of Paris. So that's pretty impressive. But that's kind of exceptional. The reality is that you need to find ways to finance the guys that will put the solar panel on your roof. All these little things. So it's a radical way of thinking, like exactly the telephone. It's not about building networks. It's about finding the ways that will do the things on the ground. And so we have also to shift our mentality. It's not the same checks. It's not the same risk mitigation. It's not the same person. It's not the same link with the government, etc. So I think we have to accept it. It's opening great avenues, very promising avenues, but it's a shift in our culture.
Sure, I think we're being signaled as well for time. So was there a last question, sorry, on this side, and then we'll just do some closing remarks.
Hi there, yeah, thanks for that. One question I have, I guess, is on diversity. We talk about risk, sort of the risk assessments that people make about investing in different countries. If we have people from the global south in decision-making positions on a peer-to-peer basis, their understanding and perception of risk and how to overcome those risks in order to let capital flow will be slightly different from those from the global north. And the issue is the issue part of the institutional investment kind of market is mostly made up of people from the global north who don't understand some of those issues or can navigate their way through to enable those risks to be overcome or put them in the right context to allow money to flow.
I mean,
it's true. It's true.
I think both a question and a statement from the audience, and I don't think you'll have a lot of debate on the panel about the need for diversity in decision makers and closer proximity to the markets in which the recipients of the capital ultimately sits. Maybe any final thoughts or statements, 2 sentences, burning comments, and then we'll close out.
Sure, just a couple of final thoughts. First of all, don't forget this is one of these debates where we're being gaslit by the fossil fuel sector to imagine that the only future for the global south is to burn stuff, and it just isn't. Secondly, the debate, again, speaking for my friends at RMI from the global south, is not about carbon. It's about growth. They desperately need and want growth. We need to focus on growth. Thirdly, when you think very hard about political economy, the reason change doesn't happen in places like Nigeria and Indonesia is because they've got fossil fuel dominated systems. So let's just be very, very cognizant about that. They're different to everyone else. And then finally, it's all about growing the new. We have to grow a lot of new technologies, and that is the answer, because once you grow the new, you have a big stick, and then you can get rid of the old. So the jet P are misconceived.
Thank you.
I think we're sitting in London, and I suspect many of us have come from this country or similar countries, and I wouldn't underestimate how important it is that the developed world does what it says it was going to do. I'm always surprised when I talk to the countries we work in, how familiar they are with the climate policies of Europe, of Britain. And you have a conversation where someone will say to you, well, you say this to me, you're recommending me this course of action, but your country isn't doing this. And your country just changes policy. And that is really damaging. And I think, there are many things that everybody in this agenda has to do, but one thing is in developed countries, we have to reduce our emissions really fast, really aggressively, and be willing to pay the price for that.
Yeah, just to echo what you just said, I think we have to be serious. Too much talk and too little work. And I mentioned the G7, etc. I remember I was on an official visit in Africa last year with the French president, and there was somebody from the civil society questioning 15 heads of state, and she said, I'm going to be very short. Where is the money? And that was it. And she was right. So you have to stop promising billions at every summit, and then there is nothing coming. And my second comment is also echoing what my neighbors have said. I think climate finance will be as much on climate solutions, everything we discussed, but we also have to prepare for climate adaptation, because we are off track. We hope to minimize that off-track trajectory. But being European next to Africa, with all the kind of welcoming mood that you have in Europe for migrants, I think we better do something fast and effective soon.
So just very quickly, as participants in democracy, each of us in this room, events of last night, what's the call to action here, right? Yeah, I love the show me the money piece, because I think that's crucial from the global south. It's like there is action and it's needed now. But what can we do in this room, kind of coming out of this kind of debate? I'm really struck by how real this conversation has been, and how fact-based we've been, and how we've really got into some of the meat of this. But you can raise a voice. You can raise your voice and put your voice into action in terms of what some of these tangible solutions are. When you keep hearing the same narrative, which is we need to do more studies, we don't understand, it's all a bit complicated. No, it isn't. Let's get on with it and let's do it. And I think part of all of our role in these sorts of rooms is getting out there and articulating that there are solutions, and we want to see something done about it, and we want to see something done about it now, not tomorrow, but now.
Perfect. So enough talk and get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you to our panel for another insightful conversation. Before we break, I have a request, which I hope won't be too burdensome, but we've gathered lots of insightful minds here today, and there are lots more in this room. We consider ourselves a gathering place where people join to share ideas, and so I have one request for you over lunch, which is to turn to someone, at least one person, preferably two or three, who you don't know, and ask them a question, which is, what is the most interesting thing you've heard this morning? If everybody can do that, we'll hopefully encourage more conversation, carrying on the conversations we've just had. Lunch will be upstairs. Feel free to bring your food down here. There will also be some space up on the pergola as well, as a little bit of overflow. And we'll be back at 1:50 for carbon markets, AI, and the role of the US. Thank you.
What we do today could transform our economies and societies, impacting the planet for millennia.
We must join forces to accelerate that healthier, cleaner, more resilient zero-carbon world.
What we do today could transform our economies and societies, impacting the planet for millennia.
We must join forces to accelerate that healthier, cleaner, more resilient zero-carbon world.
We stand on the edge of profound change. To meet the demands of a green transition, we need collective wisdom, diverse voices, and bold ideas. Collaboration is the key to unlocking our sustainable future. Together, we can overcome the challenges ahead and seize the opportunities that will define the green economy.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Welcome back. I hope you all had a lovely lunch and were able to get something, and also met somebody new to have a chat with. We're going to start the afternoon looking at carbon markets and insurance. The voluntary carbon market is set to grow to $250 billion by 2050, but in an uncertain world, insurance will play a vital role in that. So, please welcome to the stage our panel, moderated by Sarah Stefanini of Carbon Pulse. Thank you.
Thank you. So the voluntary carbon market is set to grow to $250 billion, but at the moment it's only about $2 billion. And it's widely seen as one of the tools in the toolbox that could unlock a lot of climate finance, especially at a time when global climate finance is in discussion and a new goal needs to be set. However, it has been plagued by questions and issues of integrity, of trust, of overcrediting. Prices are extremely low, and you're left with this question of how you've got projects, especially in least developed countries, that could support real climate action and also co-benefits, such as jobs and livelihoods and nature. But is it sort of, but then you've got the question of the prices are too low and the buyers aren't buying credits because they don't trust what they're buying. So in comes the insurance industry, which is a relatively new player in the voluntary carbon market, potentially should have come in sooner. But you have quite a few new insurance providers providing new types of products, and then more traditional, bigger insurance companies also starting to look in the sector. So with that, I would like to first introduce Greg Lowe, Director of Sustainability at Deloitte, who's going to talk about how his work with insurance companies and entering the...
Thank you.
etc. But if we come back to the key question of insurance and sort of what I'm seeing from the insurance market in terms of the role they play in the transition, I think it's really twofold. One is through the provision of insurance. You can potentially lower the cost of capital for clean energy and other transition projects. And the other is fundamentally through the balance sheet that the insurance industry has in its investment portfolio to finance some of these transition projects. Now, where do voluntary carbon markets come in? I think they're kind of a drop in the ocean at this moment in time, but we've just finished a paper that's about to be imminently released, actually in conjunction with Aon, on underwriting the transition. And I think one of the things that we found in that particular white paper, which we interviewed many customers of the insurance industry as well as insurers themselves, and we found that this is still an industry that thinks very much in terms of products. It's very siloed in its thinking. I sell marine insurance or I sell aviation insurance, but when you think about the needs of the energy transition, it doesn't really align to a product-based approach. So thinking about how a holistic suite of risk transfer products and risk transfer solutions can actually play in facilitating the transition is something that I think we're starting to hear a lot more insurers speak about. So that's just a little bit, I think, of setting the context around insurance.
Thank you. And Kita is a relatively young and carbon-focused insurance company. Thomas Merriman is one of Kita's co-founders. Tell us about your company and the gap that you spotted that you're looking to fill.
Thank you, Sarah. So we founded Kita about 3 years ago, and our goal, which we retain to this day, is to bring risk transfer to the carbon removal markets in order to help them scale. We had thought that the market would not be able to scale to 250 billion, for example, without risk transfer, i.e. insurance. We measure ourselves really both in traditional insurance terms, but also in terms of the amount of carbon that we're able to, we hope, facilitate the removal of, again, through the provision of insurance. We operate through the Lloyd's market, which, and I won't go too technical and insurance-y here because it is after lunch and I don't want anyone to fall asleep, not least my panelists, fellow panelists. But Lloyd's is the world's largest specialty insurance market, and that's a great venue for this particular product. It also allows us to talk to lots of capacity providers, that is the insurers who will put their balance sheet on the line for these types of projects. I think that that particular market, as Greg and I were talking about in advance of this panel, does need a little bit of hand-holding, I think, if that's not too sort of reductive. In order to get into these new markets, I think we're making some progress on that front. We bridge the gap, I think, between carbon and insurance. And whilst this may have been done before, certainly when we launched, there was no meaningful risk transfer product for the carbon markets. Certainly the voluntary markets, there was a little bit of insurance available for the California cap and trade market. And we work closely with the folks now who provided that at the time. As it won't come as a surprise to you to know that really we looked a lot at the nature-based markets to begin with, and that's where we started out in mostly in afforestation and some other nature-based approaches. What has been interesting is to see the evolution of the demand for our products into more of the technical space. So the product that we're launching imminently will cover DAC, BECS and CCS, and there's been a lot of interest in that particular product, but it does have some particular challenges around it, not least because in the nature-based space, the agent that does the capture also does the storage, which is the tree, for example. So how does liability change when I'm paying someone else to store it? I was having that conversation just before, just whilst we were having lunch. In addition to our standard delivery risk insurance, i.e. I put money down up front, maybe as a prepayment, and I expect to get carbon credits in return, and I want that contract protected. So in addition to that, we've also branched out into political risk, which is a very topical a very topical subject, perhaps not for the reason you're smiling at, but maybe. But of course, with CORSIA, with Article 6, there's a lot of concern about, well, if I've bought carbon from this particular country, will I get the letter of authorization from the government? Is that letter good enough? Will they honour it? Will I get the corresponding adjustments that I need in order to, for example, have this credit delivered into a CORSIA scheme? What are the updates from Article 6 that we've seen recently mean, and how can insurance play in that particular space? So we really are trying to move, I think, as Greg said, beyond providing just individual products to be able to provide a sort of suite of products which we think can cover the risks here. And what is also reassuring is that we're starting to see from the insurance industry more formal submissions for the insurance. What that means is, whereas in the past we'd sort of talk to developers and they'd be doing their best to understand what insurance means for them and they'd submit documentation, now we're starting to see stuff that comes through an insurance broker who says, I've been working with this particular client for X number of years, they're looking at carbon now, and here is exactly the risk they wish to have covered, the amount they wish to have covered, and so forth. And it makes it much easier for us then to provide them with quotes and so forth. But the fact that we're seeing those means that we're sort of starting to enter, I suppose, or starting to step into a more mature stage of that insurance market.
And going back to your comment about possibly about doing some hand-holding, Greg, maybe you can talk a bit more about what does that involve? And if you're a long-standing traditional insurance company and now you're looking to insure this sector, are they kind of taking their existing products and just adapting them, or does it require quite a different way of providing insurance?
It's a good question. I'll leave the technical dimensions of the product to Thomas. But I think if we think about the hand-holding, I think this speaks to sort of a broader innovation challenge the industry has. And if you think about a lot of the technologies that we take for granted and have insurance for, I mean, motor insurance is a classic example. I mean, that's something when you were writing motor insurance, 120 years ago, you didn't have data for that. You learn through experience, and obviously there are commercial risks to that approach, but I think even into the 1970s, the Lloyd's market was really at the forefront of pioneering really cutting-edge insurance solutions. I think one of the challenges we've identified in some of our research has been a little bit of that entrepreneurial spirit has perhaps been lost slightly in the industry. There isn't going to be perfect data, but that's not an excuse not to focus on some of that innovation. So I think that hand-holding, is probably twofold. One, rediscovering that entrepreneurial spirit, but I think also recognizing that, I mean, Thomas, you were mentioning some of the figures around the size of the carbon market, but kind of from a premium perspective, it's still very much, I think, a drop in the ocean of a market that in Lloyd's alone writes north of, I can't even remember what the figures for Lloyd's are these days. Is it 30-40 billion a year in premiums? And the global premiums for the industry are in the hundreds of billions, if not trillions, which is just a fraction of the actual risk that's covered. So that drive to profitability is some of that hand-holding. I think there's also a need to kind of make sure there's a connection to some of those other products. So if there is a strategy that insurers have around transition products, that they're thinking about the role that carbon removals and voluntary carbon market insurance can play a role alongside. And finally also, a lot of insurers are starting to think about the actual insurance-associated emissions, which is a PCAF methodology to calculate the emissions from underwriting activity. Not all insurers are looking at this, but many of the big ones are, and I think there's a strong link to if you're trying to get that to net zero, what's the role in underwriting carbon market insurance? Does that actually count towards carbon removals in your own portfolio? So there's just this need, I think, to take a little bit more of a holistic approach to product innovation to this particular topic, and really to rediscover a spirit of innovation.
And Thomas, you mentioned some of the types of projects that you are providing insurance for, such as direct air capture, which is a very new and not largely unproven, or not unproven, but sort of unknown new type of carbon removal, BECCS, which is a little bit better known. But what are the risks that both buyers and developers are worried about, and what needs to be? Is it, forests burning down? Is it the technology not working? What are the things that you're ensuring?
Well, this is a really fascinating area of insurance, which is not something you'll hear very often, I don't think. But looking at those projects, all projects really, you can segregate, we think, the risks into two buckets, or at least let's say there's two that's useful for this discussion. The first is what we would call delivery risk, which is, I mentioned before, the chance that the carbon credits I've paid for or invested in or expect don't get delivered. But the other, as you referenced there, is the reversal risk, which is the forest has been standing and storing carbon, but there's been a fire or some other issue, and now that carbon has been released. That also applies, of course, to the engineered approaches as well, whether that's a leak from the geological storage or perhaps for enhanced rock weathering, if it's that more of the rock has been washed into the waterways and there's a slightly more alkaline solution there than they're expecting, and so forth. So there's some really interesting ways in which reversal can take place. Traditionally, of course, reversal, especially in the nature-based space, has been managed through the buffers, which, as some of you will know who've been involved in carbon projects, if my project is going to generate 100 carbon credits each year, I'm obliged by the standard that's going to allow me to issue those to put about 20%, sometimes more, aside, such that if someone buys those credits and in the future there is a fire, it protects the integrity of the scheme. That is, I can be sure that that carbon really was removed even though there's been a fire because there's been some credits put aside. There's a lot of reasons why those buffers came into existence. Arguably, one of them is that there wasn't any private insurance or commercial insurance available at the time. We're hoping to change that, and I'll talk a little bit about the other risk in a moment, by providing insurance to the carbon standards and other entities that have these buffers to protect their buffers. Well, the scenario that we're concerned about, not necessarily from an insurance perspective, but just more sort of holistically for the industry, is that were there to be a big call on one of these buffers, let's say one of the nature-based schemes, there'd been a lot of fires, and this is a, won't surprise you, a real-life scenario. But if buyers were to question the integrity of that buffer, would they then question the integrity of the credits? Would that, in a sort of similar to financial markets, cause those buyers to question other buffers that are in existence and whether that has then damaged the integrity of other credits? Or could there be this sort of knock-on effect? At some point, of course, and this is something we have spoken to regulators about, they ought to really be having a look at this kind of thing, because everyone's got an interest really in this market developing and reaching that 250 billion target. So ensuring its integrity is I think, should be a common goal for many. And then taking advantage of insurance to actually protect those buffers, I think should be on that agenda. And also then there's the management. So the Woodland Carbon Code, who I think do a fabulous job, there's not that many of them. Their buffer is very, very large. Who's managing that buffer? It should really be treated like a sort of asset management issue, So there's some issues on the reversal side that we're covering. It gets very interesting on the technical side. Some of you, in fact, Sarah, you're in Carbon Pulse. I was just reading whilst I was having my lunch about the ADM plant in the US, where it's a class 6 well, so they're injecting CO2 into the subsurface, and they monitor where the CO2 is, they monitor where the plume is. It's shifted, so it's sort of shifted over. So the EPA shut the well down because they were worried about the effects on groundwater and so forth. So from our perspective, is that something that is an insurable event? Is the shutdown of the well while this is sorted out, is that something that, were ADM who operate it have our insurance, could they then seek some cover for the loss that they've sustained? So lots of interesting questions around that too. And then all sorts of other areas where risks are beginning to come in. If we think about DAC plants, for example, they're usually modeled around a certain carbon intensity of their electricity supply and the availability and the cost of that insurance, the cost of that electricity supply. Can they get insurance to help protect them against fluctuations that deviate from the normal? Well, the answer is yes, but we haven't quite, it's out there. It's just waiting to find the right candidate for the first test.
And Greg, do you see, with carbon removals in particular, do you see kind of a difference of views or approach, whether they're talking about nature-based, which tends to be more traditional ways of doing things, and then these new technologies or sort of less tested projects?
It's a good question. I think historically it's certainly been mostly nature-based. Obviously, direct air capture is, a newer and emerging technology. I think there's certainly more discussion around providing insurance for direct air capture. I think going back, though, to some of the points around nature-based removals, and this actually speaks to sort of, and I think another challenge the industry is going through is really getting its head around, the impacts of nature on the industry writ large. There isn't necessarily that alignment of thinking between a strategy around natural capital, biodiversity, and nature systems, and the carbon removal benefits. There are some leading insurers who are talking about this and thinking about it in a very strategic way. And I would say it's the vast majority of the conversations that we have with insurers when they're thinking about the overall decarbonization strategy for their portfolios. But there's not, again, I think a real cohesive narrative around how the industry should approach this. And let me just sort of paint a picture. Many of the nature-based carbon removal projects that you have out there in the market, Thomas, we were talking about mangroves last week. The insurance industry was actually investing, there's a classic case of a large Japanese insurer who is actually investing in mangrove protection in parts of Southeast Asia. Now, they did that partially for carbon removal reasons, but they also did that because mangroves in particular provide natural flood defenses, so there's resilience benefits to nature-based solutions. I don't think there's kind of been a 360-degree view in the industry around the role some of these carbon removal, voluntary carbon market, carbon removal nature-based schemes can play in actually reducing underlying insured losses. So if you think about the physical risks that the industry is facing, that 360-degree view hasn't, I think, really occurred at this moment in time, but I think it's something that actually needs much more strategic thinking. And it really needs a comprehensive integrated nature and climate strategy from the industry, and I just don't think we're there yet. Maybe just to conclude on the direct air capture conversation, I think there's almost a broader and longer story in the industry around CCUS. I'm struck by a paper that ClimateWise, which is an insurance industry initiative addressing the risks and opportunities of climate change. It's been around since 2007. They published a white paper on carbon capture and storage back in 2012. And I was just having a chat with someone in the industry a week or two about this, and we were both struck by how little had actually changed in that space. And kind of to a point you were making, Thomas, I think around DAC and particularly the actual storage of the carbon if that's sequestered underground, I think there needs to be a clear understanding also from policymakers of what the role of the insurance markets are and what the actual role of government and policy is, because there just is not going to be the coverage for liability of, extremely long-term storage of vast underground wells of CO2. I mean, I'd use the kind of example of nuclear waste. You do not have the insurance industry underwriting that particular risk. And I think it's really interesting that in the US there's a much more of a developed market for CCUS insurance, because there isn't the same type of liability that governments have tried to hand over to insurers. Government said we're going to actually underwrite this risk, and I think in Europe we certainly need to have a more frank conversation around this is not something the industry on its own can pick up. And
to that point, for either of you, who pays for the insurance? Is it the developer? Is it the buyer? Is it both? And what are you hearing from from both sides?
I think that's a really interesting point. We hear from all sides, really. On the one hand, you hear from developers who rightly want to get insurance because they want to demonstrate to potential buyers that they've thought carefully about risk management, and this is an excellent project, and it's good enough that someone's agreed to insure it. Of course, the challenge there is, from a buyer's perspective, is that that's all well and good, but the insurance won't protect against the negligence or perhaps fraud on behalf of the developer. So how does the buyer cover that? Well, then the buyer might then turn to insurance and say, well, I'm glad they've got insurance for all those avoidable risks like sort of fire or supply chain or so forth, but can we please have some cover in case they turn out to be fraudulent or negligent in what they're doing? So we do hear from both sides, and then of course the standards as well, who sit in the middle. It's a very, I think it's slightly contentious to determine who should take that insurance. It's probably better left to the two parties to figure out where that risk appetite lies. I would say the danger is that until we see the emergence of larger developers, they will always be the weaker negotiating party. And we were having this conversation, I think, prior, that unfortunately they might have insurance pushed upon them. Now, that's challenging from an insurance perspective, as I'm sure you'll agree, Greg, in that if those developers are, for example, doing some fabulous projects in Ghana and headquartered in Ghana, that is an extremely difficult place to distribute insurance. So it makes our lives quite difficult. On top of that, developers, as I mentioned earlier, we have some great conversations with them, but unlike, let's say, a airline or oil major or anyone else who might be buying some insurance for their carbon removal strategy, they have whole insurance buying teams. They've been buying insurance for decades. They know what questions to ask, which brokers are better than others, and so forth. The developers are coming at this brand new. I was just talking to a developer yesterday who said he hates having to read insurance wordings, and I have some sympathy with him. And he said, I don't even like doing it when I'm looking at my own travel insurance, let alone insuring this, £10 million project. So, trying to push this on developers means that it's difficult to insure them. They don't necessarily have the knowledge they need. And ultimately, that's simply going to just slow things down in a market which really doesn't need any more reasons to have yet more sort of friction thrown in there.
And I'm going to ask one more question and then open it up to the audience. Excuse me. COP29 starts next week. I'm heading to Baku on Sunday. There are very high hopes that Article 6 in particular will be concluded after several failed COPs on that front. And this will kind of kick off a new era of international carbon markets. And excuse me, on the broader side, there's also the new quantified climate finance goal to be, new collective quantified goal to be decided. What role can insurance play in kind of helping to shore up trading under Article 6? Basically that. Do you expect insurance to play a role in it?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen a lot of interest in the political risk products that we provide. I mean, I think ultimately in the Article 6 market, there will remain some uncertainty about whether countries that, let's say they've issued an LOA for a particular project with the corresponding adjustment so that they can avoid double counting of carbon, whether that will continue to be honoured, whether some projects will see their CA revoked, whether something just a bit more sort of boring, if you like, around carbon projects will happen, like expropriation, nationalisation, all the usual C and D risks that one would face with political risk. My hope is, as with all the other insurance products that we offer, is that actually by taking advantage of risk transfer, more projects will be able to receive funding so that we can, whether it's trading through Article 6 or otherwise, there is just more carbon being removed. I hope that with respect to international carbon trading, whether it's CORSIA, which also has political risk bound up in it, or more specifically Article 6, that that political risk product will take away some of the concern of those folks trying to channel investment into it.
Greg, any thoughts or anything that you're watching for from COP?
No, I think Thomas has actually covered that extremely well. I maybe just make kind of two additional points, and it comes back to some of the remarks I made earlier about the role of the insurance industry versus the role of policy. I think there does need to be a very clear signal from the industry around what it can and cannot do. I've been at numerous other both previous COPs, but also things like something people actually kind of forgot about in 2015, the International Disaster Risk Reduction Strategy the UN kind of put together, and I do think, you know, there needs to be that recognition of the industry cannot solve this all, and there is a specific role for insurance in the markets. I mean, this is really about you know, low frequency, high impact losses, and that is what
I hope so, at least. Yeah.
That is what the industry is there for, and you know, I think kind of to the point you were making around risk appetite, Thomas. I mean, I think governments actually need to be very clear about the risk appetite they have, and then understand what the role of insurance can be and how they actually are thinking about deploying any kind of you know, changes to Article 6, etc.
Thank you. And I think we've got time for a couple of questions from the audience. I see one hand up there in the darkness.
Thank you very much. I have a question around the carbon capture and storage capability. Many of these projects are bespoke projects, so they're using a standardized technology, but the way how they are applied is very much depending on the local environment. When you think about a mining site in South America and they want to capture the carbon dioxide at the location where it is produced before it enters the atmosphere. So how do you do due diligence on projects like that? Do you send your own people then down there, or do you have partner organizations that do a site visit, or how do you do that?
Well, in those cases, depending on the size of the site and the nature of what's been doing, we may do a site visit, but I'd say that's the exception rather than the rule. Quite often in insurance, there will be a lot of other parties involved that are doing due diligence, and we will use their due diligence alongside our own. So we do look very carefully at that area. It's not, as you say, it's highly non-standardized. There are a number of approaches we can take to mitigate that risk on our side in collaboration with the developer. And I think in this market, as in any new market, as I'm sure Greg will agree, perhaps back in whether it's motor cars or perhaps a bit more recently in, you know, space and then and cyber, this is a process to begin with where we have to work very closely with the insured to understand their risk, to share the risk with them before we can get to the point where what I hope will happen in 10 years' time is we get an insurance submission saying this is a, you know, 20,000 ton DAC plant in South Africa. They're looking for delivery risk cover, political risk cover in amongst a much larger physical damage, you know, program. Can you provide it? And then we can return to them within about half an hour and say yes, and here's our rate. Rather than, as I was saying to someone earlier, you know, days and days looking through PDDs or looking through due diligence done by investors, taking, you know, reading through legal opinion of local council and so forth. So it is very interesting looking at all these different projects. We hope to be able to cover a few and learn from that so that the whole process gets easier.
Thank you, and time for one more question. I see a hand at the back there.
Yeah, hi, Thomas. We ran an auction last year for the Malawi cook stove credits, so double certified credits, so no delivery risk there. They were 2021, 2020. So my question to you really is, if you couldn't insure those, what projects do you actually insure? And secondly, where are you getting, other than The Guardian, where are you getting the information about invalidation of credits? I haven't seen any data to back that risk up.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, we don't necessarily provide invalidation cover. I know there's some folks out there who do provide invalidation cover. I think there's a few challenges around invalidation that we're not quite sure how and where the data might come from. I think with regards to cook stoves, and it's great to see the work you guys are doing in that area, we do look at a number of cook stove projects. I think there's some particular political risk around cook stove projects that we can cover. We don't fully understand yet, that is to say, we don't have a model that I would rely on for the delivery profile from cook stove projects. And of course, as you know, cook stove projects can span all sorts of different technologies, whether it's something more like a cocoa with replacement fuel, or whether it's more like a sort of a stove which is making more efficient use of biomass. So there's a great deal of variability there. And at the same time, of course, some standards are changing their rules, like the FARA and so forth. So it's a really emerging space in the cook stove area, an important source potentially of avoidance credits. As with all risks, we're trying to look at the whole distribution of projects and try and pick the better end of the distribution that we would like to cover, and then see how that fits in with our broader insurance book.
And I actually do think we have time for one more question. So one here in the sort of middle there. Thank you.
Hi, Peter Wharton from European Food and Farming Partnerships. My question's around farming and nitrogen use efficiency, where it's a great example for carbon avoidance, given that 50% of nitrogen fertilizer is not used by the plant, goes into nitrous oxide or into the waterways, and that's globally. But at the same time, I see a big challenge getting funding of carbon credits into projects like that, which is clear carbon avoidance. We're not talking sequestration. Just wanted to understand what are the challenges around that, and what could insurance do to try to de-risk that.
I think more broadly in agriculture, it's an area of great interest for us. We hope to be able to provide some initial coverage for regenerative agriculture projects in Q1 next year, and there are a number of developers who we've been working with on that subject. It's at an early stage for us. We're still trying to determine what would be the major risk factors there, and what would be the threat from natural catastrophe. I have had some good conversations on this subject where we've seen that alignment between national policy or policy set at the national level and regenerative agriculture schemes that will allow carbon credit issuance, when they're quite aligned, it means that, or what we hope it means is that the farmers will be more inclined to stick to the scheme, because farmer dropout rates is probably one of the bigger risks here. I know there's a lot of interest in this in the US as well, and hopefully we'll have like I say, a product available for them early next year. Certainly be interested in chatting to you as a follow-up to see what those risks are and how we might be able to help.
Greg, are you seeing interest in agriculture, in insurance for agriculture as well, or do you know of providers doing it?
It's a good question. I mean, agriculture as an insurance line of business itself is enormous, but I think it goes back to one of my earlier points, is that I don't necessarily see the lines being drawn between whether that's carbon avoidance or carbon removals. I just don't see enough of that discussion going on in the market. I think you also have probably a smaller number of insurers who actually have the capacity and willingness to write agricultural business in particular parts of the world. So I think it comes back to that, again, that kind of siloed mentality. And one of the things that I'd say about agricultural insurance writ large is, and it comes back to kind of, I think, a bigger point I made earlier, is that you can't think about insurance as sort of the last thing when you're really going on your transition or decarbonization journey. And that's consistently what we hear from our clients in the real economy who are relying on insurers to provide risk transfer solutions. Insurance is the last thing that gets thought about. And then when things don't always go as they might hope, it either the premium's too high or the coverage isn't significant enough. We're saying you need to actually go ahead and engage your insurers. Go speak to Thomas 3 years before you're actually thinking about implementing a project, because I think right now it's just sort of being assumed all will be okay.
Great. Well, on that note, all will be okay. Thank you very much to Thomas and Greg. Thanks.
Thank you very much to our panel. We are now about to move on to the vast potential for AI and climate. Please welcome to the stage Jen Janae, Dr. Michal Nachmani, Marie Eklund, and Adam Ellman. Thank you all for joining us. The scope for AI's influence on climate is almost unimaginably vast, from monitoring emissions and treaties to predicting floods and modeling climate change. But it is also a thirsty beast. The power demands of data centers globally by 2026 are expected to match the power demands of the whole of Japan. So nodding back to something that Nigel said earlier, this is the problem that we have to learn to love. And I'm very glad to say that we have a hugely well-informed and insightful panel with us. This is one of those panels where the introduction could take almost as long as the panel itself. So I'm going to skim lots, but just to say that we have Jen Janae, a globally renowned authority in responsible AI, who founded Responsible Innovation at Google and co-wrote the tech giant's AI principles. She's influenced key regulations, including the EU AI Act, speaks at UNESCO and Davos, and is now head of responsible AI at T3. Dr. Mikhail Nachmani is the founder and CEO of Climate Policy Radar. She advises the UN-led initiative on climate action transparency, and is a visiting fellow at the Grantham Research Institute at LSE. Marie Eklund's journey in French tech began at Elea Partners, where she spotted digital ad platform Criteo and advised it to a 250 million euro IPO and beyond, before founding France Digital and becoming the first woman in Europe to create a 150 million euro VC fund. Today, she is the co-founder and CEO of 2050, an investment fund focused on environmental and financial issues. And Adam Ellman is Google's Director of Sustainability for EMEA and has been recognised as one of the UK's top 100 environmental professionals and among the top 50 sustainability thought leaders globally. So the headline is, we have a council of the wise before you to tackle some of the big questions. So we start typically with the risks before we look to the opportunities. So I wonder, Jen, if I could start with you by asking whether the right rules are in place to ensure big tech mitigates the climate risks of AI.
I'll start with a certainly no. So there's a lot of regulations around transparency reporting, around obviously ESG and other climate requirements. But reporting is insufficient for especially the AI in the generative AI world. As you mentioned, the energy that's used by AI and generative AI is now at the country level and will continue to increase at that level unless more work is done. And we'll get to the opportunities that AI can be part of the solution, not just part of the problem. But in terms of the regulations, and while I was still at Google, part of our AI principles that Matt mentioned did call out the need to specify that AI needs to be built in service of social goals, not just commercial goals, but social goals as well. And part of those principles had that as an aspirational goal, is be socially beneficial. But on the other end, we also spoke about how it could not cause overall harm. And what that inherent tension is that by creating AI that could be useful for solving problems that we've never been able to solve before, but it will come at a cost to the environmental footprint. And so a lot of work happening to manage that risk. I'm talking about that because part of my role was around AI risk and governance. It is now, as I work with many companies around the globe around their AI efforts too, but it's insufficient. So when I say that it's necessary but insufficient, essentially internal regulation, internal governance of ensuring that you're assessing the footprint of the AI that you use. I would also say it starts before that, which is, do you need to use AI? There's many problems that can still be solved by traditional, whether it's models or statistics or otherwise. You should only be using AI if you have a business case that requires AI to be used. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity, but given the cost of the environmental footprint, you need to be assessing that. I'd also consider that part of that internal regulation and internal governance is to close some of the gaps that is not coming from external regulation. Understanding not just the cost of the AI that you're using, but to the degree, how can you minimize the amount of energy that you're using day to day? How to minimize the size of the models that you're using? There's a lot of really great research happening there to understand You don't just need more and more data, larger and larger models, because they use more and more energy. So how can we get as accurate, as useful AI while reducing the footprint? So overall, no, regulation is not there. Global standards are not there. When you look at the standards that are being developed, whether it's ISO, IEEE, you look at the EU AI Act and otherwise, they talk about the safety of AI. They talk about preventing fairness and harm, which are all good things. They don't carve out specific requirements and expectations around environmental and energy usage, which I think is a massive gap and does mean that, no, I don't think there's sufficient regulation, but internal regulation governance is necessary, insufficient. We know that we can't trust big tech companies to always put all of us ahead of social goals, and so I do think it's a meeting in the middle, the private and public partnership, internal governance and regulation. There needs to be stronger regulation that specifically calls out AI usage, generative AI usage in energy requirements and environmental expectations.
Carl, you wanted to step in?
I have a yes and a yes but. My yes and, emissions are critical. Let's not forget water. Let's not forget critical minerals. Let's not forget the labor that is associated with training models. That's the yes and. So the impact and the footprint of generative AI, and not just generative AI, we're used to thinking about generative AI, but the AI is bigger than generative AI. That's the yes and. There is a huge, huge footprint to AI. The yes but, everything you said is true, but it's true for data centers. And data centers do many more things than AI. And the fraction, and things they do, they host websites, they host financial transactions, they power Facebook and Twitter and all of the things that have very little to do with training models for AI and using AI. The emissions associated, or the environmental footprint associated with AI, is a fraction of the emissions associated with data centers. So when we talk about numbers, it is important to mention that. It is important to mention that because when we think about AI as equaling the emissions of Japan, we potentially are doing a disservice to the discourse and in our ability to say, what are we actually putting one against each other? And when we think about what are the benefits of AI, which we will be talking about in a second, then we need to make sure that the values that we put in the columns are actually equal.
Adam, this is a good time to bring you in, I think. Big tech has taken matters into its own hands to a certain degree. Microsoft recommissioned 3 Mile Island to generate electricity from nuclear. Google and Amazon have signed deals for their own small nuclear reactors. I wonder if you think that is a trend. Most of the discussion has been about the pros and cons of nuclear in general, which I think most of the people in this room will understand. But I wonder if that's a trend that you think we're likely to see continuing.
Thanks for the question. I think we need to sort of take a bigger context here, and I think we'll get on to the opportunities for AI, but equally important is managing and taking a responsible approach to any of the downside concerns. And it's something that Google's been focused on for many years. We've had AI principles for many, many years, and whilst we're sitting here talking about AI today, if you were using Google Maps, Google Search 5, 6, 7 years ago, you were using AI. I mean, Google's been focused on sustainability since the company was founded. We started buying clean energy back in 2010, 2017. On a global annual basis, we were buying enough clean energy to match our electricity use. And we're really focused on sort of every layer of the stack. So we have ambitious goals now. We're aiming for net zero by 2030. That's not just our own emissions, that's scope 3 as well, so our value chain. And we're aiming for an even higher standard on clean energy. So what I spoke about before, the way most people measure energy usage, you get to the end of the year and you say, how much energy did you use and did you buy enough clean energy somewhere at some time to match that? We don't think that's good enough. So we're looking to buy energy on a 24/7 basis, so locally sourced, matched on an hourly basis. And that requires all sorts of new technology, whether it's advanced geothermal, battery storage, small modular reactors, through to using AI to load balance and shift jobs around the world. So we're absolutely focused on the energy side, but we're focused on every aspect. So we're focused on the chipsets. The latest TPU, our Trillium TPU, these are the chipsets that really are focused on training AI, is 67% more efficient than TPU5, and TPU5 was a lot more efficient than the one before. A typical Google data center, well, actually, put this in perspective. Compared to 5 years ago, we have almost 4 times as much compute power
for the same amount of energy. So we're really good at efficiency. So we're focused on every layer of the stack here. And to the point I think just made before about really finding out where there are sensible use cases for AI, we mustn't forget there's a cost here. So there's a commercial incentive to drive efficiency and to make sure we're only using it at the points it really does add value.
Marie, it'd be great to bring you in here for the funding perspective. As VC money and big tech money itself rushes towards AI, I wonder if there is a risk that our AI systems could be rapidly scaled without fully considering that environmental impact. If we know that the regulations aren't necessarily there in place at the moment, is that a risk? Is that something that you're aware of and people discuss in your world?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's not only a risk for AI, it's a risk for tech in general. And we used to talk about growth at all cost. It means what it means, that there is an environmental and social cost for a lot of, sometimes for a lot of these companies. And so the question then is, how can you actually build financial models where you are building not growth at all cost, but aligned growth, meaning growth that of companies that are aligning their business interests together with the interests of society and the planet. That actually means we need to be able to, in some way or another, assess net impact, right? And so it's not about having positive impact on this particular mission, but in making sure that the negative impact you can potentially have elsewhere is not costing more than the benefit you're actually having with the AI system. That's really hard to do today because we don't have kind of a standard net impact benchmark measurements to go with today, but there's some very interesting initiatives that are going on. So the way we do it, and the way we do it basically is that it's funny to talk about AI today because I usually say the way finance work is like machine learning. We're basically doing AI, except it's not machine, it's our minds that are set that way because it's all about pattern recognition. So we're looking at what has worked in the past, work meaning gaining a lot of money, and we're making decisions today that are based on this. So we're not only making decisions informed on that, but we're overfitting, meaning we're always going for the decision that made the most money. So we're kind of reproducing the past, and I don't see how we're going to solve the problems we're creating if we're making decisions that way. And today you could argue, yeah, but that's because if you just put in like environmental and social data in your algorithm, decision-making algorithm, you'll be fine because you can optimize on these 3 dimensions and you can have net impact in, except we don't have these data. Right? So the way we do it is to look at the future, looking at what is the type of society we want to live in, and to have a holistic approach, because that's the only way you can measure net impact, and say, we want to invest in companies that are making us shape a fertile future, meaning it's a society where everyone can eat enough, eat healthily, where we can live and produce in a sustainable manner, where we can take care of our body and mind, where we can make the education and cultural model evolve in such a way that everyone can contribute to that fertile future, and where you can put trust back into the economy with insurance model covering us and your risk, financial model allowing long-term to happen, and media industry allowing democracy to function. You could put a lot of things in AI in that trust bucket, of course. So we always assess our companies based on this, and it's mostly bottom-up metrics, which is really hard after to have a net measurement, because then you're going to have, they're doing great on like tons of CO2 avoided in the atmosphere, but this is kind of diversity and inclusion. So overall, you don't have like this net impact measurements. But there is this Finnish platform called Upright, which has been built since 7 years. It was Anu, she's an ex-McKinsey, and the way they did it is that they mapped all the different industries with all the different products and services and linking them through science articles. So they're crawling all the science article out there to be able to link one particular product or service to a potential negative or positive impact. And then they crawl all the science database again to be able to map that impact towards a cost or a benefit. So it is limited to, you need to have an article saying Instagram has a bad negative impact on health, mental health, for example. to be able to say it. But you also need another scientific article saying, and that negative mental health impact is costing social security system that much per year. So translating into money, because if everything is translating into euros or dollars, then you can sum, right? And then they come up with an overall net impact. So today, that is actually not sufficient, but it's a very good starting point to be able to benchmark one company as an overall net impact positive. So, for example, one of our companies, which is doing decarbonized cement, they're taking carbon mineralization and olivine, and basically at the end you have cement that is storing CO2 instead of emitting CO2 in the process. And when you compare, it's positive, like its impact ratio, it's plus 68%, super positive. You compare it to Holcim, it's minus 91%. So it gives you an overall way of looking at it and making decisions.
And how common is it for your competitors, would you say, to focus on that net impact in the same way that you are?
It's hard because it's holistic. So usually we see people more focused on like one particular, or companies on one particular mission. But if we really want to solve this, we need to have this holistic mindset.
Mikhail, I wonder if I could ask you, before we move on to the huge opportunities, if there's a risk of over-reliance on AI in our thinking and policy making as this wonderful plaster that can go over everything and will mitigate everything and might distract us from bigger structural issues?
I think anyone who's been around for the last 2 years is, we drop the word AI everywhere, but we are still not having a very nuanced debate about what it is, and we're still treating it like a monolithic thing. We can think about AI's emissions, we can think about AI for social good. You can have very good applications, very good models, and very bad models that are for social good. And the risk, by the way, is having an application or a model that is designed for social good but is a bad model, relies on bad data, relies on data that is biased, doesn't have the evaluation metrics to make sure that the decisions that, or the modeling or the predictions that it makes are actually fit for purpose, fit for truth, fit for all of the use cases that it's used to. If you train data on Global North English language text, then the language that it will produce for Pashto texts will be not as good, or even for French text would not be as good. So we could actually end up with the wrong decisions. We could end up with the wrong predictions. And if we think about AI as this black box, or you either have it or you don't, this is where we need to start having a more structured discussion, a more nuanced discussion about these things, and to dig underneath the what is it for, and is it going in the right direction, but what does it actually do? And these are very, very thorny subject, because data is a big part of that, funding data collection in areas where it hasn't been collected, modeling things that haven't been modeled before, and being actually able to test and evaluate them. These are heavy engineering, data sciencey, data engineering tasks. And part of our problem is that we don't have the work, we don't have the people who are trained enough, because everything is very new and we have very little to do except be at the forefront and innovate and build and kind of write the playbook as we're, build the airplane as we're flying it, I think is the high emissions equivalent of that. So all of these are critical. So if we say AI yes or no, relying on it or no, let's do AI, great, then we're at a risk of over-reliance on that. And going back to Marie's excellent point about artificial intelligence is human intelligence, which is like the ability to retrieve lots of data fast and make informed decisions based on it, right? That's what we consider intelligence. Machine intelligence or artificial intelligence is the ability to draw on larger data sets and make sense of them faster. Now, today is a particularly good day to talk about multiple issues in humanity, right? Nature and science, and nature and climate change and human rights and war and peace and all of those things that happen in these silos, and the ability to digest all of the information related to them and bring them closer so we can make holistic decisions is critical. But I'm going to opportunities already, so I'll let you moderate the panel.
Well, that is a good time to ask. That is a good time to ask, because the opportunities are so vast, from more energy efficiency to monitoring our emissions to modeling climate change itself. I think this is really a question that I'd like to ask each of you, which is, which areas do you think it's likely to have the most profound impact on in terms of our fight against climate change the soonest? Where's the hope?
I'll get started. So I'm a rule of three person, so I was trying to think of 3 ones here, but the key ones that come to mind, and when I was listening to the earlier panel on the small and medium enterprises, I must have been bringing too much of my Irishness to it, because I thought agriculture and farming would be one of the key areas, and I think it was construction that was mentioned, but precision agriculture and the ability for AI to help us do more with less, especially in a water-stressed world and a much hotter world. I think AI and its ability to analyze information at scale, as well as help us think in creative ways of how to use the resources that we already have. I think precision agriculture across so much of the world is not just a useful use case of AI, a necessary one of how we do that with less water and more heat. Second one that comes to mind, you've already said it maybe with the monitoring, is energy grid and smart grid management. So better being able to manage the loads, again, in a very constrained environment, and with more heat waves and the usage of air conditioning, whatever it is, that more as people's GDP increases, their ability to pay for these types of energy intensive ways of both adapting to a changing world and then needing to respond, not just adapt, but also respond and mitigate it. I think the massive amount of differences for national grids and regional grids is going to be a huge opportunity for AI to help. And then the third one being buildings, both industrial buildings and home buildings, around cooling, heating and lighting, and how to do that. All of those are needed right now, and some of the technology already exists with smart homes. Being able to connect that all together, I think, related to the point around being holistic and having a comprehensive approach, being able to build smart buildings and managing that lighting, heating and cooling is an immediate opportunity, because so much of the infrastructure already exists in that particular space, while the others might need a bit more research.
Adam?
Yeah, happy to jump in. I mean, we spent some time looking at this last year with Boston Consulting Group, and we identified that existing use cases for AI in climate, so forget the breakthroughs we might get next month, next year, but existing use cases, if scaled up, have the opportunity to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions by up to 10% by 2030. That's huge. That's the same as the emissions as the EU. And there are lots of examples right across all sorts of different industries. And that's obviously mitigation, but huge opportunity for climate adaptation and resiliency, but also fundamental modeling, research breakthroughs, etc. We see 3 main use cases there around sort of information, prediction, and optimization. Again, lots of examples from Google, but I'll just throw out a few. So in the transportation side of things, if you use Google Maps to drive, we're using AI to surface up the most fuel-efficient route, if it's not already the fastest one, so you'll see a little green leaf. We launched that a couple of years ago. That's helped reduce 2.6 million metric tons of emissions. That's the same as taking 650,000 fuel-based cars off the road every single year. So that's just helping people make simple choices every day. You mentioned flying. If you've ever seen the sort of thin white lines behind an aircraft, those are called contrails. They actually account for 1/3 of the emissions from flying. So after fuel, which is 50%, contrails are the next biggest thing. We've been using AI and geospatial data to predict and figure out when contrails occur. We've tested this in the real world with American Airlines, and we reduced contrails by 54%. We're now deploying this around the world and here in Europe with Eurocontrols. Many examples across the energy sector, but I also think it's important, as I say, to mention the sort of adaptation resiliency side of things. Obviously, flooding, very top of mind given the horrific events in Spain over the last week. We've been using AI for a number of years to predict riverine flooding. The technology's got so good we can predict riverine flooding now up to 7 days in advance, and we've deployed that to 80 countries around the world, covering 460 million people. I think what's really interesting here is, because of the advancements in AI, we've now been able to deploy it in countries where there's just really scarce data, often those countries that are most impacted by climate change, but actually the modeling's got so good now we were able to deploy it. So I think there are lots and lots of use cases, and you know, at Google, as well as sort of building our own, we're really keen to help support a huge ecosystem, whether that's through sort of philanthropic funding, and we've been working closely together, but you know, through helping startups and what have you, because the opportunity is really exciting here, and you know, we're going to lead that ourselves as Google to reach our own goals as well.
This is a definitely yes and. So yes to everything that Jen and Adam were saying. But I'm going to attack it from a different angle. There's three things that we need to do. These are the three levers that we need to pull on to fix all of our problems. Policy, and moving money from the old economy to the new economy, and behavior change. Behavior change is made much easier when the policy is in place and when the money is in the right place. So the money in all of those things, in buildings and transportation and resilience and all of those. But in order to inform decision making, AI can help in bringing and synthesizing the information that helps policymakers or helps financiers actually decide how to move either laws, policies, regulations, or to divest or invest in industries. Now, if you think about the information that policymakers use in order to make a decision, that often starts with who's done that already and how can I de-risk it and what do I know about it and what do I know about its impact. And that often is a very data-rich exercise, and because we don't have enough data or we didn't have enough data, this is where AI can help, then people stay in the status quo. You don't know enough about it, you stick to what you know. And the status quo is not good enough. And the ability to bring together and to bring to decision makers information about, here's who's done this already, here are the impacts, here's a bunch of deforestation policies, here's deforestation satellite imagery, see how this starts impacting that, right? Same way that if you think about health policies, countries that mandated COVID vaccines saw a drop in COVID cases, right? So like starting to map between regulation and policy and what works. There's detailed work on that, for example, out of MIT now, mapping IRA investments and thinking how at the facility level, those things actually drive decarbonization. So the ability to map the implementation of policy is the key to shifting policy, which is great. Similarly for finance decisions, if you think about finance through a risk perspective, being able to map all of the data that goes into the risk modeling, including policy data, by the way. The hurricane is coming, great. Do we have an early warning system for that hurricane? And what is going to be the reduction in the losses or the increase in the losses with and without policy interventions? This is where we start seeing the interplay between those two. If we are able to predict loss of value on housing stocks, because we know that in 10 years from now this is going to be a flooded area. These are all things that enable more smart and more informed finance decisions. This is insurance and lending and investment, of course, that can change these things right now with long-term predictions. Again, going back to the data, this needs to sit on solid data. The modeling is great, it doesn't sit on solid data, it's not great. And then the decisions are wrong and we think that we made the right decision and we're going to regret it later. And behavior change, so the ability to choose your trail, your route to driving to work or flying with or without contrails or with or without airlines that have taken measures to reduce their contrails, for example. Those are, again, heavily reliant on investment and on policy. And the final thing I'm going to say is the ability to bring all of those decisions. This is where I'm getting back to the de-siloing. Last week, COP16, the Biodiversity COP, concluded in Cali. Next week, COP29. The Climate COP is starting. Great. Why aren't these people in the same room? They're supposed to read the same documents. They're supposed to read the same modeling. They're supposed to say, this is for climate, this is for nature, this is for food, this is for human rights, in the same instance. The ability to synthesize information quickly and to be able to bring it all together, this is one of the opportunities that AI can bring for us.
Marie?
Yeah, so when we started looking at solutions for climate change, we digged into the problems first to understand, right? So we digged into science. And we were very surprised with what we got, which is that if you listen to Stockholm Resilience Center or to all these research institutes that are really at the forefront of projection for the planet, what they tell you is that the number one thing we should be doing is not reducing emissions. So that was the surprise. The number thing we should be doing is to restore nature's capacity to store carbon. So it's about how can we get our soils, our oceans, our trees, and mineral rocks, who are the main natural carbon sinks, to improve and increase their capacity to store carbon, Because if we don't do that, what we're doing by getting them more and more restrained is that not only are we harming the planet's capacity to absorb our emission in time, but on top of that, we are releasing emissions that were stored for thousands of years in the atmosphere. So there's a compound effect that whatever in every projection, every scenario that we move forward to, whatever the level of reduction of emissions, if we don't do that, we're doomed. So the question around us and the way we look at AI is how we can get AI work into solving these huge problems of restoring natural carbon sinks. And the number one thing we should be doing is to look at the oceans. The ocean is the SDG that is the least invested ever, but 2 breaths out of 3 that we take are coming from the ocean. It's 30% of the CO2 that is stored, and it is 3 billion people that are relying on the ocean just to sustain. And today we're not tackling that problem. And one of the reasons we're not doing it is that we don't have data that is interoperable, that we can really rely on to understand where there's no life, where we should be restoring life and biodiversity. And that is a huge issue. So I believe the one thing we should be building with the new AI, and that is something we have to do, is how can we get AI to help us out into making the ocean live again, because our planet is so much dependent on the ocean.
So there's a lot that keeps coming back to the question of the data that's fed in, obviously, and I wonder what we should be doing more of to make sure that business and finance and governments cooperate with each other and work together. This is all constantly evolving. The innovators are a bit ahead of the legislators at the moment. So I wonder how all of those parties can ensure they're working together in the most effective ways to make sure that the potential of AI is maximised in the fight against climate change. Who would like to lead that one off?
Happy to kick off. I mean, I think it's fundamental. I think partnership is absolutely key here. I mean, like Google is an information company, but we don't own all this information. We work with partners around the world to bring together information and make it universally accessible and useful. And that's very much the case for this topic as well. I think sort of tying that together and maybe talking about cities, because cities have this big issue. They have huge ambitions around climate change and sustainability and nature and biodiversity, but often lack the data to know what are the right decisions that they're doing, that they need to make. We partner with organisations like C40, the Global Covenant of Mayors, ICLEI, many others, so city-based experts, where they really bring a lot of data, they bring the expertise. We bring our own data, we bring our technology expertise, and that enables us to deliver solutions to cities that are really helpful. So, for example, we have a free platform, covers 42,000 cities globally, gives them all sorts of data on their transport emissions, their building emissions, where to increase solar, where to plant trees to deal with urban heat islands. So if you take Ireland, for example, City of Dublin has an ambition to increase cycling by, I think it's 20%. They're using the Environmental Insights Explorer platform to help inform both their policy decisions and their investment decisions to help them reach that goal. And the really exciting thing is they can track that data every year. Is it actually making the impact that they want? So, but I go back, it's all about partnership. None of us can do this alone. We've also done a lot of work, I would say, in trying to identify what are some of the big missing data sets that would really help with climate science and advancing some of these. And we've sort of made that publicly available with others to say, look, here, make this stuff available. This is what we scientists, researchers around the world need to advance this topic.
Open data is the headline. If you think about the last Nobel Prizes that were given, they were given based on innovations that were only possible because data was there, because data was mandated to be made open. The mRNA vaccines and other innovations that are critical to our well-being as humanity and as a society, not just humanity, other species as well, is only enabled when you make years and decades of open and collaborative data, and you create an infrastructure on which it can be shared. So if you think about it, the data that we're all talking about is a public good, and public goods should be in the public. So opening up data sets and figuring out what are the business models that are necessary in order to make that happen, because creating data sets costs money, no one is denying that. But being able to ask, what is it that we can do? How can we create this shared infrastructure on the basis of which everyone who collects data sets, I don't know, you're sitting in a forest and you are monitoring deforestation, or you're monitoring species in a specific area, or a species sighting. Of course, that can be very dangerous because someone can then go and poach that species. So there's privacy, and there's lots of considerations for that. But open data is critical in order to facilitate innovation. And more than that, it is critical in order to open the data in order to reduce bias. If we are saying that models are only good if they are non-biased, then if I have a black-boxed model and that's based on black-box data, then who knows what this model does and says and how accurate it is going to be and how damaging it may be. Opening up the data and opening up the model, so I'm moving from open data to open source in this field, is critical in order to ensure that. And that's it, I'll stop here.
I'll build on both those points and add a bit of I might disagree slightly with there's a lack of data. There's a lack of data in some areas, but there's also a huge amount of data that is not being leveraged, and that data is also not being collected, centralized, and accessed. So the notion of kind of data trust, being able to provide, open source, but it will be a collective, that it's not, oh, that group will provide us all data. It's like, no, you make yourself part of the group, that people have to acknowledge that it's a shared responsibility to provide the data, and then yes, it's a shared responsibility to make it available, useful, clean, and then using it for a particular use case. So I think people aren't looking across the kind of life cycle of data to say they do play a role, and even if they think they don't have enough data, many government agencies have some data, but no one is looking at it, either because they don't have the skills. We'll give it to someone else who does have the skills. So I think there are ways that we can think about the gaps. I really like that addressing of the gaps for data access, but I also think it's data collection, that there's more than people think there is. And I'd also argue to the point about preventing bias and the need for more data. If we think about the lack of resources, lack of computer infrastructure maybe in the global south, who need to be included, deserve to be included, critical to be included, especially in the changing world, we also think about what information do they already have. They may not have technical sensors across agriculture or monitoring climate change, but they have museums and libraries and archives. How do we digitize all of that and then make that available? That's already information that's available. So I do think there needs to be a recognition that data lives somewhere. It's about doing it in a privacy-protecting, secure way that then can be open sourced in a way that prevents bias. So I do think there's a lot that needs to be done on the shared responsibility acknowledgement side, not just on, and now we'll make it available. And I think more of us can play a role in that.
I remembered my last point, which you all saw that I forgot. There's an issue of climate justice, which goes beyond digitizing archives, which is critical, and all of that. There are small groups who need to use that data for local climate action who cannot pay for it. When a group called Milieu de Fancy took Shell to court, I think there's a hearing next week, again, in their appeal, because they lost the first time, and said that, took them over brutal violations of human rights. I don't need to explain why Shell violates human rights by digging for oil, right? Shell had a team of 1,100 lawyers, while the group that sued them had a team of about 10 lawyers. That some of them had access to LexisNexis and the ability to reach data that can help them build their case, and way less paid than the Shell lawyers. Being able to have that data open and accessible and available, so the power imbalances can be changed, so the Davids can fight the Goliaths or any other power dynamic that you want to choose here, is critical for that, because right now we have a massive power imbalance that is damaging our ability both to reduce emissions and to generate resilience for the world.
I would just add one point, which is I fully concur to this open data need, especially because we don't have a lot of time, and also because it's not going to be global solutions, it's going to be multi-local solutions, so the capacity to understand if some place has the same type of context that we can learn from in our local context is super key. But I would just add one point, which is for these models and open data platforms to work, we need to innovate on the type of governance. And we definitely need stakeholder governance. And because else, this is not going to be resilient, and there's not going to be that trust built, and it's not going to be possible to build on top of that. So I think being able to tackle these topics are going to bring in new type of governance, stakeholder governance, that I think we should all be really aware of.
This is a conversation that could go on for a couple of days in itself, but I'm aware that there are others in the room who might have questions that they would like to ask. I see a hand up over here, if we could get a mic over, and one over here that will come to afterwards. We've only got a couple of minutes, but hi.
Thank you, fascinating discussion. Thank you also, Marie, for bringing up the prioritization of nature protection. My name's Ed Pragnell. I work for a company called Credit Nature, so that was music to my ears. My question is for Adam. You talked a lot about the sort of energy efficiency, clean energy, your net zero strategy for 2030. Could you talk a bit about your impacts on other key ecosystem services within nature, such as water, biodiversity, and what you're doing to mitigate those impacts?
Yeah, no, happy. I mean, I think, you know, we have a sustainability agenda that covers a wide variety of goals. And you're right, we've spoken a lot about sort of energy and emissions, but we've got goals that cover circularity, waste, biodiversity, nature, water, etc. Water's one where we've got a very big focus. So for those that don't know, data centers don't necessarily have to use water for cooling. We've got an ambitious goal to replenish 120% of the fresh water we use in our data centers. But again, we take a very contextual approach to that. So rather than sort of balance it across all data centers, where are the data centers that it really matters, where water is really stressed. But again, we invest in technologies where we don't need, you know, there are some places where we use air cooling and what have you, where water doesn't make sense. Actually, and I should say in the US, where we have very big campuses, office campuses, we do a huge amount in terms of nature restoration, biodiversity, and we partner again with the experts in this space. I think what's really interesting is Google has something called Google Earth Engine, which you might have come across. It has petabytes, hundreds of petabytes worth of data, geospatial satellite data going back 4 or 5 decades now. And we've made that available to researchers and scientists around the world for a number of years. And much of the nature peer-reviewed science that comes out is based and uses Google Earth Engine. And so for us, as again, along with thinking about our own impacts, a lot of our thinking is how can we use the technology and make the data available to others, either on the scientific research side or to other organizations to advance their goals as well.
Thank you very much. We're rapidly approaching the end, and I have a large flashing red light in front of me. So it might be time that we take a break now for coffee. If everyone can be back by 3:30, we will be looking at the role of the US, very topical, obviously, national transition plans, and we'll be hearing from UN Climate Envoy Rachel Kite. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We're going to be starting again in just a couple of minutes. If you would like to take your seats, this is a big topical one on US politics and the green transition. We'll be with you in a couple of minutes.
We stand on the edge of profound change. To meet the demands of a green transition, we need collective wisdom, diverse voices, and bold ideas. Collaboration is the key to unlocking our sustainable future. Together, we can overcome the challenges ahead and seize the opportunities that will define the green economy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Next up, we have the most topical and potentially trickiest brief of the day. We're now going to be looking at US politics and the influence on the green transition there and for the rest of us all over the world. Here to help us make sense of it all, please welcome to the stage Piers Schofield of Blakeney and Sean Spears of Green Alliance. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. It's good timing to be discussing the American election. What we're looking at really is how the result will affect the green transition. And when we were planning this a few days ago, we obviously didn't know what today would bring. So I think it's fair to say that the candidates had a very different approach on climate. And the Trump administration 2.0 will have a very different approach to Joe Biden's administration. His signature legislation was the Inflation Reduction Act, which triggered hundreds of billions of dollars of spending into clean energy tech and infrastructure. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens next. I'm very pleased to be joined with Sean, who's Executive Director of the Green Alliance, an independent think tank based here in London, working with leaders in business, NGOs and politics to help craft ambitious climate policy. So we'll be looking at what effect the Trump administration might have on climate and energy policy in the rest of the world. So Sean, do you want to just start us off by giving us a bit of an introduction to the Green Alliance, the kind of work you do, and perhaps touch on what effect you think?
Yeah, thanks, Piers. Well, is UK focused, and I are strong supporters of the multilateral process. Trump and there is I don't last time Donald Trump was in power, he didn't stop that by more than 45%. He didn't manage for climate action. I suppose the fear is that people will, in terms of the Conservative Party here, will say that the US electors turned against climate change. I think the last thing I'd say, just from the kind of UK lesson from it, is that however well you do on climate action and environmental action, there's got to be a transition that people feel bought into.
I think we'll get onto that a bit later as well. Before I move on, can I just get a kind of show and who thinks the green transition is underway and nothing can stop it now? 29, because this result, do you think this result has the potential to diversity and what have you,
I think the US pull out as climate, that will carry on. I think it's really incumbent on a country like the UK to work in the small island states, etc. I think the process will carry on. And Baku, I don't think people had great hopes for Baku anyway, but that will be, the US will be led in Baku by John Podesta and the Biden administration, not by Donald Trump. So hopefully we can have a good outcome to the COP.
And do you think there's a sense anyway, for example, on climate finance, which is going to be a big deal at COP, that whether the administration is Republican or Democrat, until now they've not actually put up all the spending necessary. Do you think that overall, internationally, the US has withdrawn a little?
Great record on climate finance, has it? But and of course both be held by the Republic.
EU. What does that mean for the UK? What does that look like in terms of?
It's a big reason. I think the UK, but we have a common interest. The UK and the EU get sucked into a bipolar world. Climate action is not necessarily the case in the next 4 years. That China is going to be the enemy and the US the friend. So I think there's a whole diplomatic reset that needs to be thought about in the coming years.
And what about the UK's role? What do you, I mean, I think the Green Alliance has a very close eye on sort of climate policy in the next 4 years.
Achieve a green transition and remain popular. I think that's been one of the successes of the Conservatives. For all the in opposition, instrumental perhaps in getting the Climate Change Act, they then moved to the Conservative Environment Network, has been kind of going around and achieve economic growth and Sunak became the Prime Minister. Carbon emissions, meet your net zero targets, get to clean power by 2030, and still give a sense that people's lives are improving. And that actually, there's two parts to that, which you might come on to. One is that people's lives are improving.
That's the Inflation Reduction Act, as we said, hundreds of billions of dollars in investment into manufacturing, clean energy, tax credits, incentives. The majority of that spend been in red, say. There's a lesson there in terms of delivery, both delivery and make pockets.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an article people may have seen which was apparently being digested. Very good economic record, but nobody felt it, and certainly Donald Trump kind of won partly on the economy. So the question is, how can you deliver on the economy and on net zero, but actually have people feel that their lives are becoming better? And that's that's not just about that's about the material, sorry, the emotional as well as the material, and that's something I think we need to think about in the environmental movement as well.
How does that translate to what's going on here at the moment and the plans the UK government is already talking? Is there a sort of into how to make communities feel that they're benefiting from all this?
So there's obviously the package of community benefits has got to be got right for jobs to be made in the green transition. There's a lot of global capital looking to flow into funding it. Some of that would have been going into the States, and we'll have jobs on cost of on jobs, on bills, on energy security. I think that's the narrative that Ed Miliband is trying to work with, and that clean power will free us from reliance on international gas prices and the sort of spikes you saw after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think the other element of the narrative that we need to be less squeamish about, and ministers need to be less squeamish about, it's climate change. Climate change, kind of just need to look at what's happened in Spain recently, or indeed events in the US. There's a line I heard from a government minister that you can kind of causing hurricanes in Florida, and active exercise, net zero for the political elite. It's about climate change, which is going to affect everybody's lives. Lord Frost, from meeting to meeting, like a groupie, they were only talking about net zero. They never mentioned climate change.
Do you think, what extent do you think this result, as you touched on, might embolden the anti-net zero agenda, both in the UK and further afield in Europe? A change of language, a change of...
As I say, I hope we will talk about it. I hope we remind people it is about climate. And Luke Trill, the pollster, are concerned about climate, and we know from he's concerned. Will it embolden people? It will. It did last time, but some, I'm sure, Reform UK will and Nigel Farage will take this as a fillip. I really hope that the Conservative Party kind of, we've had such a record of bipartisan support for climate action in this country, and say Boris Johnson hosted a successful, largely successful COP. Theresa May introduced net zero. There is a kind of long record of bipartisan support for climate action, and there's no evidence whatsoever. Clearly, we know that Kemi Badenoch is, she says she's not a climate skeptic, she's a net zero skeptic. But you do have to do
that change. You know, she says she's net zero skeptic because of all the everything now associated with net zero language. Change the language completely.
A really good bit of legislation to have proper climate budgets, which you have to be supported by the Conservatives. I think it's a terrible shame that actually not only Kemi Badenoch, but also Claire Coutinho seem to be turning against it and saying it's sort of this is imposition by a quango or whatever. It really isn't. It's a way of ensuring that stick with the Climate Change Act and stick with, and that's going to make people's lives better in terms of jobs and bills and energy security, as well as addressing climate change.
Going back to Trump, next President Trump, there's been plenty written about how European nations especially have been talking, discussing, theorizing about Trump-proofing. Policymakers been thinking about this at all, or enough? Is that a thing that has been considered?
Yeah, they've certainly been thinking about it. Whether they've been thinking about it, hoping against hope that he wouldn't win. I'm told in the earlier sessions nobody actually mentioned the name. It was he who must not be named. It was just sort of recent event. Undoubtedly people, as I say, that global investment, there was a lot of worry among UK firms, energy companies and so on when the Inflation Reduction Act came out. This was unfair competition, that investment was going to be sucked into the US because of the tax breaks and so on. Now, whether the Inflation Reduction Act will be reversed is a big question, as it's benefited so much Republican states and seems to be broadly popular. But if it is government support for the transition in the US, around the world, and And I think the US is making a bad economic error if it thinks that it can kind of go it alone on this.
Tariffs, so 60%. Do you think, what potential do you think that has to slow down, hinder the flow of clean tech investment around the world, not just in the US?
Interesting question, and I'm not expert enough to answer, but I would have thought that it would hinder the flow of clean tech investment into the...
And China to work together, potentially?
Yeah, that's my hunch. I mean, we need to work out our line on China. You know, China could be... China don't sense that the debate in the UK is particularly widely held, and certainly compared with the States, where there's a lot of debate about it. So we do need to think about how the EU and the UK works with China, the extent to which we do.
And just I suppose just going back to the sort of multilateralism, there's COP29, there's a UNCD COP about desertification, UN Convention on Diversity. Do you think that, somebody mentioned earlier, but back in 2016, I remember, everybody said states have the power in the US, but investment continues to renewable energy, but the sort of administration which is passionately against multilateralism?
Yeah, look, I mean, be cheerful and trying to get my staff to sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow this morning when I went into work. But of course, there's going to be a gap in leadership. And the US leadership is really important in and US support for multilateral institutions is really important. And in the next 4 years, there's a huge question mark over that. And I think US leadership on climate under the Biden administration has actually been exemplary in many ways. I mean, there's been problems about climate finance and so on, but that's partly to do with the Congress. But John Kerry, John Podesta, others have really led on that, and that's been really important. But it does then require other countries to step up. And it's often said in the turning that on its head and saying it's because we're only 1% that we've got to bother more about the 99%. And I think now we're going to have to bother even more about it, because the threat of climate change, I keep stressing this, is coming, and the fact that the US has just elected somebody who appears to be a climate skeptic is deeply shocking.
What about the private sector, corporations? What sort of role does this allow them to take on? I've been in lots of similar... Is there perhaps more of a space? I'm looking for reasons to be cheerful and opportunities, but there's more of a space for them to step into leadership roles as well.
I think so. We had a dinner in the House of Commons with our business circle, a whole lot of businesses, a Conservative leader, which Liz Truss won. I remember saying to the businesses, if Liz Truss does as she wins and she turns, they all said no, it's baked in, we're doing it for economic reasons as well as other reasons. We're doing it because we can't recruit staff if we're not seen to be on the right side, etc. So I just hope that spirit will remain with business, and I hope the business in the UK will speak up as well, because otherwise we risk a sort of lurch or this becoming a toxic issue in the UK as well. And all the businesses I speak to, which possibly, and they need to make their voice heard.
Okay, well, I think that's just about a reason.
We're just going on a couple of more seats. We have a few seats down the front, comfortable, down this central So we've been speaking about the US. We're going to be speaking about what other individual nations can do and looking at national transition plans. The Paris Agreement has asked signatories to come up with detailed transition plans of their own. So the question we're going to be asking is, what does a good one look like, and how can investors... Welcome to the stage our panel, which will be moderated which will be moderated by Nasir Chia of Systemic. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Tough act to follow. But I was wondering this morning, how many people would be here today, whether anyone would still be the bags under some of the panelists' eyes, including my own, are quite long. But I suppose if there is any power in community, then it's great to be in a really full room to have this incredible discussion today. So very honored to be here and very honored to be moderating this panel. As we heard, this is about financing the green transition and the role of national transition plans in doing that. And, we heard today that the transition will require huge system-level change. We've also heard that system-level change is not easy, and it doesn't just happen. If we look at the climate financing gap, it's 7 trillion per annum till 2050. If we look at the nature finance gap, it's even more stark in terms of the money that's going to local communities and indigenous populations, and we look at the complexity around nature finance. And we saw last week at COP that mobilizing public finance is certainly difficult alongside the challenges of private finance that we've heard about today as well. Comprehensive transition planning is essential for achieving the triple ambition, if you like, of Paris, of Montreal, and of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is abundantly clear that these three agreements are interconnected. The science is clear that you cannot deliver on Paris without looking at nature, and vice versa. And if there's one lesson we take today, and the words of Sean are still ringing in our ears, is that the transitions need to be just, they need to be tangible, and they need to be felt by the communities that we all seek to serve. So delivering on these commitments will require institution, and every corporate will need to think strategically about how to contribute to this and how to rewrite the economy onto a low emissions, nature positive, and socially positive path. And the current transition planning documents, be they NDCs, NBSAPs, national adaptation plans, are all insufficient to meet the moment. Where they exist, they're often the purview of just environment ministries alone. They don't represent a whole of government strategy. And over a third of NDCs fail to include any commitments around climate financing. And so we need to meet this moment. And as we gear up for the next round of NDCs that are coming next year, as governments scramble to pull together national nature plans and biodiversity action strategies, it is clear that both governments, industries, and financial institutions alike need to ramp up ambition. But this ambition alone will not deliver progress. It needs to be operationalized through clear, quantified roadmaps, and they need to deliver on investable plans that quantify the investment needs and provide clarity to the private sector and to finance alike. And so in this context, this discussion today on national transition plans is really critical, and transition plans can play a really critical role in helping to operationalize these commitments and demonstrate a whole of government integrated strategy that can provide clarity and policy coherence to the private sector and finance alike. Now, the good news, which we're all seeking, is that there is momentum building around this agenda. And last year the G20 published the transition finance framework that goes into detail and sets out clear principles on transition financing. This remains a key priority for the G20 through the Sustainable Finance Working Group and the Task Force on Mobilization for Climate Change. We see initiatives like the Transition Planning Task Force that's seeking, and GFANs that are seeking to operationalize this and provide clear guidance and frameworks to the private sector and financial institutions. So momentum is building. We need to ramp up further. And in this context, I'm really excited to welcome this. So we have Camilla Bourne, MBE, a senior climate advisor who works with governments, businesses, and the third sectors. We have Steve's partner in the Sustainable Finance team at Deloitte UK, and he's a member of the Transition Plan Force. Sophie, head of ESG development at Barclays, and among many other things, a member of the Secretariat of the Transition Finance Market Review, and Josue Tanaka, a visiting professor at LSE, formerly of the World Bank BRD, where he was founding leader of the Climate Finance Initiative and managing director for climate action and operational planning. Josue also advised the Brazilian G presidency on the sustainable financing work. So we have a great panel across sectors and across fees. So it'd be to start setting the scene and maybe step back. So Stephen, if I could start with you, could you give us 101? What exactly is a national transition plan and what's included within them?
Well, I guess maybe to start with, what's a transition plan? And I guess the easiest way to think of it is how you get it done. So if you set your commitment, you've got your stretching ambition, what are the things you're going to do to actually deliver on that? And you're elevating it up to a national level. So as you mentioned, there's been a lot of work in the private sector. The Transition Plan Task Force sort of setting out what does a good transition plan look like. Essentially, there are 5 pillar models. So it's what's that ambition? What are you trying to do? What's the implementation steps for it? How are you going to engage? The metrics and targets to keep you honest and show you're delivering, and then how you're embedding that in governance. So if you elevate that to a national level, that looks at how are you going to decarbonize the different sectors of your economy? Is it hydrogen? Is it electric? What are you going to be doing around transport? So what does that overall ambition look like? How are you going to implement? What are you going to do with public procurement, with adaptation, with investment plans, fully costed investment plans? How you invest, and then what's the accountability measures in government? So that's how you elevate it up into a. You need those steps if you're going to show how you're going to deliver. And then, is it investable? Is it going to work?
Fantastic, thanks. Why are these transition plans needed, and how might they actually help to mobilize?
So I think role they play in a way. And what do I mean by this? That as the national adaptation plans, etc., to the money, right? But in between, this trying to have the intermediate translation of what the general object and more specific objectives that the government may have, and that define specific investment plans. And I guess with Brazil in the presidency this year, they really focused a lot on these two. I would say the component 2 and component 3 of the sequence, right? The NDCs and the NAPs, the NDCs in particular are more UNFCCC territory. They're more, what's going to be happening, in Baku, and hopefully something happens by February in that. But, the focus of the Brazilians was really, one, go what they mean practically, and number 2, something that we may talk about later on, which are these notions of country platforms, in which you essentially try to take specific priorities from this plan and translate them terms of the policy, specific policy and investment plans, which then lead to the financing.
Fantastic.
I forgot to say, and impact, right? Because finance is only one means then to impact.
Great. Thank you, Josue. And you could help us unpack that a lot. There's almost alphabet soup in the space of NDCs and BSAPs, national apps. How do transition plans bring together, and how can we ensure they become a coherent strategy that links all of the strategies together?
Wow, that's a really question for me. Thank you very much. So yes, we have an alphabet soup of different policy frameworks that we need to engage with, and I think they all have their place. I mean, NDCs are owned by a particular constituency, informed by science. They feed into the UN climate process. You wouldn't want to have all of your industrial strategy and your investment plan embedded in that, because that needs to be accountable to the international community. Doesn't feel like necessarily a fully comfortable thing. But to realize that, you then do need all of the other pieces of the puzzle. So I think, as we've heard from Josue, and we've heard that we need that structure of a transition plan to pull to, as Josue said, either into sectoral plans or investment plans, and the transition plan is a kind of mechanism to bring it all together. It's a whole of government competency, and the transition plan is effectively, it's interesting, the way you described it, Josue, is you're saying you go from NDC in some governments. If I think about the UK government, doesn't necessarily have a transition plan for pieces of NDCs or NAPs or MBSAPs, but they haven't then come together under one umbrella necessarily. The fundamental thing for me is it's that.
Wonderful, thanks, Camilla. And Sophie, coming to you, you could speak to us a little bit about Barclays' approach and how a national transition plan can help to guide finance from the private sector.
Level, national transition plans are very, very important for providing that kind of investors' confidence to lock up capital and invest in, and it is that that long-term look, which has, as we've discussed, a really clear, organizing document, organizing plan against which financial firms and others can, as government, most support finance flowing. How can we best support that? Because if you think about mobilizing capital for the transition, some of it will be public finance. The vast majority will come from the private sector. And so I think having those transition plans at the national level, and then also what it looks like, and then you create an ecosystem against which transition finance can more effectively be allocated.
Amazing. And but where are we now? And Stephen, would maybe love to hear from you.
I was just part of the transition finance market review recommendations, and obviously that was that was encouraged and mandated by the government. They want built confidence. So as encourage more finance to come through. Sometimes in the financial sector to understand if is what I'm financing good. So is it aligned to a plan that is essential? Government these days is thinking about how it attracts more private sector finance. All governments are under. So I think there's a very good dialogue. It's the right time. We're coming up to the refresh of NDCs. It feels very logical to be extending it further and starting to produce these transition plans in public sector. And I think there's rightly some excitement around that.
And Sophie, you're also part of the task force. Do you see that we have the right kind of enabling conditions at the moment in the UK?
Labour came in, I think all the signals coming out are really positive. I mean, even the pathway around clean power, I think just how they're thinking about those challenges. So I think there has felt but I think across the piece, whether you're looking at the new National Wealth Fund or GB Energy or clean and the Transition Finance Markets Review, that was a really great way to actually get input from a wide range of stakeholders, both in the UK, but also considering the UK's role.
You know, recently hosted the G20 presidency. We hear a lot of momentum lead up to Belém next year. Could you speak to us a little bit about how the the Brazilian transition planning and any successes on platforms that you mentioned as well?
Well, perhaps I cannot yet about institutional capacity. This is not the situation, in most developing countries, right? And therefore, when I mention this notion of country platforms, the Brazilian example is actually a very nice one. And it's asking for an ecological transition plan. Doesn't happen every day, to have that. On the basis of this, and work that was done, by Systemic with the Brazilians, there's an identification of 6 priority action areas. Right? And then what's very interesting is then in the context of the G20 discussions this year, there was a lot of discussion on transition plans and on essentially these country platforms to develop and bring the investment necessary for some of the transformations in these sectors. And what's very nice is that, in fact, last week in Washington, D.C., Brazil actually launched, its own platform in order, to seek the finance, for 3 out of the 6 areas in that, ecological transition plan. So it's early days, right? I mean, it was a very nice event, everybody, is very happy. But what I mean, it's nice in the sense that it shows, if you want, this sequencing, between a G20 discussion, which to many often sounds, very stratospheric, and one says, what does it mean in practice? Translated into a national plan of a country, which then, translates into a specific mechanism that we now will see, will go into implementation at the moment.
And how is Brazil thinking about the trade-offs between the different priorities? Is that captured within the strategic framework going forward?
I wasn't in the discussions in Brazil on the selection. Perhaps I could tell you that the 3 areas that were chosen were not surprisingly energy transition, even though Brazil is already quite advanced in that. The second area I think is very interesting because it's one that you don't see very often, is industrial decarbonization linked to mobility. And the third one is one that's very important to the Brazilians, which is land restoration. right, which has a lot to do, you know, with some of the priorities right now, particularly in the agriculture sector. So that's, in a way, the three that were selected, right? I assume that there must have been an economic argument, you know, reasoning behind that, and they may also have been a combination of policy objective, particularly the land restoration, together with feasibility, because energy transition, for example, you would expect that private sector finance will really do the bulk, you know, of that. So what's very interesting is that very likely the finance composition for each of these areas will be quite different, right? The mix of public and private, and how the mix between public and private will evolve over time.
Thanks, Josue. And Camilla, are you saying, you know, the green shoot progress around the world on platforms and transformation plans?
So I think there's a growing appetite for having transition plans and country platforms, and that is testament to the fact that, you know, doing climate-related action isn't just a nice moral thing to do, or the thing we have to do for the climate, which we also shouldn't forget. But nonetheless, there are a whole range of different equities involved, and you know, countries are realizing that if you want to be a modern economy, then that's the direction you want to go in. And also, if you want to attract investment, it's the direction you want to go in, because that is also where the pools of capital are moving around the world, and where they want to go. So I think that is creating a lot of dynamism. It's not easy though, and I think that numbers of something from X to Y, and now we are doing is a process. So different economies have different structures. Energy Transition Partnership, that was kind of one side. There was a signal of intent. We want to go to net zero by 2020 leadership to, okay, how do we partner and collaborate to do this? Oh, and then it became a political conversation, and that political conversation can be done in the public and the private sector, as well as the country itself. And that's the thing that's been encouraging about the JETPs. They're not perfect, although if you can come up with another model, it ends up looking rather like a JETP. They, over their first year, they came up with their resource mobilization for a government to try and organize yourself. And governments are busy distracting principle. So it's in its infancy, it's in its... I also think that the way that the Egyptians led on this was they didn't start, and then how do we bring international partners to do this? That has ensured that their model is even more enduring than, but there's different ways of doing it, and we're just going to have to keep trying and keep seeing what
the impact that mining. There was a big study last week that was published in the FT about 1.4 million hectares, and it's having to bring a whole of government approach to, yes, the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Forestry, the Minister of Natural Resources, and then the Finance Minister. I don't want to take this one.
Let's say I would go back to, again, will betray one of my origins with the French education, complicated problem, which climate unfortunately is, then try to break it in as many pieces as you can to be, the way I look, for example, at this, the jet piece, for example, that Camilla has mentioned, well, that's in a way follows that Cartesian approach. You're not solving all of Vietnam's climate change challenge, but you're really trying, for a particular priority of that government to come with a response. The one question that comes, which is then my nerdy systems analysis background, is okay, when you do that, they are interlinkages, right? But one of the challenges, in my view, in being able to get to results, right, is to have, to a certain extent, a certain level of management of the complexity level. Because once you start saying that everything is connected to everything else, yes, it's true, but then what do you do, right? It becomes very complicated. On top of it, I think to get in practice, the notion, for example, of the governance, what are the implications in administrative terms, often in countries, which have very limited institutional capacity, and you put all these interactions to be managed at once, it's, again, unmanageable, right? So that is part of the logic of, in a way, this sectoral or thematic approach. And, okay, a country like Brazil perhaps has the capacity of focusing on three, at the start, and a country like the UK maybe has the capacity to deal with it overall, right? But we need to take into account the reality and the capacities on the ground.
If I could just add, I think one of the previous panels talked about de-siloing, and I think that is really critical when thinking at delivery at a national level. My background's in UK government and has not traditionally been fantastic at working across all the different departments to deliver things like we have to deliver when we think about transition planning. I think the mission control and the clean power, it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out and whether that can actually stay above some of the traditional silos that government gets locked down into. But finding, I think, new ways to operate in government, potentially drawing on lessons where it's worked well in other times for other issues, whether that be around, say, COVID vaccines or other success stories internationally. I think will be really, really important. It's not necessarily easy. It's not a topic that sounds, very sexy to think about actually how government works, but I think it is one of the critical elements of actually being able to do.
Is they're trying to decarbonize the different sectors they lend into, their financed emissions. Housing is very different to the solution for decarbonising air travel. Air transport. There are linkages. So if I know looking for those obvious connections and scaling up to government is the same. There are different sectors of the economy, sectoral decarbonisation pathways very nicely, breaking it down into the components, but the logical components.
Point on government and whole of government. So I think the role of ministries of finance in climate action, that wasn't the case, but a few years ago there's been aspects, that underpins is very much this aspect that a comment. The second comment is also that the governance arrangements different when you go from one country to the other. was at the level of the, it is, I think, a level of very different in order to try, to have this, intra-government coordination.
And I think it also goes for businesses and investors because they're not necessarily working in that way, and it's a big learning curve, and we're going to have to keep trying and keep innovating and finding new ways to do it. I think that in the green and the climate related spaces, we've had this idea that what we've been building towards is utopia. And the reality is if you're making change and doing things, there are winners and losers. And I think we have to be a bit realistic about that. And it's better and healthier to look in the round and make some of those choices, but there will also be fallout. So of course there will be environmental implications of you. We just need to give ourselves the shades of grey to do that. And I think there's a discussion, for example, around transition finance as well as green, those kind of tools that allow us to do things, because doing things...
It's a gift and a curse that we're in the mainstream, and that's utopia, and covered all the philosophy in between on, I guess one of the themes of the day is, the collab, maybe 30 seconds each on Josue, why don't you start us off?
All right, I think there's a lot of expectations around it. They're engineered precisely to bring that coordination at country level, seeing sources, that may come, both that as a concept, it's a very powerful concept in the life, not to include the results of certain elections, then, that becomes, the, I would say, challenge. Pro level, there is interest by many countries, but we need to see how to translate that in practice.
I would say it needs to be collaboration with buy-in. I think there's a lot of collaboration happening in lots of different pockets. You need to make sure the people around the table are actually bought into listening to understanding, then taking forward those solutions. And then I think the second thing is making sure it is kind of a whole value chain approach, so that you don't just have people in one corner talking about say scaling up hydrogen production without thinking about say offtake or the demand or the end use. So I think that buy-in and then the full value chain approach is critical when thinking about collaboration.
Yeah, there's a pressure for everyone to be right and to have the answers. And I think the confidence to put something out there, take feedback, take that engagement, and adapt. I think we'll all do better for that. But that applies to everyone rather than any single actor.
And valuable to have the broad spectrum of we've seen a lot of civil society space shrink on it, and with South Africa, I mean, that South Africa JP would not incredibly different, and it will absolutely implement political roller coasters that you might be going on as well.
Have the confidence to be a little bit wrong as we answer them, but does
it's very easy to discount this, in the next opposition government.
and I suppose it brings everyone around a table in a dialogue in the first place. So you set the rules of the game, and it's harder to roll back from that.
And frankly, a lot of the policies are very popular. Like, people like cleaner air. If you've ever driven an EV, you don't want to go back. If you have a heat pump, you're like, this is great. So I do think that the proof is in the pudding of delivery, as has been said, and that does help with accountability as well.
This question at the back.
Yeah, what is the one biggest challenge you see to the success of national transition plans in the next few years? And you can't mention he who mustn't be mentioned. I mean, there's the governance, money, communication.
Anyone on the panel want to take that one?
One word: capacity.
Yeah, it's another thing. It feels like it never stops, but that's because we're all getting smarter about what it takes. So it's kind of easy to reject it. So, not another thing that I have to do. What's this new framework? But I think the private sector's learning, public sector's learning. We're all understanding what it takes, what the barriers are, and that does involve us having to step up and do something different all the time. But yeah, capacity is the right word.
I would also say that I think it is upfront capacity, upfront investment, but pay off over a longer time, where you need to essentially probably do less from the central government standpoint. I mean, we often get calls from a government to say, what do you mean you don't understand our strategy? We've put 3,000 pages out on, what we're going to do on this thing. And you think, yes, but it's split between, 10 different documents sitting in very small different pockets. And so hopefully if you do a good national transition plan in sort of one place that pulls it together, you end up having to probably do less potentially down the line.
And what are the mechanisms of supporting increased capacity? Have you seen anything work well?
I mean, I think part of it was, for example, the example I gave with South Africa. I think a lot of work being done in different places that does create a much more, a rich landscape that can feed into that and give that accountability. I also think that one of the benefits of the Just Energy Transition partnerships is that they are at a political level, so the political timetable drives a consistent spotlight, which also puts the media spotlight on it. So I think those kind of dynamics can help and hinder.
Yeah. Two points here. One is the importance of local, because often with lots of good intention, you have a lot of external assistance, but that external assistance doesn't stay. It comes in the airport and then lives in the airport, or from the airport. So that's one. And the other one is obviously the financing support, for that kind of work, right? So, kind of technical assistance, money, etc., that is available.
Thanks, Jospe. I think time for one more final question, if there's any.
Hi, I'm sort of zeroing in on the UK. I mean, I absolutely support your views on that the current government is going absolutely in the right direction. But there are a couple of things that I would be concerned about. I mean, there's now an increased government borrowing, and I think if you look at the United States, for example, there's probably going to be some upwards pressure on interest rates, which would not have otherwise been there. And to what extent do you think that individual projects are going to be sensitive to this sort of macroeconomics? And a second point is, and I'm not an expert on this, but I just get the impression that there's a move back to the 70s idea in the UK of picking industrial winners. Is that true, and is it a problem? Sorry, is it an issue, particularly for equity investors?
I think on the second one, look, the government's put out a green paper on the industrial strategy. They've set out some views on sectors. They're discussing kind of subsectors there, and I think they're taking all feedback on that and whether we end up in a world of picking winners or not. So I think that we'll hopefully get more clarity in the coming months as they develop that industrial strategy. And you know, I think that we'll have to see how that lands and where the government's plans will lead us there.
If you get it right, it can be very effective. I mean, sending a very strong market signal that this is what we're backing, as I said earlier on, it de-risks. As an investor, I'm looking for a certain return for a certain risk. If I can reduce the risk, I'll take a lower return. So that can mitigate an increased interest rate environment to some extent. So I think it's a very important signalling. Correct, it could be a micromanagement of the economy, and I think there would be many that would reject that as a principle. But it's giving those very clear signals where there's a fork in the road and you're stopping investment because people aren't confident to invest because they don't know which direction you're going to take. There's some quite clear areas of the economy in the decarbonisation space where it's very important that people understand where regulation, where policy is heading. No more than that necessarily for some of them to have that confidence to invest.
Wonderful. So I think we are coming up to time. So I just want to thank, firstly, all the panelists for incredibly thoughtful and inspiring remarks today on a day when we needed some good news. And thank you all for the amazing questions and the attention. I think the kind of key takeaways from me are that the national transition plans are absolutely critical to provide clarity to private sector, financial institutions, and actually to local communities and within government as well, right? To bring everyone together around a table, around a shared plan that brings NDCs, NBSAPs, adaptation plans, development plans all together into one place. We had a really core theme inspired by Descartes of de-siloing, both within government, across sectors within an economy, and across also value chains. We heard the criticality of accountability to make sure that this is just, that civil society are involved, and it's not just government around the table. And I think finally we heard that there was green shoots of progress. We heard from Brazil, we heard from Vietnam, South Africa, that there are inspiring examples that we can take forward. And there was also the added bonus of a gold star for the UK. So I hope we all leave here today. And I think we've got 1 or 2 more sessions before the cocktails and canapes, but hopefully we can all raise a glass to that. So thank you very much, everyone. And I'm looking forward to the next panel too.
Hello, everyone. Hello, it is me again, back to see you through to the end of the day. It is always heartening to see a full room at this stage of the day when the sun has set. And I think that may have something to do with our final guest of the day. If everyone who's stretched their legs wants to grab their chair. It's been a fascinating day. We've had lots of incredible insights, touched on a vast range of subjects, but we are incredibly lucky to have with us today someone who can give a unique perspective on the UK's role and the role that the UK hopes to play internationally, Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Conduit CEO and co-founder Paul van Zyl, UK Climate Envoy Rachel Kite. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. So in advance of this conversation, a little thought went through my mind back to South Africa in 1994, which was when you have and I maintain that that was the best government South Africa has ever had, the Mandela administration, is when you have a change of government and the people in that government are genuinely committed to something, they tend to appoint truly excellent people to really important positions. And if you look at your resume and what you've done, it really is, I think, a remarkable thing that you are doing what you're doing, because you have not come at this as a novice, and you've been doing it for decades, and you are unusually well positioned. So I'm incredibly excited by this conversation. And therefore, I'd like to kick off by asking, we're on the eve of COP. You, in some ways, are the UK government's sort of leading voice there to try and achieve what the UK government, but also I think the broader movement of trying to produce a more sustainable world would want. And so I'd like you to just start by saying, if you closed your eyes and envisaged a perfect COP with optimal outcomes, what would it look like when it's all done and dusted in a week or two's time?
Thank you very much. And it's really lovely to be here. Thanks for all turning out. Well, no COP can be seen in isolation. I think that's part of the issue, right? That there's this sort of push and pull. You know, we get ourselves worked up. We everybody sort of pushes towards a COP, and then we have this forcing mechanism, and it pulls us forward, and then we project ourselves forwards with a slingshot to the next COP. So the world, controversially, right, but nevertheless, agreed to some pretty big things a year ago. And in a year's time, every country will have said what its ambition level is. Hopefully those nationally determined contributions, their ambition levels are investable. And so this COP has a very important role to play in bridging between, you know, a commitment to trebling renewables and doubling efficiency, or the other way around, and, you know, some of the financial agreements or financial mechanisms that were promised, and the ambition that government has. And of course, that golden thread all the way through is around finance. So I think ideally you would see at COP countries agreeing on some of the stuff that they've kicked down the can, kicked the can along the road on, which is Article 6, carbon markets. And of course the big issue is this what we call the newly the collective quantifiable goal. But there is another story around COPs, right, which is, and I think this is very difficult to communicate to the general public, which is about keeping the show on the road. So multilateralism is difficult. Multilateralism is being picked at from all sides. And whatever the issue, whether it's arms control or climate or vaccines or making sure we manage pandemics differently, the multilateralism is complicated. And so you do have to go at it once and then go at it again. And we saw the negotiations in Cali on biodiversity, where we saw some things agreed, but some things not agreed, you know. So it's a cup half full, cup half empty. And that's difficult to convey when you are in an urgent crisis, right? But so part of it is to keep the process going, keep people in the process, keep people moving forward, lay the groundwork, hold people to account, hold institutions outside of the UN to account, and make the progress that is necessary, because, you know, all the hopes and expectations are that in Brazil we can sort of take a big jump forward again.
So allow me to come back to the carbon markets part, the first thing that you said for a moment. Can you sort of explain to a a relatively expert but nevertheless lay audience what that particular, what would success look like if we got that over the line? What would then happen in the world for the next 12, 24, 36 months that would assist our pathway towards net zero?
Okay, so I'm not describing the UK negotiating position here, but more broadly, when we look at the fact that we need to be able to invest, or the investment flows into emerging markets and developing economies for infrastructure are nowhere near the order of magnitude that we need. And countries need to be able to protect their nature and be able to value it. Most emerging markets and developing economies would like to see new revenue streams and new investments in their ability to do that. And for them, the carbon markets is one important tool. Now, that carbon market or carbon markets need to be priced effectively so that they have the desired effect, which is to reduce pollution in one part of the world and be able to generate revenue to invest in nature or in carbon removals in another part of the world. So that's really important. They have to be high integrity, right? So we can't have some of the malpractice of the past, and or even short of malpractice, some of the sort of wishful thinking of the past. But I think the demand from emerging markets, developing economies is really loudly felt, which is, you know, we know this isn't going to come from public development assistance. We know it's not going to come automatically from private sector investment. We need to open up new revenue streams that are necessary. So some of the big numbers, you know, that were mentioned in the run-up to Glasgow and things like that, I mean, those are a long way away. I think what's more important is, can we build purposeful mechanisms that allow us to transfer resources to those who need it, and have a way of developing that from companies that are in transition. So if we look at the other side of the market, so that's the demand side, you know, we are in transition. So there are, depending on which sector of the economy you're talking about, depending where in the world you are operating from, you may or may not be it may or may not be easy for you to go in the next step of transition. And so, you know, within boundaries, and I mean, this would ideally also be more regulated by different countries, what can you as a company do? You know, so if you can improve your energy efficiency, improve this, you know, would there be a situation then over and above that where maybe you want to access the carbon markets? I think for highly polluting, for the hard to abate sectors, it's very difficult to move through a transition without accessing the carbon markets with integrity in the short to medium term. So these are all things which we agreed in Paris. Then we spent a long time in the rule book negotiating, and then we've been sort of dragging our feet and having arguments about exactly how to do that. Lots of people worried on both sides of the aisle. You know, are markets ever effective? Can markets ever work with integrity? But I think that the center ground is we've got to try to do this. And I'm expecting that it will be a difficult negotiation, but this is something the world is looking to Baku to do. It would then set up what the Brazilians want to do, where the Brazilians want to, at scale, find ways to invest, you know, the savings and the cash that's sort of around in the global economy into standing tropical forests. And it's very difficult for them to come with some of the ideas that they have, some of the very ambitious ideas they have, absent us clearing up some of this discussion around carbon markets.
Can we then come to the second, the collective quantifiable goals? Again, lots of people deeply immersed and know exactly what this is, but tell us what the significance of getting this concept across the line would be, and how that would assist matters.
So the origin story of goals, financial goals for climate negotiations goes well back beyond Paris. So it goes back to the days of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Gordon Brown and people like that sitting in a small, sweaty room in Copenhagen. But in Paris, it was confirmed again, so that we had this goal of 100 billion by a certain date, annually by a certain date, which the constructive ambiguity in agreeing that, right, was that we didn't agree exactly what was in and what was out. We didn't agree who would count it and who wouldn't. So there were all kinds of bits and pieces that then really became very problematic in an atmosphere of declining trust. But it was agreed that then in 2025 we would need to have a new goal, right? So that was 100 billion, but in 2025 we would need to have go to the next stage. So that's what's on the table now. So we can't continue the same levels of constructive ambiguity, right? The scales have fallen from our eyes. So who puts money in? Who can take money out? What are the mechanisms of transfer? If it's public money, how does it leverage private money, and how do you count that? So who contributes? How much? Is every kind of contribution measured in the same way? Is the quality of the finance as important as the quantity? All of these things are on the table. And so the way to think about what's going to be negotiated, and again, not revealing the UK's position here, is that there will have to be an agreement, or there will be language on the contributor base. So in this world of 2025, as opposed to many, many years ago in Copenhagen or 9 years ago in Paris, the world has changed and countries are contributing, and the big emitters are some of the middle-income countries and other countries. It's not just developed countries, right? So different countries have different red lines around who has to be included in that contributor base and how are they contributing. So, are they contributing through some kind of national fund, or are they contributing through their contributions to the multilateral development banks? What counts, right? Then the quantum, and this is what the NGOs and others, many of you have spent a lot of time on, which is how big is the number. So if it was 100 billion every year up until now, then what should it be? Well, of course, this is climate finance. This is not financing climate. Financing climate is in a killer paragraph in the Paris Agreement, which says that everything that you do in your economy should try to direct economic and financial flows towards the goals of the Paris Agreement. Well, that doesn't get negotiated in a climate convention. That's in the board of the IMF, or the board of the World Bank, or the board of European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. I mean, that gets discussed in other places. So this quantum of climate finance then gets surrounded or layered by other things. Private finance that is leveraged by this core of financing. Other things that you can do in the economy to direct finance in the right direction. So how many layers? What's counted in which layer? Does any of those outer layers, does any of that count towards the quantum? So we have people saying, look, we need $1 trillion a year. And then you can't go from 100 billion to $1 trillion of public money, right? So how do you do that? And that's all being negotiated and being worked on, not just in the convention, but also in other places. There were lots of conversations in Washington 2 weeks ago with the multilateral development banks about what their contribution is going to be. So, but if we don't come to some resolution on, the quantum, who contributes, how we measure, then it makes it extremely difficult for the Brazilians to have to really lead the world with trust and success. And we're asking every country to develop a nationally determined contribution. For many emerging market developing economies, they're going to look, I'm going to come up with a plan, and there's no possibility of investing against that plan because you couldn't even agree the number in Baku. So again, it's about building trust, it's about building confidence, and it's about sending signals that this leveraging of finance against these goals is going to be more likely to happen than not.
So what you described in some way is a little bit part of this kind of vague, broadly understood, but not really politically well-leveraged notion of a just transition. And what you really argued here is a way of thinking about the just transition as a way of transferring resources from those countries with resources to those countries that don't have them, looking at the relative carbon emissions historically in that group. But there's also a notion of the just transition, which is within countries, about making sure ordinary citizens, not between the wealthy north and the less powerful global majority countries or less wealthy, but also within countries where people, I think the jury is out on whether ordinary citizens think that the climate transition is working for them. And we've had a panel today on what happened last night. And it is worth saying that the largest investment arguably in the history of the planet in climate finance occurred in the United States. And the other guy turned around and said, you know, the economy is not working for you, and nobody really cared and voted in the other direction in politically salient numbers. So the project of defending the just transition is, I think, a precarious one, both between countries and within them. And I wonder if you just want to kind of let us know how, you've worked domestically and now you're working globally, how you think about this and how we have to resuscitate and defend this notion if we're going to succeed.
Well, I've also lived in the United States for the best part of the last 20 odd years. So what happened last night is very personal when you have two American kids. I think the challenge, right, and it's not just the challenge in the US, but in France or here or anywhere, is that you've got to feel the results of policy, whether it's climate policy or health policy or anything. So, and the Inflation Reduction Act, which was this extraordinary, extraordinarily valuable, large investment, Congress insisted that the Inflation Reduction Act go through every state. There were all kinds of, negotiations about how to make it work and all the rest of it. So the average family in any part of the country hasn't started to feel the personal sort of comfortable end of, the tax credits or the things that were designed for the charging stations haven't been built yet or just beginning to be built, the tax credits are just arriving, the people are not stupid, right? So people are like, well, I can't feel the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, so we know that there are red state governors and red state businesses that, are very excited by it, but, that consumer level impact, I don't think will be felt in the weeks and months to come, because it's just coming through the system now. But the election was yesterday, so I think that's a universal truth, right? It's like, you can talk about climate policy, and we can talk about climate finance, but how does it felt, right? And how is it? How is it? What does it mean in the context of your individual lives? But zooming back up to the international conversation, I think one of the big challenges for us as an international community, because it's domestic and international, is adaptation. Right, so we know that every country in the world is experiencing this sort of fast forwarding of climate impacts. Right, what we thought was going to happen in 10 years is happening now. There's an extraordinary piece of work done, to look at London's resilience that was published over the summer. One of the very few cities in the world that's done that kind of deep work, and yet here we are, with extreme heat and extraordinary rainfall. I mean, our hearts break for our Spanish friends, right? So we are already in a world where adaptation is, you can't projectize your way out of adaptation. Adaptation for most countries is going to be, how do we, invest in the social safety nets so that people can be more resilient? How are we going to protect our health services and our education services from the changes in rainfall? What are you going to do to protect our yields and our agricultural produce and the livelihoods of farmers? So this is a universal thing. But at the moment, when you go to a COP or when you go to a meeting of the World Bank Group or wherever else, we measure adaptation finance as the incremental cost on a project of building that road to withstand 42 degrees Celsius heat for 10 days versus 55 degrees Celsius heat for 10 days, right? So maybe you have to use different tarmacadam or whatever surface you're using. Maybe you have to build the camber of the road differently so that it doesn't warp and wend, you know, all these kinds of things. So you're going to build a road, okay, so that's just development finance or that's investment or whatever. And then the additional cost of building it to be resilient is what you count as adaptation finance. I would suggest that over the next few years, intellectually, we're going to have to get used to the fact that everything we build, the way we live, is actually about resilience and adaptation. We're not there yet in the climate discussions because there is a very real fear from especially the lowest income countries that this means that somehow one of these buckets will be taken and used for something else and that they will not get what they need.
So let me follow that for a moment. So let's assume that the world makes the intellectual leap that you want and that road construction costs now take into account both incremental costs for heat, but also how to do flood runoff. And if you're really smart, you can do a little irrigation ditch which catches the excess water and can be used to help irrigate. And we can do all of that, and we get over that hurdle. It's still, in the end of the day, building a road. And we're not yet, that's just what we've been accustomed to historically. We're still building roads. We're still not doing the point that you made about making the green transition work for citizens and for people feeling that it's actually going to reduce their energy costs or make their homes warmer or clean their air or make their food supply chains more resilient. And so creating the link in development finance between financing the incremental costs and simultaneously allocating that finance in a way that it works for ordinary citizens, that make them buy into and see the benefits of it, is a further challenge on top of that as well.
Agreed. So let's go back. So you talked about 1994. So when Trevor Manuel, right, was the finance minister of South Africa, he would say, right, development, that's my business, right? You know, international community, you can, you know, it's my business. How we develop, who we develop, at what speed, in what way, that's my business. And I think that one of the problems that we have is that you talk to any finance minister, you talk to any government of an emerging market development economy, what do they want? They want trade and investment on reasonable terms at decent prices. We want them to have that too, but we're working in a development industry or working in the climate finance industry or whatever, and we're using different terms. But if you're a farmer in northwest Zambia and you're growing tomatoes and you're 10 miles from the border with Congo and that's your biggest market, and you can't get it over, you can't easily get it into Congo because the customs post isn't there, because the rules aren't set up, because the road isn't very good, because you've got nowhere to store the tomatoes overnight, and so they start to, that's actually trade and investment and development and climate resilience. It's all wrapped up. So we've had a tendency in climate negotiations over many, many years. We've got 1,000 little tiny funds, right? We've got every government comes with a new initiative with a new acronym, and we slice and dice and slice and dice and slice and dice. And what's happened over the last few years is that the voice of emerging market and developing economy governments, led by Mia Motley in Barbados, but not only others, is change the rules of the big game. Right? Don't come in with a new initiative here, a new initiative. Work with us to change these rules, because if we change these rules, then we can take care of our own business, right? So I think we are at a tipping point in the way in which we've approached development, in the way in which we've approached finance. And these countries that are in a situation where they're being pushed back into poverty by climate impacts, by extreme weather events, where the cost of borrowing is so high, where there's more money leaving the Caribbean in debt service than there is going into the Caribbean in climate funds and debt for nature swaps and all the rest of it. that's the world that we have to work on, as well as working on, you know, the adaptation fund or negotiating an NCQG.
Wow. Okay, I want to ask you a question related to technology and the UK's competitive advantage in a place which has, you know, there's, if you just walk around Covent Garden within broad proximity of the Conduit, there's 50 climate tech funds being set up and loads of incredible entrepreneurs, and the UK has staked itself out as a global leader in this space and wants to leverage that for its own citizens so that it can produce wealth. But there is a question of how that the UK can use its role in the world to actually assist the global majority countries with that technology, and what role that technology can play in helping them leapfrog both to a position of greater resilience, but also to a place where their economies can grow. How do you see your role in facilitating that?
So, so I work for the Foreign Secretary and for the Secretary of State for Energy, right? So I've got two bosses who agree, which makes things easier. They had a long time in opposition to get to agreement, but I think what's important is, and if you listen to the Secretary of State for Energy Security, so you will have heard him flip on its head sort of the narrative that we heard from the previous government. So the previous government, in decrying net zero, you know, basically said, look, you know, we're the UK, we only account for 1% of emissions, so we're not the problem. You know, why are we forcing ourselves through this, you know, green revolution? And, you know, it's costing us money, and why are we bothered with this? You know. So what Ed Miliband talks about is, yeah, we're only a small sliver of the pie when it comes to emissions. And precisely because of that, we have to engage the world, because there's no scenario where we do well and British people become more secure and become more prosperous and get the things that they need and become safer if we're not helping the rest of the world manage its emissions down and become more resilient. So the logic is very clear. So my very, very small part of this, externally facing, and I have a twin, Ruth Davis, who is the Special Representative for Nature. You know, our roles are to help ministers engage the world, and there's two pieces of this. One is listening to what the world wants and how it wants it, but also, I think, helping connect the dots so that the whole of the UK is more than the sum of the parts. So we've got this vibrant entrepreneurial, you know, culture here, and lots of extraordinary businesses at different stages of development. We've made commitments about financing the energy transition domestically. We've got an UK investment bank. We have the British investment BII. We have the Private Infrastructure Development Group. We have our public overseas development assistance. We have a voice and vote on every multilateral development bank, every multilateral climate fund. In fact, we're the biggest shareholders in some of those funds, and we have voice and vote on the board of the IMF. If we pull all of that together behind a theory of change, which is that we have to invest and deploy the technology necessary for the energy transition sooner rather than later, and that the UK can turn up and be consistent and say what needs to be done and do what needs to be done and use our very, very precious resources in the most catalytic way, then we could lead by example and be part of a vanguard group of countries that are committed to net zero and are on the line or above the line. And I think you'll see and hear the Secretary of State talking about that. You'll hear the Prime Minister talking about that in Baku. And I think that's the aspiration. So linking the international very much to the domestic, attracting inward investment, which is a very big focus for number 10, but also then showing how we can stand side by side with others and help. And I think we're very interested in zeroing in on where the blockages are and sort of working on the things which are stopping finance from flowing, stopping technology from being deployed.
I'd love to ask you the question about I have 3 children, also US citizens, so I'm also digesting last night.
Mine want to emigrate now.
So the UK is no longer part of the EU, has had historically a special relationship with the US, has the Commonwealth and the flip side of that, empire, and is this sort of country which is like to think of itself as having an ability to punch above its weight in diplomatic terms. It's probably fair to say it's not the scenario and the counterparties you would have wanted to have across the pond, but that's what you've been dealt. How do you see engaging with the Trump administration in the next couple years, and what kind of role can the UK play in either ameliorating the damage or bringing them along in ways that are helpful or strategic?
Well, it's early days, right? So I think number 10, the Prime Minister came out this morning and congratulated President-elect Trump on the victory, and itemized the issues where we would expect to deepen the relationship over the next few years. You know, issues of investment in clean tech and technology and engaging in the world multilaterally. So I think that was the statement. I think now, but I think it's also true, actually almost irrespective of what happened overnight, there are big international expectations of this government because it was a government that ran unashamedly on a net zero platform and got elected. And so, you know, believes it has a mandate and believes that this is what the British people voted for. So I think internationally, even before last night, there's a number of, you know, countries, organizations, sort of processes where the UK's leadership is being looked to. And I was just with the Secretary of State and the Foreign Secretary at an event hosted by His Majesty this afternoon on sustainability and investing. And, you know, a big part of leadership is about showing up. A big part of leadership is showing up, and, you know, and at times showing up and, you know, giving confidence and forward momentum at a time when perhaps other people are sort of a little unsure about which direction to go in and how fast to move, right? So I think we understand that very importantly, and let's see what the next few weeks hold in terms of how that conversation will develop. So we've got a COP starting on the weekend. There's a very important G20 being hosted by the Brazilians also in the next couple of weeks. And so this will all start to unfold.
We are already over time, so I'm going to invite 2 questions from the audience and from a sea of about 100 hands. But I'd love to give you a chance to ask Rachel Kite questions that you may have.
Thank you. Sarah Goodenough, Climate Policy Radar. You're one of many speakers today who have discussed the importance of citizens feeling the impact of policy. But with short political cycles at odds with change that will require decades, how should politicians balance this without falling prey to less effective and short-term policy measures?
No, so yeah, the shortening of the political cycle, but it's also the political cycle and the sort of instant gratification of social media, right? So I mean, it's brutal, which means that political leadership is about, a large part of it is about communication, and I think that it's impossible to bring about systems change without a certain amount of bravery and courage, because you have to play the long game. and then try to be good at the short game as well. But the short game on its own won't be enough. And so this maybe with my professorial hat on and my special representative hat on, when you talk about leadership, you really can instill a little bit of sort of steel in leaders, and I don't underestimate the importance of leaders talking to each other as well. So, and that could be at city level, it could be at national level. And I just hosted recently Todd Stern at Oxford, because he's written a book on the Paris Agreement, and we talked in that conversation with students about the fact that certain leaders will, in the moment, really lean in and almost expand the space. So in the case of the Paris Agreement, we were talking about Isabella Teixeira, who was the Minister of Environment in Brazil. And the High Ambition Coalition had been started. You got Tony de Bruyn, and then the US said, no, we're in, and all this sort of stuff. And it was growing and growing, but Brazil, and she just sort of took Brazil into that High Ambition Coalition. She had no instruction from Brasilia to do that, right? But it was the right thing to do, and it changed the space. And so I give that as an example of just the courage that it actually takes sometimes, and like, what's the worst that could happen? But there's a reason why I'm a special representative and not an elected member of parliament. So.
This is the most restrained and constrained answer you're going to get. Another question. We send the mic because we want to.
Because I heard that you were Octavia from the NME, but that's not right?
Hi, I am Lavinia from DNV.
Ah, see, close.
We have some of our team going and attending COP next week, and I was wondering what kind of conversations you would like them to open up in the green zone.
Well, I mean, is there good coffee? Where's the good coffee? I think in the green zone, from my recollection of a COP, the person who knows which stand has the good coffee is quids ahead, okay. But more seriously, I think, look, there's two things, right? One is we've got to get the next stage of agreements over the line, right? So we've got to hold to account parties to the convention, for parties to Paris to do that. But I think that there is also some very interesting discussions around, so much of this happens outside the COP now. It's about the performance of individual companies or sectors. It's about the performance of the multilateral development banks. It's all of it. But there's no accountability mechanism for any of their sort of hitting their numbers or their performance into the convention, right? So the convention is only holding parties to account, and doing so in a fairly fragile way. So I think it's not only the conversations around all the other parts of society and the economy and what they should be doing, it's also how do they want to be held accountable. And I think there's this next generation of NDCs, there's supposed to be investment plans, there's supposed to be everything to everybody. How does that happen? So I'll stop there, but if you can tell me where you found the good coffee, we'll be friends forever.
Rachel Kite, thank you very, very much for your time, and especially from rushing over from the palace and arriving 10 seconds before you were due to be on the stage, which was just masterful. I wish you all the luck at COP, and I think the country's lucky to have you in that position, so thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to drink cocktails and wine and network more in exactly 5 minutes time. So we've set a longer time for the wrap up. I'm not going to take more than 5 minutes, but I wanted to try and do 5 or 6 reflections from the day, and then for us to sort of repair up to the third floor to having drinks. So one thought on each of the panels. Nigel Topping's panel, don't underestimate the speed of parabolic exponential growth, how quickly things can change, and that populists don't like to take away carrots. Secondly, the SME panel, a really interesting debate between the burdens that are placed on SMEs, how much paperwork they have to fill in, and how much compliance work they have to do, versus what we can do for them to both incentivize and reward the net zero behavior, but also Eva Dimitriadis' sort of rejoinder, which says you can't manage what you don't measure, and therefore not allowing people to kind of escape from the responsibility of sort of moving yourselves in a net zero direction. And I think there's some infrastructure work to be done on policymakers to make it easier for SMEs to judge their performance, to report their performance, and to make progress. On the fossil fuel panel, again, I think a really interesting debate between engagement, not the dichotomies and the binaries between engaging and divesting, but rather about if you're going to engage in a serious, purposeful, stringent, and non-cosmetic way. And that if you have 5% of capital markets responsible for 70% of global emissions, there's an argument that this particular sector needs a special combination of sticks and carrots to engage, because they're potentially enormous financiers of the green transition, but they're also potentially remarkable spoilers. On emerging economy, I loved Kingsmill's observation about capital cost parity, the more optimistic part of the panel, that 73% of the global south or emerging economies were ready to be able to take this finance and run with it. And then the more skeptical view from the right of the panel, physically, not politically, saying it's not that case. There's some economies where it's much more difficult. They're starved of capital. And then I think from the EBRD's perspective, being able to say what you really need to get wind auctions working well is clear top-down messaging, sophisticated regulatory environments, and then let market forces kick in and operate sensibly, going back to the question of capital cost parity. Let markets work in a proper enabling environment. The nature panel, flood mitigation, nutrient neutrality to purify water, voluntary carbon markets, environmental land management schemes, a plethora of really interesting financing mechanisms which are new and nascent, but can start giving some bones to the idea that nature can truly be an asset class and truly be financed. And I think what the UK is doing in this space is interesting and novel. Those of you deeply immersed in it will say imperfect and inadequate, but there's lots to be done in this space, and a lot of the kind of work of TNFD and the enormous progress they've made, I think, is evidence of the fact that this is the next frontier in climate finance. On insurance, well, take all the conversations we've just had and said, how can this sector both underwrite, enable, and de-risk the progress that we've made in this space? And also, I think there is and this is a sort of shameless plug for the conference, next conference we're going to do, which I hope you will all sign up for tomorrow, on insurance and climate change. There's an incredible amount of interesting work to be done about insurance and regulation. The reason why when earthquakes happen in Japan that fewer people die than when earthquakes happen in Turkey or in Syria is because building codes mandated by insurance companies make those buildings seismic proof. And I think that there is a creative role for insurance companies to play in getting ahead of resilience and adaptation by requiring that particularly building and public infrastructure thinks about foreseeable future climate impacts and then comes alongside the public sector and those people who are policyholders to help finance the adaptation and resilience mandated by that regulation. On AI, I think everybody probably wrote down the 9 or 10 or 11 remarkable optimistic ways in which AI can be a source of accelerated path to net zero. But I was struck by how the nature session, the insurance session, and the AI session sort of bled into each other. Precision agriculture, grid optimization, fuel efficient routing on Google Maps, flooding, 7-day advanced flood warnings, AI, building power optimization, AI as a way of optimizing carbon storage. All these technologies, I think we need a Marshall Plan for these. They need to be financed and accelerated. And I think the social quid pro quo is, if you're going to lead to this exponential growth in electricity and power, then you better offset this by doubling down on the impact that you have. On the US elections, and with this I'm going to kind of, and the blend between it and the National Transition Plan session, I loved the shades of gray and the Descartes on the National Transition Plans. And it struck me, and it also comes through the conversation with Rachel, people trying to do the right thing in public policy. It's a sort of hark back to the Trump-Kamala, she has to be flawless, he gets to be lawless thing, which is, you have to be perfect. You have to embrace complexity. You have to do hard things filled with trade-offs and ambiguities. They're not things that you can very easily massage into wonderful, easy sound bites, because these things are really hard and tough and complex and involve very difficult trade-offs. And so we find ourselves in that world of doing that hard technocratic stuff. And the demagogues who sit on the other side get to throw rocks and get to blame people and get to demonize people. And then we're surprised when we lose. Because we go, can't you understand the subtlety? And don't you know it takes 4 years to roll out the IRA? And if you think it takes 4 years to roll out the IRA and you're just beginning to see the benefits of it now, then I think if you're a UK minister right now thinking about what you've just seen in Rachel Reeves' budget and the remarkable investment they've made in net zero, and they think about the next election and they play that forward about what's just happened in the US, I'd be worried. And I'd be worried absent a proper, compelling, not just narrative, but set of measures that make meaningful differences to ordinary people's lives. And I had a pull aside with Nigel just before he got up onto the stage, and he said this warm home scheme is really interesting. You know, it will pay people back in 8 to 10 years, and you'll be able to, you know, finance it over that period of time. And he said that with the enthusiasm of a technocrat, because if you do roll that out and it does pay back over 8 to 10 years, that's a great thing given what we know about the contribution of the built environment to emissions. But 8 to 10 years is not politically salient, right? It's not what is going to change ordinary people's lives. And we have to go away and distill down onto a 5-point plan, all the ways in which climate and finance and net zero will impact people's lives in the short to medium term in a way that they understand in terms of their lived experience. And until we do that in a consistent way and then communicate it clearly, we will continue to have last night happen everywhere else. We've got to be better at the communication of this stuff. So we've just had 8 hours of wildly sophisticated conversations about technical points on climate finance. We have to take all of that, assimilate it, digest it, communicate it, and translate it into ways that make a meaningful difference in ordinary people's lives. And that's my kind of takeaway, and the project of the Conduit over the next year and all the different things that we're going to do, we're going to bang on this point, because we've got to combine the quest for economic equity, more vigorous democracy, and the path to net zero. And we've got to be able to do all 3 of those things in a synchronized way if we're going to do this in a way that's sustainable, not something where we do it, we stop, we lose an election, we come back, we stop, we lose an election, because the planet doesn't have time for that kind of yin and yang. I'm going to end on this. We have a wonderful program called Impact Careers, It's launching on Monday. And it's for people who are students who want to do the sorts of things that many people in this room are doing. It's taking people in a Jesuit-like fashion when they're 18, 19, and 20 and saying, if you want to make a meaningful impact in the world in whatever sphere you are, in finance or fashion or law or publishing or anything else, we want to give you a pathway to having a career that's more meaningful and more impactful. And so we're going to put some stuff up on the website about that. Anybody who wants to support these remarkable young students make meaningful decisions at this point in their lives so that they do the sorts of things that make our societies more sustainable and more inclusive, with that kind of talent, please let us know. We'll give you a set of things you can do. But I think these are the kind of DNA of the future, and we want these young people to be able to make really meaningful decisions. Thank you so much for coming. It's been a remarkable conversation. And see you on the third floor. Is that right? Third floor? Thank you very much.